And here we go. Hello, CFA Nation, Gabe. And I am here right now to bring you the IPL final. That is right. We've got Gujarat Titans versus the Rajasthan Royals. And the Royals won the toss, decided to bat first. You know, the strength of their team. Um, Gujarat already beat the Royals, okay? They entered the number one seed. Uh, I mean, this team seems like a team of destiny. Conventional wisdom will tell you that bowling, and I love bowling. Conventional wisdom will tell you that bowling, the team with the better bowling attack is going to win, right? And I kind of feel that way here. I am rooting for the Rajasthan Royals, but I just think Gujarat's bowling attack is so monstrous. They had a last minute change, and then they brought in um I want to say it was for Loki Ferguson. Was it Loki Ferguson? They ended up bringing in uh, the Night Watchman, Azari Joseph. So I mean, their bowling attack got that much stronger. It's gonna they're gonna need a lot. They're gonna need a lot, and we're talking about Rajasthan Royals. They got to put up a huge total and hope that Gujarat just can't chase it down. And the first ball is a dot. Muhammad Shami takes the new ball, and it is a dot. It is a dot. What's going on? I missed the opening ceremonies. I was actually watching it while I was getting ready, but it's all good. What's up, Dibbly Dobbly? Yeah, for sure. I'll send you the link. You can go ahead, jump on. What's up, Biggs? What's going on, Ro, Boomer, Gregory? What is up? Super excited for this one. Super excited for this one. And that looks like it may be. Is that LBW? Is that LBW? Did they challenge it? Took a run there. It looks like is it missing? Oh, it's pitching outside. It's pitching outside, so it will not be LBW. That's a good no challenge there. All right. What's up, Agent of Chaos? What is good? Boomer says, please, Gabe, tell me you're supporting the Titans. Listen, I think the Titans have the best team, the best bowling attack anyway. And we've seen, I mean, Titans already beat Rajasthan earlier this year. So it's tough. I like Rajasthan Royals a lot, but it's going to take a mammoth. I mean, a mammoth uh, uh, of a score, of a total. They've got to put up, I would say, 180 or better. But my prediction, it's tough. It's tough. I know Nick is going with the Royals. I like the Royals, but I think that the Titans just their bowling attack is too strong. Their bowling attack is too strong, and we've seen that the team with the better bowling normally just wins these matches. Um, Looking at the Titans, they brought in an additional bowler. They had one change, and they brought in the Night Watchman. Or they didn't bring in the Night Watchman. Is it Loki Ferguson or the Night Watchman in the lineup? When I looked on Quick Buzz earlier, it said that it was going to be there was one change, Loki Ferguson in for the Night Watchman, but I got to confirm that. Another dot ball. And Muhammad Shami just eating up Josh Wall and Butler in this opening partnership. Josh Wall sitting on a duck so far, got the one run on a leg by, and Butler's able to only put up one run. A beautiful opening. Uh, Ferguson is in for Joseph. Okay, a beautiful first over there. There's Loki Ferguson. 100,000 in the crowd. Wow. Yeah, Dot City. The bowling is just too good, guys. The bowling is just too good. And I love the Night Watchman. They call me the Night Watchman, but I just think Loki Ferguson is on a different level, and their bowling just got that much better. Man, I'm gonna try and do my best to keep the score updated for those that aren't following the game live. And we are currently through the first over. Through the first over. And Muhammad Shami, what an animal. 2 runs. One is on a leg by. That was just disgusting. That was just disgusting. Almost got himself a wicket in that first opening partnership. Ball was pitching outside, but man, 2-4-0. If the Royals don't score at least 180, 190, they lose this game. No questions asked. They chose to take the ball first. So let's see what happens there. So the Royals are up 2-0 after the first over. And let's see what happens in the second over. They give it to Dayal. Interesting. I think I would have gone Loki there. I think I would have got Loki there. But I mean, that's the thing. The Royals just have the Titans have so many good bowlers. It's ridiculous. I like this. I like this. Hardit looked like the only one on the pick actually enjoying the moment and not feeling the pressure. He did. He absolutely did. He looks like he's relaxed. He's good to go. Doctor, let me see your previous comment. Let me see if I can find it. Gabe represented defending champs. He finally infiltrated into the core CSK management. I have to, right? I knew people were going to ask me why I'm not wearing my CSK game because we're defending champs right now. Until this game is over, we are still technically IPL champions. And then it's over. Nick won't be joining us today. He'll probably jump in the chat at some point, but he's got church responsibilities, it being Sunday. I was actually glad the game was Sunday because yesterday was Trey's graduation. Probably post some pictures over there on Twitter. I think about it, and it was good, man. He graduated high school, done. Now on to college, play ball there. So we're super excited about that. Super excited about that. And let us see. Butler with a beautiful cut shot. That goes to what is that? Backward point. Backward point for 4. Atta boy, Butler. Oh, Butler. Trying to send this email to you right now, Dibley. Let me know when you get it. Oh, let me go ahead and get that link turned on. And there you go, Dibley. Email sent. I know, right? That's actually my ringtone. Manav says copyright issues. That's actually my ringtone. Oh man. And it just knocked off my audio from the game, so now I got to go back and put that on there. Certainly doesn't look exactly. Boom. We don't want to strike. We don't want to strike. Hopefully, it wasn't that long. Bowler gloves versus batter glory. It's perfect game. No, for sure. Ooh, look, Jackswall doesn't even know where the ball's at. Jackswall had no idea where the ball's at. And you know what? Ends up being a great over for Dayal, although he gave up the boundary. He only gave up 5 runs. That is a great over. Second ball of the over gives up a 4 to Butler and then ends the over, only conceding 1 more run. That's impressive. That's impressive. So through 2 overs, the score is 7-0. Holy cow, guys. I mean, Joshua was frozen. He forgot in the grounds. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Let me go ahead and try to update the score. Like I said, I'm gonna do my best to do so. And while I do that, I got my man Jack waiting to come in. What up, Jack? Boom. What's going on, brother?
I'm going well, Gabe. Thanks for having me back, and it's great to be here talking cricket. It's always fun talking cricket with you, Gabe. So great to be back.
I'm super excited for cricket, and so much to talk about. Did you see USA's big victory yesterday in
No, I
Texas?
didn't.
Yeah,
Did they win? Oh, that's good.
USA won yesterday. I updated the score. What happened? USA won yesterday. We're supposed to go out and catch this set of games. We got invited to go out there with Nate from USA Cricket, and it's Trayvon's graduation. I couldn't miss it. This graduation weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know what I mean. So unfortunately, we're not able to be over there, but it's exciting nonetheless that USA Cricket is doing some good things, and it's ooh, is that a wicket? Is that a wicket? No, not a wicket. Looks like it just missed the bat. That's been 2 close times, and Jaiswal pushes that over Hardikandia's head for a boundary. That's his first boundary.
Yep. First boundary for him in this final.
Yeah,
for sure. Settled.
Do you think that the pressure is always just that much more when it comes to, like, I mean, IPL is tough already, the playoffs, but do you believe that players tend to shrink under the moment of the playoffs or finals, whether it's IPL or any other sport?
Yes, I think so.
I do too. And I know that a lot of people like, oh, a game's a game. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're reporting there's 120,000 people in there or something crazy
It's a
like
big
that.
stadium, Gabe. It's the biggest cricket stadium in the world. And the second one's the MCG. Both of them hold 100,000. So that's pretty big. Yeah. It's big pressure. And if, you can have all the skills in the world, but if you don't have a good mental side or mindset up here, you're going to struggle and your performance is going to struggle. So all these players today will have to have a good mindset and be in the right mindset. Are you up for the contest? And that's what I like about cricket, the mental side. That's my favorite thing to talk about in cricket. Because it's an important factor.
Yeah, enough people don't talk about
That's right. They don't.
The mental side, but there is. It's huge. It is huge, and I think that that's in all professional sports. Let me tell you, physically, I would say what separates most athletes. I mean, you got those athletes, the elite of the elite, right? But then the majority of athletes, what separates them is just tenacity, mental tenacity and fortitude. Because most of them have the same skill set, you know what I mean? And it's, can you grind? Can you be disciplined? Can you deal with that pressure? And for me, I think that that is it's a tough bar for most people in general to cross, let alone, you know what I mean, when you're performing at the highest level.
Absolutely.
1 ball left so far, 18 for nil in the third over here. Gabe, which team are you supporting today? Guys, I told you, I went with Rajasthan Royals the first time, right? I went with the Royals the first time. I like the Royals, but I mean, the Titans beat the Royals the first time, and not just because of that. It's just that the bowling is so much good. Me personally, I love it. Come on, I'm a West Indian fan. I love the Night Watchman. I named myself the Night Watchman. All right, Alzari Joseph, but Loki Ferguson is a much better bowler. So now you just got a better bowler in there. Holy cow! It's just disgusting. Their team got better than the first time they met. They met. It's gonna take a Herculean effort, in my opinion, for the Royals to pull this off. I'm not saying they can't, but I think it's gonna be tough. It may be the Titans' inaugural season, inaugural championship. What are your thoughts there, Jack?
Yeah, I think I'm going for the Royals today. I couldn't care less who wins because I don't support anyone in the IPL.
Right.
But I think the Royals, just because they won that game against RCB and the momentum's with them, whereas the Gujarat Titans haven't played for a few days. So will that come back to bite them today? Well, we should wait and see.
And you know what? They always talk about that. 21-0 in the third over, 21-0 in the third over. I like the double elimination, but I think it almost puts the higher seed at a disadvantage because if you win, you've got to sit. And you do. Momentum carries over game to game. And sometimes players will come out flat. There is such a thing as, too much rest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's interesting. What's my standing? I think I'm 17th, Arun. Who did USA beat? Scotland, baby. Scotland. So now we beating Ireland. We beating Scotland. Oman, you're next. You're next.
You're going down, Oman.
Oh man. Listen. I'm excited though that the team is still showing up. This was ODI, obviously not T20. And honestly, our ODI side is probably better than our T20 side. But big things, coming. Big things coming. I'm not gonna go crazy and we're gonna win a World Cup. It's not there yet. You know what I mean?
No.
But just to legit qualify and get in, it'll be a big deal, man. And we're so excited to see that the team is playing well and people are coming out. Like I said, I'm so disappointed I wasn't able to be there to go see the game. But again, it's my son's high school graduation. I couldn't miss it. But we've got a USA game we're going to be attending. I think it's in late June, middle of June. And then, of course, in is it July? No. End of August, we're going to go down and see the West Indies take on India. So just super excited about our summer and just have some time to breathe, man. My daughter had her Sweet 16. I don't know if you guys do that in Australia, but that's like a huge deal. In the Latin culture, we call it quinceañera, but we weren't able to do it because of COVID last year. So we did a Sweet 16 for her this year. Huge party. That was last weekend. This week, my son graduated. We had 20 people at his graduation dinner. So, man, it's been an exhausting time for me.
Yeah. Well, our lives get busy and we can't really slow down. It's just too fast paced.
You can't slow down, and you gotta appreciate every single moment. I remember somebody just mentioned it right here. They said they want Rajasthan Royals to win for Shane Warne. And I remember watching the video about Shane Warren's family, how the daughter was saying, he was around a lot. You know what I mean? Because he's Shane Warne. So every moment we got with him was precious. And I think that Sachin also said that when he was doing A Billion Dreams, how Sachin's family talked about his wife said, understood it was cricket, then it was us. You know what I mean? So these athletes give so much of themselves to the game. And that's why we got to love them because, man, it is hard to sacrifice those moments. How many graduations did he miss? How many birthdays of his family and his kids did he miss? And special occasions. So that's a tough thing, man. What's going on, Bendo? Now, what do you think about wow, Jaiswal is living dangerously right there.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
I feel like he's like, I mean, I get it. You don't want to play afraid. You don't want to play with fear. But look at that. He almost got himself out and he just crushes this for a 6. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's
He's got stones. He's got stones, man. Like, this young boy's got stones.
Well, you want to see that from a young player. You want to see that careless, well, not careless, but taking on risk. And especially in the big final, you want to take on risk. You want to play risk cricket, but make sure you don't take too much of a risk. But if it pays off, it will benefit the team. So he saw the ball was in his zone, so he went for it. Good on him.
He's just playing so aggressive, though. You know what I mean, dude? I
And
mean,
as soon
almost
as
got
we
to
say
the
that,
top,
Gabe, he gets out. As soon as
and
we
then he
say
goes
that,
out
he gets
because he
out.
was playing. But did you not see how
Yeah,
aggressive he was playing?
yeah. So maybe he
And
was a bit too aggressive there. He just
maybe
hit
a
it
little
straight.
bit too aggressive. Maybe that's the plan. But there goes the wicket. Dayal gets the wicket of Jaiswal. And here's the thing: the good thing for Rajasthan is that they've got batting. They got batting today because I feel like they just loaded up with batting. Hence, go ahead and they took the wow. Look at that crowd. Yeah, there's 100,000 people there for sure. They've got
No.
Samju Samson, Padikkal, Sherman Hitmeyer, Parag can bat. I mean, Ashwin can bat. I think that they put themselves in a position where they said, we're going to put up the biggest score we possibly can, right? Then,
Yeah.
even Obit McCoy can swing the bat a little bit. I mean, Krish Krishna, Trent Bolt, and Chahal, those are just. But I think like they're batting 8 really today because, like I said, Obit McCoy can put up some runs. So they're just saying, listen, let's try to get as close to 200 as possible and hope that our bowling can get them out. I think that's what they said when they decided they wanted to toss and decided to bat first. Jaiswal, 137 strike rate, 22 on 16. But to our point, we're just talking about how aggressive he was playing. Now, do you know his story?
No, I don't really know much about him. What's his story, Gabe? Enlighten me.
I chose him as my emerging player in the IPL 2 years ago, our very first season. And we were doing research, and this kid's story is remarkable, bro. He was a vendor. Him and I think it was his dad or uncle. He worked as a vendor selling street food or whatever, so that he could pay for his cricketing academy. And this kid came from the streets, from not a cricketing background or a cricketing family. You know what I'm saying? Didn't come from money, and above all odds was able to make it. The kid is super talented, but just the season before he entered the IPL, he had been working selling street food with his uncle out of a cart. That's crazy to me, and that's inspiring, really. You know what I mean? Like, listen, it can be done. You just have to believe, and you got to keep fighting. You know what I mean? So 31 for 1, 4 overs in the books. I mean, Nick and I always say you don't want to you want to score at least 50 in a power play, but you don't want to give up 2 wickets. That's kind of our bar for how we see, So right now, to me, this game is still in the balance.
Yeah. I think it's very important for both teams to capitalize on the power play. Really, you got 2 men out, and you got to capitalize and get those runs, because with the 2 fielders out, there's a lot of gaps. It's a big ground here in Ahmedabad, so it's going to be important for this power play if you're going to maximize it. If you're Rajasthan Royals, I think they're on track to get those 50 runs, maybe more.
Maybe more. Ashwin is out there. I am shocked. Why are they bringing in a quote-unquote? I mean, Ashwin's not a night watchman, okay? Ashwin can actually swing the bat a little bit. But I thought you would go to maybe they're trying to protect Sanju Samson, make sure they get out of the power play, have Sanju go after some of those spinners later on. I don't get this. No, it is Sanju Samson out there. I thought it was, as somebody said, Ashwin. That's Sanju Samson. And he just crushes that for 4. There it is. It is Sanju Samson. I was going to say,
it is Samson. Wow.
Somebody said in the chat, and I was like, Ashwin? No, it's Sanju Samson. I was like, why would they do that? That's crazy to me.
Well, he has batted at number 3, I think, in this IPL numerous
occasions.
They
brought him up early, but ahead of Samson. Come on.
But I think you want your more experienced batter batting in a final. So it's a good move to have Samson in now with Butler to establish a partnership here. And he's the big wicket, Butler. They get him out, the Titans are in this game. They don't get him out, it's got to be carnage, as it was in the last game.
Listen, Butler, I was doing it with Nick. They've only lost 1 match, I think it is, where he scored, where he's had a big score. Only 1. If he scores 50, you're in trouble. 70 centuries, forget about it. I mean, and then normally when he goes down early, the team's in trouble.
Yep, that's right. Well, he's in my fantasy team, Butler, so he got me some maximum points in the last game, and I made him my captain as well, so extra
Ooh,
bonus there.
little dot ball there, little dot ball there by Loki Ferguson. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want Rajasthan to win. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like this Titans team is better. And people are like, blasphemer. I'm being honest. Loki Ferguson is better than Alzari Joseph. Let's just be honest. He is, okay? And so their bowling just got better. I don't know why Ferguson wasn't playing last time. Maybe he wasn't fit. Who knows? But
maybe they were managing him. Fast bowlers get injuries and you want to manage them. So because they played a lot of cricket. Sorry?
Do you think Loki Ferguson is, I don't know, is he the best bowler on this team? He I know people want to say Muhammad Shami. Shami's really been good this year, been in form, but prior to this year, I would have said Loki Ferguson was probably their best bowler. I love Loki Ferguson. I saw him defend 3 runs in a super over, man. He got 2 wickets. I was like, oh my gosh. He's disgusting, bro.
It's just insane, isn't it? Yeah. But he's got some wheels on him, that's for sure. He's played Test cricket for New Zealand when New Zealand were here in Australia in 2019-20, but he got injured, had a calf injury or something, so he missed out that series. But he can. He's got some gas. You want that in your side.
153 kilometers per hour, bro. Holy cow, that is...
It's like near 90 miles per hour, isn't
That's
it?
96, 97 miles an hour. That's a lot of gas. Hey,
you get a speeding ticket if you go over 150 kilometers in your car here in Australia. You get pulled over. But you're bowling that pace with a cricket ball. It's just unreal, isn't it? So last over the power play.
153, that is... I'm trying to figure it out right now. That's got to be like 97 miles an hour, right? Somebody let me know in the chat. And one over left in the power play. Loki Ferguson just came down and shut that 50 down. He said, not on my watch. So let's see. They need 13 runs, but they got to try to defend that wicket. That 50 to me is always so important in the power play, because then at minimum, you say the next 15 overs or the next 14 overs, all I need is 100. Most teams can do that. And if you can get to that 150, 160 mark, it's still a decent defendable score. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not a great piece of fielding there. Misfield. You've got to be better than that. You've got to be up in the field. You've got to be focused. Can't be sloppy like that. Good. Can't concede boundaries. Every run will count. It's going to go down the wire no matter what, I think, this game. So finals always do.
This is interesting. Rashid Khan, they threw him right there right away now. I mean, that should not have been a boundary. It's going to look like, he came in and immediately gave up a boundary, but that shouldn't give up a boundary. That there's only a single. So far, he's given up 5 runs and 2 balls. 42 runs right now for the Royals. But that's what I'm saying, man. They're so deep. They've got Shami, who still has 2 overs. Dayal's got 2 overs. Ferguson's got 3 overs left. Rashid Khan, this is his first over. I mean, geez Louise. They're just going to continue to throw at you. You know who else is sneaky good? Everybody talks about Rashid Khan as a spinner, but Sai Kishore, he's been pretty good this year when he's gotten his opportunities.
Yeah.
Their bowling has been so good. I can't remember Raul Tawatia. Has Raul Tawatia bowled at all? Because he is an all-rounder. But I don't think he's even bowled this year.
No,
Let me know in the chat. That's how good their bowling is. Hardick's bowled here and there. He bowled a lot earlier on, and then I think he might be hiding an injury, to be honest, because he hadn't really bowled a lot after that.
Yeah.
He went about a spell of 3 games in a row where he didn't bowl. But they haven't even needed Tawatia. Man, their bowling is so good.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they've been pretty good in this IPL. And
they're saying it's about 96 miles an hour. 95, 96. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's quick.
Tawadia filled in for a few overs. I must have missed those overs. But yeah, I know Kishore was on CSK for the last 2 seasons. We just never saw him play. Look at Jay says, Gabe, shut up about Hardick's injuries. He's fine now. Well, think about it. There's patterns players will show you. And he was consistently bowling 2-3 overs in the first few games for the Titans. And then all of a sudden he stopped bowling completely, and even his batting went down. So I think he might have had a niggle. And as a captain, he just kind of hit the injury because your team needs you. His bat's still been okay, but he hasn't really been taking wickets and not even getting a lot of overs in. But he does look fine now. I'll take it. He looks relaxed. Somebody mentioned it earlier. The only player that looks like they're having fun out there, that they're relaxed, is Hardik Pandya. He's got a big smile on his face. He's like, man, I've been there, done that. And I think that's a benefit of being a champion with Mumbai. What did he win? 3 with Mumbai? 4?
Yeah, I think something like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's important. You got to be upbeat. You got to be calm and relaxed. It's a big game, but you still got to have that fun element. Have fun. Go out there. This is why you play cricket for. You want to play in finals like this. It's not every day you play in an IPL final. So go out there, have fun, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly that's a good point. Whatever happens, happens. That's a good way to look at it. And the over is over. The over is over. That's funny. And I don't know. It's 46 right now, or sorry, 45 for 1. So they did not quite meet that 50 mark. So I think they're not par for the course. I think they're under. And the middle overs, now you got Rashid Khan that's going to be coming in. Those spinners tend to squeeze the scoring. They squeeze that run rate. So they may not get past 170 at this pace. And then I think that's a chaseable score. I think they need at least 175, 180 in order to win. What do you think, Jack? Oh, Loki.
Yeah, I think they need to get 150 plus, I think. As we saw in the last game, 150 wasn't enough for RCB, and they chased it down easily, the Royals. So I think 180, 190, I think they'll be looking for. Anything over 150 in a final is pretty good. But if they get 150, it could be like the other night again.
Yeah, I know people are saying, Gabe, 150, 160 has been defended. Yeah, but not against this Royals batting lineup. I think they chased that down easily. This Royals, if they only put up, there goes a boundary. Josh Butler with a beautiful cover drive there.
Oh. Good shot. He's really batting well this year.
He's done something very interesting. At first, the first few games, he just started, from the very beginning, just absolutely dominating. And in the last few games, you can see that he's been kind of saving it, holding back or whatnot, and just waiting, and then exploding in the middle overs, not necessarily the power play, not putting up huge runs. And I think it's shown a maturity in his game, understanding this team needs me to win.
Yeah, that's right. He's played another good shot there again for 4.
Ooh, back to back and belly to belly. Oh, Josh Butler. And that was almost a backward point there.
Yeah, sort of that backward point region, third man down there.
Now there was another controversial, and as an umpire,
yeah,
there was another controversial call. I mean, there's been a whole bunch this year, honestly.
Yeah,
and I know that there are some tough. I mean, nobody's gonna forget the Rashid Pant, like literally trying to get players back on the field. That is insane. That is insane. I was like, wow. Yeah. I mean, there's one thing that's like something an American would do. No lie. That's something you would see in American sports. Like, you don't see cricketers get that animated and boisterous about it. And first and foremost, he was right. Okay, bottom line, he was right. But regardless, you don't show up the umpire, you respect the game. I understand all that. But the other night again, and not that it mattered because Rajasthan was able to chase down RCB so easily, but there were a couple wides that were not called. And I mean, a ball's clearly over a batter's head. I mean, is that hard to call from the vantage point where the umpire is at? Explain that to me. How do you miss that?
No, it shouldn't. At square leg, you got a perfect view of the batter because he's like side on like that, so you can see the ball travel, the trajectory of the ball travel over his head, and you can judge wides. I didn't see that the other night, Gabe. I didn't watch the game, but I was watching the stream, and it was a fun stream. Obviously, great fun as always.
Thank you. Yeah,
And I didn't see that, but usually you would tell at square leg whether or not it's above his head or not. But you got to remember in his upright position. So then you got to take that into consideration. Can he play with a normal cricketing shot? Can he reach it? Well, if he can't, then you call it a wide. So maybe the umpire missed that call, or maybe he thought in his mind, I don't think it's a wide. I think he could have reached it with a normal cricketing shot.
This is interesting. Cricketers won't get that excited or pumped up because if that happens, there might be disciplinary charges. Guys, and maybe this is just the American arrogance. There's players that literally cut checks before games. They cut checks. It's been happening in the NFL. Like, yeah, I'm getting fined today. They're broadcasting, I'm going to get fined today because so-and-so is umpiring and I'm going to let them have it. Or, a big thing in the NFL, there used to be these rules where you couldn't celebrate if you scored a touchdown. And like Chad Ochocinco and, the big time wide receivers would be like, go ahead and find me. I'm bringing a check for 25,000 because if I score, I'm dancing. So, you know what I mean? Like they don't care. So I don't know. Maybe the money's different. And I'm assuming that's what he mean by charges, right? You get fined, you get disciplinary charges are like
code of conduct
financially and stuff. But maybe that's just that the American athletes' arrogance or whatnot. But like, I don't care about a fine, whatever. I'm pretty sure the team pays the fine most of the time any which way. But most of them be like, I'm gonna do what I do any which way. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't take. Sorry, Gabe, go on. Yep.
No, go ahead. You're gonna say?
Well, it doesn't really take much out of their bank account, really. Not really big of a chunk that they get fined. These cricketers these days, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, like
fines don't work.
Oh, they're saying no, you get suspended. Really? For arguing?
Yes, you can get suspended under the code of conduct. Yes, if it's severe, if you use explicit, like you swear and other stuff like that. There's many different charges that the code of conduct has in cricket.
See, when I heard charges, I was just thinking in terms of money, like charging, like a credit card, like they charge you.
No, it's like
not like. Oh no, you can't miss any games. You can't miss any games.
No,
that the team isn't going to stand for that. You miss a game or two, that's big. That's huge. And I don't know how it works in cricket, but at least in American sports, they cut these guys their checks per game. So your contract may be $4 or $5 million, but you're getting paid per game. So every game you miss, you could be missing $100,000, $200,000, whatever it might be.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the way it goes in cricket. Code of conduct. If you breach a certain article or something, and you get fined or suspended under the different categories and that. So, that's what people don't really know about the paperwork side of things in cricket. But as a match referee, that's your job. You have to issue that after the game if players misbehave.
Oh man,
and that's what you want to do.
I know there's a lot of Rajasthan fans in here. Nick chose them to be to go to the finals and win it all in our preseason matchup. I was rooting for them, but this doesn't look good. 59 for 1 through 8 overs, and exactly what I said in the middle overs. Now you got to concede that there's at least 2-3 overs that you're basically conceding to Rashid Khan, where you're happy if you take 6 off the over. You're going at a run of ball, and that's just brutal, man. That's going to put pressure on the batsman to do something else. And I mean, you got 12 overs left, but so there's time. But how long can you play at that rate? You know what I mean, Jack?
Yeah. You really got to step on the gas as soon as you can, because you can't just knock it around for a few overs. You're running out of time of balls, so every ball counts. So you can't waste them. So you have to maximize the over. And Butler and and Samson have to get a partnership going on here, and they've got to do it fast. It's quite a fast-scoring ground. So if they can get in and get set, get a partnership going, then runs will start to flow.
Stuart Broad got fined by his own dad, who was the match referee. Oh, that's classic. First of all, that shows the integrity of the man. Like, listen, he's my son, but I'm going to do a job. I respect that umpire. I respect that umpire as a match referee. Like, wow. But come on, Stuart Broad, you would be the one to get fined by your to even put your dad in that position. Come on, man.
It would have been a tough conversation at dinner. Why did you fine me today in the test match? Well, you breached the code of conduct, son. So, Chris Broad, obviously match referee with the ICC, Stuart Broad's father. He did fine them in that test match in England. Was it last season? Yeah, I think it was. So he breached the code of conduct. So I'm going to fine you, son.
That is got to be. That's got to be an awkward dinner. You're right, an awkward dinner. Just crickets in there,
Well, Stuart Broad's, he's that sort of cricketer. He's outspoken and he's passionate. So
I love Stuart Broad. I love Stuart Broad. I hate him and love him at the same time, man.
Yeah.
With the nightmare Broad. He's on my sinister six, but he's the kind of player I am. He's the kind of player that I'd want to be on a bigger. Like, listen, he's the kind of person I am. I drive my principal nuts. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know. Period. And if I'm right, you're gonna hear me. And if I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong, but you're still gonna hear me. Okay. Yeah. Period. So that's Stuart Broad's a man. I love Stuart Broad, and like I said, I found it fascinating the interactions between him and Joe Root. And Stuart Broad's like, listen, we're taking wickets. We're doing our job. Back in that the Ashes of series, I was like, oh my gosh, did he just say that? Like, it was insane.
Well, it's true at the same time. He's telling the truth. If you get bowled out for 140 odd, we can't take 20 wickets and win a test match because we haven't got any runs to play with. So you got to do your job. Right.
And that was just like, that's just classic Stuart Broad right there, man. He's gonna say what he has to say. It's awesome.
Who's the most spoken? Back in James Anderson as well.
Oh yeah, I love Jimmy. Who's the most spoken Australian? I mean, and I think that's why I fell in love with Uzi, because Uzi's very outspoken as well. When I used to watch the series, when I watched the series, the test, he seemed to me to be the most outspoken guy. And who's the most, in your opinion, the most outspoken Australian that just, he's got that passion? And that's up in the air. That's going to be taken. And it's taken. Gone. Sanju Samson, gone.
Yeah.
And who took his wicket? That's right. Hardik Pandya. Hardik Pandya comes in, says enough of this. 2 balls, gets himself a wicket. And man, guys, I'm not wrong though. You don't play as well as you did. And then I'm gonna have to do the research. I want to say it was about the 9th or 10th game. Was it the 9th or 10th game? Or maybe the 8th or 9th game. All of a sudden, he just stopped bowling. And I'm like, what? Not even 1 or 2 overs? And I mean, I know Andre Russell, for instance. There was a time this year when he had 1 over and KKR gave him, he got 1 over. He got 4 wickets, by the way, in that 1 over. But that's just stupidity from the captaincy. Unless he was hiding, they were trying to protect him, or he was hiding a niggle. Like, why wouldn't you bowl Andre Russell? You're only going to give him 1 over? The guy got 4 wickets, by the way, in that 1 over. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But it's not like there was a captain, because Hardik is the captain. So essentially, he benched himself from bowling. Can anybody explain that? I mean, I can't, other than he was trying to hide an injury. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's injured now, because he has been bowling a little bit more recently. But why would he just stop bowling for some reason? Let me know in the chat. If you guys could do that math for me, and somebody, because you guys are much quicker than I am, somebody check out and see. It was like a 3-game spell where he didn't bowl at all. You don't find that weird? Come on. It's not like the guy is a sometimes bowler. Hardik Pandya is good. He's really, really good. Look at that ball right there. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a good ball there. Just that angle across the left-hander. Going right arm over the wicket, angling across to the left-hander. That's what you want. as a bowler seeing that angle across. And angles do play a big part in the game.
He is such a smart player too. Hardik is such a smart player. Like, I understand now what everybody was talking about, because Nick and I killed him the first 2 years we saw him in the IPL, because he was terrible. Even when we saw him play internationally, he was terrible. And that's how long it took him to get over that back injury. Now, to be fair, back injuries can last for a long time. I have one that ended my career, basically. You know what I mean? I would have been in law enforcement, but ruptured disc in my neck and in my back, you don't recover from that. You can have the surgery, but more than likely, everybody I've known that's had that fusion surgery, you know, now I have a friend. He had L's the lower one. C are the ones in your neck. C3 and 3-4 fused because he had a ruptured disc in his neck. He can't do this anymore. He literally has to turn his shoulders in order to turn his head. You know what I mean, dude? Like, back injuries, neck injuries, anything with your spine, it's ball game, bro.
Going back to your point, Gabe, about the outspoken Australian cricketers, I can't really think of too many. The only one I can think of is Justin Langer, but
yeah, Langer as a coach was outspoken. Yeah, Langer.
He was given a speech at this club or something, not cricket club, but like business sort of forum or whatever, and he absolutely ripped into Cricket Australia in that speech. He said, "You didn't back me. You know, I back my mates, but." Yeah, I forgot what he said, but he said, you know, how about you back your people or something like that? He just let it rip. You know, he was, you know, look up the news article or something, because he didn't mince his words one bit.
I respect JL even more for that. Guys, that was a 1 run, 1 wicket over. 60 for 2. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Listen. Since the power play, they've literally put up 15 runs and lost a wicket. That ain't good. No. Oh, and you still got more Rashid Khan to come. Yeah.
And he's going
to be... I said, Loki Ferguson, the bowling is just too good. Josh Butler needs to really look himself in the eye at some point and say, I got to turn it on. 23 on 23 isn't going to fly. If not, we're pretty much going to end up with a total of maybe 130, 140, and that's not enough to win. Do you want to win, or what are you going to do? Wow. 60 for 2, 9 overs in the books, guys. Trying to do my best to stay up with the score. Right now is Divid Particle, who's sitting on a duck after seeing 4 balls. Can't blame him. The way that Hardik Pandya was bowling. And what an over for Hardik Pandya. That might have been the over of the game thus far. 1 run, 1 wicket over. Woo! Muhammad Shami comes into the attack now. Another one. Dot City. Oh, it's so sickening. You know, how many dots has there been in the game thus far? How many dots? I mean, it is ridiculous.
It's quite a few.
I mean, they got 60 runs, and they're in the 10th over right now. 9 overs already played. So, I mean, geez Louise. It's impressive. It's impressive. And, you know, we talked about it. I think that even though cricket is known as a batsman, not cricket, but T20 is a batsman game, you got to have bowling, because you got to have guys that can take those wickets. And we've seen this so far in this IPL playoffs, where the Titans have just easily, with their bowling, gone out and dominated.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, well, it's got to have bowling. You got to have good bowling, and bowlers win you matches at the end of the day.
Bowlers do win you matches. Bowlers do win you matches, and it's the same thing in baseball. All right, pitchers win you games, man. They win you series. They win you playoff games. You know, batsmen might go out and win a game here and there, but to win a championship, you've got to have arms. You got to have arms, man, because if not, you're done.
Yeah.
Look at that effort. Was that Loki Ferguson that just dived to save that boundary?
Yep.
Wow. Impressive. Even though to save maybe a run, I'd say, Loki, take it easy. We need that arm, all right? We need that arm. We don't want you getting
most
hurt.
people say that about fast bowlers when they dive or slide in the field. They just, but you got to really commit, you know? You got to do your job.
I know, man, but especially think about when you're diving, if your arm doesn't give, you could hurt your shoulder, your elbow, a finger, like, ugh.
Or your knee digs into the turf, which happens from time to time, especially.
Wow, what a shot there by Josh Butler. I got to tell you, that, by the way, to me, looked like it might have been a wide. That thing was coming at his head, and he got that bat so quickly across. He's able to pull that for a 4. Here's the replay. Would it have been a wide? Because it looked like it was going to go above his head, and somehow he still got that bat on it. Wow.
He just picked up the length quickly, Gabe, and he was able to pull that for 4. And a bit short. Just pull it away for 4. So very good shot from Butler, and now he's hit another boundary, back to back.
I'm watching that right now, back to back and belly to belly. We just talked about it. He's got to say, okay, listen, I got to turn it on, or we're just going to concede this game to them, because
he is the big wicket right now for the Titans. They get him out, they're in this game. Bottom line,
they scored after the power play 15 runs in 4 overs. That's insane. There's just no way. You got to be better than that. You got to be better than that. And I think Butler's losing that fear at this point and saying, look, we're either going to win or we're not, man.
And he's got to bat through the whole innings, I think, if they're going to get near to 200, if possible. You know, he's the key. But he's just had a great IPL thus far. And he's beware in the T20 World Cup for England, because he's going to be a nightmare in Australia. On these good batting pitches in Australia, he's going to score runs. That's for sure.
Listen. If Patty Cummins isn't already, there's got to be a plan. There's got to be a plan, and there's got to be, okay, how did he get out the majority of the time this season in the IPL? What is his weakness? How are we going to go about getting Josh Butler out? Because he's got to be the number 1 name on the board. If you're the bowling captain, well, you're the captain any which way, but you know what I mean? Like, you walk into series saying, this guy isn't going to beat us. Give me the analytics. What do we do? How do we attack him?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that everybody's tried to do that this year in the IPL. He's only the second player.
Capitalized.
As I say that, I'm sure people are pulling out their heads. You think we haven't been doing that all season in the IPL? Every team, every organization is like,
we've tried everything else, but he just keeps hitting us out of the park for 6. We keep turning our heads over like that. Oh, he's hit another 6.
Like 850 so far this season in the IPL. Will not
1,000 runs in a season. Nearly 1,000.
That is ridiculous.
That's just unreal.
He will not break Kohli's record, but he'll be the second leading scorer of all time in the IPL for a single season, which is impressive. And he's got the orange cap well in hand. There's no question. It's been a great season for him.
Yeah, it has. He may not be suited to Test cricket, but T20 cricket, you know, let him play in that. You know, he's a very good player.
No, Nick has church responsibilities. He will not be here. I got Jack with me. Azad might stop by later on. And look at that. Beautiful shot. I thought it was going to be a boundary, but saved. That goes back to backward point there. And what's that? 2 runs on it. What up, Renil?
Renil, hello, Renil. Hope you're well.
What's going on? I mean, it's like he just turned on a switch. It's like Butler just said, okay, I'm going from here on out.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go. Yeah.
Well, it's a final. You got nothing to lose, really. There's no tomorrow. So, you know, he's the key. He's the important batsman in this side. If he bats throughout the whole innings, as we've talked about before, they're going to get 180, 190, 200 even. But he's got to be there in the end, and Patakol's got to really start, you know, taking the pressure off him now, because he's 0 off 4. Yeah, and he's got to rotate that strike and get him back on strike, because he's really going now. So the current run rate, they're probably aiming for 141. I just saw on the screen before. So that's not going to be enough. At 7 and over, you've got to up the ante there. Thank you, Renell. I'm doing well. I'm well. I hope you're doing well as well.
Now, here's the thing. Butler this year that I can remember, he's been clean balled out a few times by Pace, right? He'll just go for a shot and miss it. But look at that straight drive, and that's going to be a boundary. No, look at that. Great fielding by, is that Muhammad Shami? Nope, that's Tawadia. Good field replacement. I didn't think there was going to be a fielder that close. I thought that was going to go all the way for a boundary. They only get 2 off of that, right?
Yep, I think they got 2.
No, only 1 run.
Only one. Sorry. Yeah.
Jeez. But I see 165 for 5. Wow. I mean, I wouldn't have said that a couple minutes ago. I would say if they got the 140, 130, they'd be lucky. But maybe 160 if Butler can stay to the end. They're saying Butler is susceptible to swing balls. Yeah, because he also destroys spinners. You know what I mean? So it's like,
he does.
How do you attack Josh Butler? Honestly, Australia better be thinking about this right now. What are we gonna do? Okay.
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do?
Because no doubt England are going to be the favourites in the semi-finals, along with Australia in this year's T20 World Cup. Pretty much it's going to be the same as it was last year, really. The finalists, semi-finalists, favourites. So it is going to be very tight. But I hope Australia go back to back. But I'm happy that Australia won. So I don't care if we win this year or lose. You know, we've already won one. So
I mean, listen, you want to win as many as possible, but of course you'll take whatever. Padicle does not look good right now. Holy cow! Come on,
he needs to start getting some runs here. He can't build pressure on Butler because if he's not scoring, he's putting Butler under pressure at the other end, and he's going to play a rash shot and get out. You don't want that. So he's really got to start getting into it now. Padicle.
Dude, he's still on the duck. He's still on a duck. 6 balls, and he's still on a duck. He's practically taking a whole over, and he's still on a duck. Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, because if you're not scoring, you're putting pressure on the other batsmen. So, you know, just get off strike. You know, get in the gap if you can. You know, Butler's going here. You know, give it over to him. That's better. Work it around the corner. Get a single. That's good. Get Butler back on strike. Let him do all the striking at this stage because he's seeing the ball well now. He's in 32 off 32. So he's just starting to go through the gears a bit here, which is good. If you're a Royals fan.
That is, I tell you, that is ridiculous. And they called that a leg bye. Was that a leg bye? No, that was he got bat on that, didn't he?
Well, it was near his legs, so maybe he just brushed the pad, and they just called it a leg bye there. So
I saw the umpire tap his leg, which means David Padicle is still sitting on a duck technically, even though that was a run there. But man, that is
still they got a run in the end, but he's not off the mark. But they got a run.
He is killing this team. He is handily 7 balls, no runs. He's killing this.
Maybe they should retire him out like they did with Ashwin. Bring someone else.
I remember seeing that. I didn't think that was a thing, man. Retired out.
That, But I'm surprised no one ever thought about it before in T20 cricket. But I guess I understand the logic behind it.
Yes. Those balls are too valuable. And if we've got wickets in hand, like right now, the Royals have 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
I can retire a guy out. If you're not doing the job, I've got 9 overs left. We're in the 12th over right now.
As coach, Gabe? Imagine if you're a coach and you're like, yeah, I've got to retire him out now. Retire out so we send someone else in.
In the death, yes. If we're in the death or close to the death and the guy I want is not out there, I'm retiring him out. No joke. You get yourself out or you put up big runs, but you're not going to sit there and eat up dot ball after dot ball. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Players would hate me. Oh, man. Here comes Gabe again.
Oh, you're the worst coach that we've had. You keep retiring me out, coach. What are you doing? I'm
Listen,
hitting them well in the net.
Think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what can you do, man?
Yeah,
You
well,
said I'm hitting well in the nets. That's hilarious.
well, it's a bit different in the nets compared to the middle, but yeah.
All right, Rashid Khan. I think they got to attack Rashid Khan because you can't just concede another over. You basically, Patico has conceded a whole over to himself, basically. He's got 1 run on 8 balls. Obviously, we know he had the 1 leg by, but you can't concede any more overs here. You gotta go. You gotta play aggressive like Josh Butler if you even want to have a chance. If not, you're gonna get blown out of the water, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Plus, it's not like it's Rashid Khan's last over. He's got another over after this. What are you gonna do? Concede 2 overs? Go out and run a ball? No way.
He's a very good bowler. I've
boundary.
seen Rashid Khan bowl live for the Strikers in the Big Bash, and he bowls quick for a leg spinner.
For a leg spinner, that's what's so unique about him. He bowls so quickly for a leg spinner. It's impressive.
And you can't really pick him because his variations are so subtle. Because I know you did that video with Nick ages ago. He had that masterclass with Shane Warne, and you can't pick his variations. They're just so subtle, and he bowls with that quick pace, and it's bamboozling batsmen all around the world. No wonder he was the T20 bowler of the decade.
Dude, he's a savage. He's an absolute savage. They're saying 50 dots. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. 50 dot balls. That's not going to get it done. That's not going to get it done. And you're only halfway through. Come on.
Yeah. But current run rate looks 135 is projected at the current run rate, which is 6 and over. That's not going to be enough. So they really need to put on the accelerator here.
Yeah, but they're taking singles or dots right now. This is not your basic, in my opinion, when you go into an over and you're taking singles and dots, to me, that's conceding an over. That's just saying, I don't want to give up my wicket this over.
Yeah.
And if you're not trying to at least get a boundary, get a couple twos or whatever, that's just, how many times can you concede overs? You know what I mean? You just can't do it. You just can't do it.
Well,
this game is over.
Yeah.
This game is over. Wait. Oh, I thought that was Butler, but that was
no, that was Patico.
But Patico gone. He destroyed this team.
I think that's a blessing for the Royals now because he's got out. No, but think about it. You know, he's chewing up a lot of balls. You know, I think it's a blessing in disguise for the Royals. Get someone else to open up the run rate.
Did you think you got the message? Listen, you better score or we're gonna retire you out.
Probably you did. Probably you did. Maybe the 12th man ran out there and said, Kumar Sangakkara said, if you're not scoring, we're gonna retire you out, son. So but
79 for 3, 11 overs in the books. There's 1 ball left for this 12th over, guys. And they bring in Sherman Hitmeyer. Yeah. I'm glad this at least shows some aggression. I would have been disappointed if they brought in an Ashwin. No, we've got to put up runs. We need a partnership established. Bring in Hitmeyer. 2 off of 10, a 20 strike rate in an IPL final is absolute death. That is brutal. I mean, even Sherman Hitmeyer only scored 14 runs, but he did it on 11 balls, 127 strike rate.
Well, at least he'll get on with it. That's the type of batsman he is. He's aggressive. And Butler is as well. They're like chalk and cheese, really.
And Hitmeyer can destroy spin. So that's the one thing now you have to think about. Do you give any overs? Obviously, Loki Ferguson's going to get his overs. And you can, I'm pretty sure from this point, you don't have to bowl Kasai.
Yeah.
Since Hardik Pandya has taken overs. So we might not see Kasai. I don't think I'd put him in there if Hitmeyer was in there. Not at least. And you don't want to really bowl him into depth. So that's going to be the cat and mouse game there. Because Hitmeyer does destroy spinners.
Yeah, Rashid Khan's got him out 4 times in T20 Internationals, Hitmeyer. Just having a look at the stats on the screen.
Yes, Rashid Khan is not a normal spinner.
No, he's not. Oh, well bowled. Good ball in the over from Rashid Khan there.
Ooh.
Yeah, it came more of the back of the hand there. Yeah.
You can't even tell, man.
No, you can't. You can't tell if he's bowling a leg break or a wrong un or a googly. It's just so subtle, and that pace as well. You got to be on as a batsman. You got to watch for those cues. Picking it out of the hand because it's just so good.
Yeah, Renell says, "Ooh, that was lucky." It was Renell because that thing, like he flipped it and then it just ended up straightening it up. Like,
yeah.
If Hitmeyer edges that, he's gone.
Yeah. Well, he did well not to chase that one.
Boomer says he would have gone Ashwin instead of Hitmeyer and save Hitmeyer for the death. Not when you got 80 runs. You gotta put up some runs. You don't even have 80 runs. You got 79 runs.
You got to deviate off the plan. You got to deviate off the set plan that you've had before the game. Oh, you're going to bat here. You're going to bat there. They're 3 for 79, so you might as well get someone in there who's aggressive and can. Oh dear. That's the big wicket.
Done. Good night. Yeah. Good night.
Butler's gone. It's 4 for 79.
Wow. Hardik Pandya. I don't know what to say. He might win Player of the Year in the IPL. I might give him MVP. Holy cow. Gets the big wicket of Butler. Saha secures it, and Butler's gone. And now this game is over. And barring a collapse by the Titans, they're going to have to chase, I'd say, 130. It's going to be under 140, guaranteed. This thing is done. Wow. I'm shocked, bro.
Yeah. Well, now they've sent in Ashwin. So
where has this Hardik Pandya been? Like, Nick and I understand now.
Yeah.
Because we were like, Gabe, Hardik Pandya is amazing. And we're like 2 years in a row, we're like, he guy's trash. Every time he plays, he's trash. Like, that just tells you how hurt he really was. That just tells you how bad his back injury really was. And I almost think that Mumbai did him a disservice. I really do. Because if you know a guy is hurt that bad, rest him, sit him. Why keep taking him out there knowing that he physically can't perform? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can make an injury worse. Why would Mumbai play him if they knew he was that hurt? Because the guy barely bowled when he was in Mumbai, and when he did, he was getting pumped, and he wasn't scoring with the bat. I mean, and I remember watching Krunal thinking, Krunal is better, and people lost their minds on me. Like, how dare you? Hardik Pandya is like, watch what I'm watching.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, wow. I mean, at this point, let me know in the chat. Do you guys think Hardik Pandya, he's comeback player of the year for sure? He's definitely comeback player of the year. The last 2 seasons he's had in the IPL, what he's done this year, comeback player of the year for sure. Do you think he can win MVP? Because to me, what do you think about that, Jack? I like to give MVPs to the teams that win. I know there's times when they give MVP to the player on a team that doesn't win, but I think most valuable players should go for the person who's helping that team win. And this team's about to win a championship. I mean, I get it. Butler's had an unbelievable season with the bat. That's what the orange cap is for. Okay. Chahal's had an unbelievable season with the ball. That's what the purple cap is for. You know what I mean? Like most valuable players whose performance overall carried that team to victory. And it's got to be, in my opinion, Hardik.
Yep. Well, it's in the name, isn't it? Most valuable player.
Yeah,
he's been the most valuable player for the Titans this year, being captain, and he's had a good season. I think he should win it because he's contributed to the success of the team. So he's really that's a big wicket there. Just he knows
not only has he contributed to success, he's captained it as well. Man.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's really captained well. So well, another string to his bow. The captaincy side, leadership as well. So, You can see Butler there. He's disappointed. He's yelling into his helmet. So he's not saying friendly words into that helmet. A bit frustrated there, but
wow, they're saying Butler is leading. Well, think about it though, because Butler did get this team all the way to the semifinal. I mean, not the semi, got to the finals. But depending on who wins the final, and I think it's going to be Gurjaraj from this point. I mean, I couldn't see the Titans losing. It would take a epic collapse. How do you not give it to the guy who's literally just put this team on his back? And here's the thing. A lot of the professionals, and I don't consider Nick and I professionals whatsoever, but a lot of us in the industry, I'm not going to throw you under the bus, Asjad, everybody was like, this team is bad. Nobody thought the Titans were good. Everybody liked LSG. Everybody liked the Kings. I said CSK was terrible, so just saying. At least I did say that, okay? But no one. Find me one expert. Find me, I don't care. Quick Buzz, go to anybody that said, oh, yeah, this team's going to go to the IPL finals. They're going to win it all. Stop it. You see that face? That's my stop it face. Well, like when my kids tell me my dog ate my homework, my students, Miss Lara, my dog ate my homework. That's the face I give him. That's a game of face. Okay? No one, and I say no one was calling for the Titans. And wow, to come out and do this, I'm tipping my hat to them. And look at this. Same thing, man. Hitmeyer can't do anything. I mean, these guys are just struggling to even put the ball in play.
Yeah.
Hardicandia is an absolute monster.
2 for 6 off. I mean, he's bowled. You want those figures in T20 cricket? They're pretty good.
Do you think? Are you serious? 3 overs. 3 overs.
They're ruined slightly there. They got a single off that last ball. So 2 for 7 ain't bad, but you're
3 for 7. It's 3 for 7. That was his third over. He's given up 7 runs in 3 overs and has 2 wickets. Yeah. That's a 233 economy rate. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Yeah.
It's wow. What do you do now? Who do you send out there? I tell you what. I know Sherman Hitmeyer really feasts off of spin.
Yeah.
I don't think I go back to they never went to him. I think that the Titans would be smart not to give Kishore any overs, at least not until Hitmeyer's off strike. That's the only chance they have for like a very big over. I would go back to Dayal now, or Muhammad Shami, Loki Ferguson. Obviously, you can give Rashid Khan. It doesn't matter because, to your point, he's not a normal spinner. But Saikasur can be subbed out for defense. But there goes Rashid Khan. Why? Why give them any chance whatsoever? You know what I mean? Like, you might not need to bowl all 20 overs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, you got them 4 down for 82, so you might as well bowl your best bowlers now and try and finish the game off. That's what they're doing at the moment. Yes. Yeah. So, going upstairs for a stumping.
Did he get him? Oh my gosh!
No, they're just checking to see if he's hit it. I don't think he's hit it. Clear gap between the bat and the ball there. Flat line on ultra edge.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, wow.
Yeah, so they're going to check the stumping. His foot's grounded behind that popping crease as the bails light up. Yeah, he's safe. He's safe there.
Oh, it looked like it nicked off, but it just didn't. He was safe.
Yeah, clear gap there. So
and he did good to keep that. He did good to keep that back foot. Because I've seen so many times that toe comes just slightly up. Your momentum's going forward.
Yeah.
It's not grounded, and they get you.
Yeah, you got to have that balance. So good balance there from Ash from there to keep the foot back.
Yep, Nick. I called it at the beginning of the match. I said, listen, as much as I want Rajasthan to win, the bowling is just too good. And they got even better. It's almost unfair that you beat the Royals last time and you say, you know what? This time we're gonna throw a little Loki Ferguson at you too.
Yeah.
We got some Loki Ferguson in the cupboards. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't even need to use them last time. I mean, that's just.
yeah.
And I'm not saying that the night watchman, Azuri Joseph, is garbage, but he ain't Loki Ferguson. Let's just be real, man.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Yeah, I mean, Ashwin should have come in at number 3. Guys, this is.
Ooh.
It's also poor planning.
Mm.
And let me ask you a question. How do you
Yep.
feel about Sanju Samson? Let me know in the chat how you guys feel about Sanju Samson. To answer your question, Renil, I'm going to stay until about 11-ish, 11:30-ish, because I got lunch at my mom's house. She's making Trey a lunch for his graduation birthday. So hopefully by that time, we'll be able to get all the awards out. I definitely want to see, MVP and all that good stuff. Ooh, just nicked. Just missed it. And Sherman Hitmeyer, who normally murders spinners, he's trying to just survive this over from Rashid Khan. He's playing so defensively. But to your point, he's got him out 4 times in T20.
Yeah. It's time for a time out there. So they need to reassess here, the Royals, and see what they do after this timeout, because at the moment it's all one-way traffic.
Oh, I like that. One-way traffic. I'm going to have to steal that. So Rajasthan Royals should have never batted first. This was my next question to you, Jack.
Yeah.
And to a lot of people in the chat. Does the conversation need to be had that Sanju Samson just may not be captain material? Let me know in the chat, guys. Because not only is that a mistake, but look at what he did as far as his batting is concerned. You got no Indian batsman in the middle of the lineup that knows how to handle spin. You've got completely devoured there by Rashid Khan. I mean, does he know how to captain as far as his selection? Like, think about it. He's had an unbelievable season by Josh Butler, but you needed 400s. And did I hear that correctly? This is only the second time a batsman has had 4 centuries in an IPL season in the same season. I think Kohli was the only other person to do it. So you needed that. If you didn't have that season from Josh Butler, you would not even be in this position. So I don't know. Maybe the conversation needs to be had that he just may not be captaincy material.
Yeah. Well, I've seen people praise his captaincy. I think Ifram Batan said on Twitter, or someone said, I think it was him that said on Twitter, that his captaincy was good or something. Maybe people in the chat could back me up on that or something. So yeah, I can understand why he batted first in the final, because runs on the board in a final, anyone would tell you chasing in a final is not ideal. It's a lot of pressure. Right. So that's why he batted first. But it doesn't really matter what you do first anyway, because the toss, you got to do one or the other first. But I can understand why he batted first today, because runs on the board. But the Titans have done well with the ball. And Rajasthan, the occasion, the pressure, and the expectations of winning their first IPL final since 2008 probably got to them today. That happens. Right. So, yeah, could be a number of factors. I haven't seen much of his captaincy this IPL, because I haven't been following the IPL as closely as I have done in previous years. The only games I've watched in full are with CFA Nation, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah, it's, people say he's a good captain, other people say he's not. So it's up for opinion.
So let me tell you why I think you got to call his captaincy into question. Traditional thinking is, yes, you don't want to chase in the finals. However, the Titans thrive at chasing. The Titans actually struggle when they open games, right? When they have to put runs on the board and then defend totals. So you got to look at what the other side does. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, you have to look at what their strengths are. And the Titans' strengths are chasing. They've won nearly every game they've chased. So why not take that advantage away from them? You know what I mean? If you go to the Quick Buzz and you see how, how they got their pregame comments, you know, and they're talking about they won the toss. Hardik was like, yeah, we would have bowled any which way. We enjoy chasing. You know what I mean? Like, this is what the team does. Like, thank you. Thank you. So, like, I just think from that perspective, I get it. He's got to also go with the team in front of him. And I think something that's plagued this team all season is that they're short a bowler. Their fifth bowler is
Yeah.
always super suspect, and they're short a bowler. Okay. We're talking about the Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah.
And you can only put the guys that you have out there. It's disappointing. Sometimes he plays irresponsibly. Today, for instance, he needed to stay there a lot more than basically 2 overs, right? He saw 11 balls, but it's fair. I just wanted to know. You guys let me know in the chat. A lot of people seem to think he's okay and his captaincy's okay. Nick says that the biggest issue is David Patekle. Jaiswal's also been very unpredictable. He has, but Jaiswal, in my opinion, did his job. 22 on 16, 137 strike rate. He got in, got some runs, got out, made it through a power play. I think he made it through a power play. He might have gone just out sometime during the power play. Yeah, he was the wicket that was lost during the power play. But it's to me the biggest issue today, obviously, was Patekle 2 off 10. That is just wow. That is brutal. That is put so much pressure on the other side.
That's a good shot from Hetmeyer. 4 runs. Yep. Starting to get something going. Yeah. So, you make some good points there, Gabe. I forgot about that. They're pretty good at chasing, actually. And they won some close games chasing as well with David Miller, who's been in good form as well. So,
with David Miller, Tawadia, they won a game chasing where I thought they had no business chasing. And it was, I don't know if you remember that, it was Rashid Khan and Tawadia. They put up like 60 runs in the depth or something like that. I mean, Rashid Khan, really? So these guys like chasing. Like, I just would have done something different. That's just me, though.
Yeah, make them feel uncomfortable and make them do something that they don't want to do. Yeah,
that they don't want to do, exactly.
Yeah, but the Royals batted first, runs at the board. But this game's not over yet by any means. But it's not over to the last ball, obviously, as we say in cricket, every ball counts. But there's still some time for them to get something out of this innings, get a total that they can defend and back their bowlers.
Ooh, did he get bad on that? He didn't get bad on that. No, this will be a terrible review.
No,
don't do it.
Not reviewing that. No, didn't get any bad on that. I think good decision.
What's the score? It is 90 for 4. We are in the 15th over, guys. It's a good point, Nick. You need openers 2 to last, and you want to try to get to the power play with wickets in hand. So I hear you. Yeah. Renel's agreeing with you as well, Jack. She says
exactly
it's not over.
Right, it's over. It's not over till it's over in cricket. And, another boundary there by Hetmeyer. So they're starting to get some boundaries in this over now. So, if they get a good partnership going there.
Hetmeyer. So now I want to see if Hardik Pandya, and I'm a nobody, bro. But I know my West Indian players. I know that, guys, you really want to throw out is it Kaishore? Do you really want to put him out there right now, basically going into the death? No. So Hardik is done with his overs after this. How is he going to handle the death? You're going to have to give there's 2 overs for Loki Ferguson, 2 overs for Dayal and Muhammad Shami. I'm assuming that's how they're going to distribute them.
Yeah.
And as I speak, there goes the wicket. There goes the wicket. Hardik Pandya. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
He's bowled well today.
I heart Hardik Pandya. Hardik Pandya caught and bowled off of probably the last chance for the Rajasthan Royals. In my opinion, last of the Mohicans. And I mean, Sherman Hetmeyer has the ability to put up 50 runs in a death easily, but not today because Hardik Pandya, he goes and messes with the umpire. Like, you can see he's just happy out there, jovial. Like, he's not feeling any pressure whatsoever.
No.
I'm sorry, Royals fans, but come on. This is Kasor. Kasor is not even gonna bowl. And if I'm
No.
Hardik Pandya, why would you? You
No.
just, I mean, you could maybe throw him out there now if you wanted to, but why? Why?
Yep.
Don
Bowling.
Antonio says my vice captain strikes again. Oh, Minatiev says 10115. 10115. Listen, I said at the beginning of the broadcast, the Titans are going to win this game. I was rooting for Rajasthan, but they beat them the first time. And in my opinion, it was not a worse, but they have a better team this time. You replaced Loki Ferguson with Azuri Joseph. What do you think was going to happen? Bowling just got better. Come on. This team is ridiculous. And this is why I think they enjoy chasing. Because let's see how good our bowling can squeeze the runs down. And now we just got to worry about chasing down a smaller total. You know what I mean? It just gives them peace of mind. Oh, this is all we're chasing? 140, 150? All right. You know what I mean? It just puts them in that position.
Well, we mentioned his name, Gabe, but they're going to bring on Kishore. He's going to bowl the 16th over.
You know what? But why? He waited until Sherman Hitmeyer was gone. That is so smart. That is so smart. I didn't think we'd even see him, but maybe he's saying, let's go ahead and bring this guy on, give him an over, possibly, because now you got Ryan Parag and Ashwin out there. You're not afraid of those guys pumping you for 20 runs in an over. That way you don't have to count. Oh, that should have been a dot ball. You don't have to count on getting a full complement of overs from Dayal because he's a young guy. You know what I'm saying? But if they do this, now you can go basically Mohammed Shami 1, Loki Ferguson 2, and Dayal 1 in the depth, and that's it.
Yeah.
But man, that just speaks to Hardik Pandya's captaincy. And he said, the only spinner I'm going to throw out there while Sherman Hitmeyer's out there is probably the greatest T20 spinner in the world right now in Rashid Khan. But nobody else is coming out there because we're not going to voluntarily get pumped, okay?
Yeah.
Parag, 80 off 25 incoming? What, are you kidding me?
Well, I think someone said this could be his Patadar moment. You know, when he scored that century for RCB in the eliminator against Lucknow. Well, they need something, the Royals, because at the moment it's not going too well. All one-way traffic.
It's all one-way traffic. I love that saying. I'm going to steal that. And now you see these guys where they should be turning it on. You know, you're facing left-hand spin, which isn't easy to do. So they're basically taking singles here. They're not aggressive. They're not running up the crease on them.
Because they've already lost 5 wickets. They don't want to lose any more. That's why. That's why they're playing like this. So that's what wickets do. You know, in a T20 match.
You know what? This is a very interesting comment. RCB, Rajasthan Royals, we have 400 plus watching consistently, right? A couple times it got crazy. Like the stream had
I did see that.
in there, whatever.
Went up to like 3,000 or something?
It got crazy. But for the most part, it was like, 400 in there at all times. Guys, we talked about this. Is this good for the IPL? When you don't have your legacy teams, meaning the viewership has been down all season in the IPL. And I think it starts with CSK and Mumbai being terrible this year. They've got the biggest fan bases. Then you're talking about RCB, barely sneaking into the playoffs. Remember, RCB was not in the playoffs until the last game. Two boundaries got them in basically in that last game.
Ashwin's gone.
I'm sorry. I told you guys it was done once Butler went down. I'm sorry. Done.
Yeah.
And just so smart. We talked about it. Don't bring in the spinner against Hitmeyer. And then he does it. This just tells you how smart Hardik Pandya is as a captain, not just a great player. He put his body out there on the risk, full complement of overs. He said, I cannot risk putting Kasira out there when you've got Butler who destroys spin, when you've got Hitmeyer who destroys spin. So I'll be in there until those guys are gone, and then I'll bring in a Psychosaur. I mean, dude, wow. Wow. I don't know what else to say other than wow.
Yep.
Another wicket gone. Another wicket gone. Ashwin gone. And I mean, give me a prediction, Jack. Give me a prediction. I say 130. If they get to 130, they're lucky. They're down 6 wickets. If they get to 130, they're lucky.
I'll say 120, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's not likely they're going to get 150 or something like that. It's
no
130,
way.
120.
No way.
Which isn't enough, but you never know. Funny things have happened in the final before. We have to wait and see how the Titans bat. You can't judge a pitch until both sides are batted on it, as we say. But
I get that, but the Titans absolutely love chasing. Yeah. This is what they do. Yeah. This is what they do. Sonny S, you watch your mouth, Sonny S. I'm the guy that in the midseason review said, when everybody fell in love with SRH, who said SRH wasn't going to get in? This guy here. Who had RCB going to the playoffs? This guy here. Just saying. I said, Gooderaj is for real. After watching him through the first 7 games, I said, this bowling attack is for real. We all got it wrong. The entire cricketing pundits, the community, I don't care. Fine. I dare you. I challenge you to find me one expert, novice, YouTuber, anyone that said, oh, yeah, Gooderaj is going to go to the playoffs this year. They're going to win after the auction. I'll wait. Nobody did. Nobody did. We heard a lot of LSG. We heard a lot of other squads out there. So let's just be real. But I'm not jumping on the bandwagon. I said at the beginning of this game, I rooted for Rajasthan the first game. They lost. They're facing better bowling this time because they've got Loki Ferguson instead of Azari Joseph. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? What do you think was going to happen? Yep. Come on. No, Chatil, not everyone can say that because you know what everybody said after 7 games? SRH is going to win the championship. SRH. And I said, they don't got enough batting. They do not have enough batting, and their bowling is not as good as Gooderaj. This guy here. Do you guys remember that? Just saying. I mean, listen. I'm not jumping on the bandwagon. I admit, I wanted Rajasthan to win. I thought Rajasthan would beat them in the opening. But if they couldn't beat them in the qualifier, the first qualifier, and this team just got better because they replaced Azari Joseph with Loki Ferguson, what was going to change? Like, you know what I mean? Like you got to kind of look at that. What was going to change? Short of Hardik Pandya being hurt and not performing that way, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it is what it is. It is what it is at that point. Now, here's a thing I have looked at amongst all these teams that made it to the finals. And I think, who was it that maybe Jared Kimbrell talked about it. So many teams nowadays are putting a lot of money into the all-rounders, right? That's why everybody loved LSG because they had Holder. And fine, LSG made it to the Final Four. They had Marcus Stoinis. They had all these big all-rounders, but they didn't have, traditional cricketing teams and, 4 traditional bowlers, whether it's like 3 pace and 2 spins, and a lot of them went with all these all-rounders. Do you think that we're going to see that kind of go away? I think we might. I think we might because, again, I love my West Indies. You know what the biggest problem with the West Indies is? Their best death bowler is Andre Russell, who's also an all-rounder. You gotta have those guys that are traditional, bowlers that are death bowlers. You gotta have, Gooderaj looks like a traditional team. They've got their best bowlers aren't all-rounders. You know what I mean? When we're talking about Rashid Khan and Mohammad Shami, they got guys they can open and give the ball to. Like, I saw LSG give the ball to Jason Holder in the power play a few times this year. Huh? What? That's not. He's not an open. Like he's not an opening bowler. Like, that's not a power play bowler. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think too many teams are now focusing on just like all rounders?
Yeah, probably. You'd like to have an all-rounder on the side. You'd like to have someone in the top order that can bat and bowl. But yeah, it's up to teams and what they want to do in terms of um, their team structure. Okay, we have a certain amount of batsmen, and we have one keeper, one all-rounder, and then 4 bowlers. So it depends on the team and their strategy and what they want to do. But all-rounders are quite valuable to have if you have an all-rounder that excels in both batting and bowling, then that's an asset. And whereas you have someone else that does well in one discipline but fails in the other one, it can be a disadvantage. So it depends on team strategy and what they want the lineup and the team and the 11 to be in that particular match, I think.
Interesting. See, me personally, I think that you've got to have just that traditional team. I love all rounders, and it's okay. But even CSK this year, right? They relied so much on the likes of Jadeja, who completely failed. Love Jadeja, but he had probably the worst season of his career in the IPL. Moeen Ali, these guys that Moeen Ali, I think there's 2 games where he was their leading wicket taker. That can't be the case. Moeen Ali shouldn't be your wicket. He's a all-rounder. He's more of a batsman of an all-rounder. I get it, spin-friendly conditions. But that's where when you don't have that traditional team where you've got your opening bowler, right, that you can give them the new ball. Then you got your death bowler who you trust in the death to, bowl 3-4 overs or at least 2-3 overs in the death. Your spinner who's gonna choke the runs in the middle overs and bring down that run rate. I just think that that's how you build a team. But maybe hindsight's 2020, maybe just recency bias because this is how the Titans are doing it this year.
Yeah.
But that's what CSK had last year when they won. They had that new guy that you could give the ball to. You know what his name was? Josh Hazelwood. That's right. Yeah. Give that man a new ball in the, They had their death bowler, even though he's an all-rounder as well. But Dwayne Bravo's more of a, he's an experienced guy. Give him the ball. We had no Bravo this year. I mean, he was hurt half the year. We had no Josh Hazelwood. And I just think you got to build it that way.
Yeah. No, I agree, But as I said, it depends on what teams want to do with their lineups and strategy-wise and that. So it's interesting to see what teams do.
Oh boy! Actually, most were saying Venkatesh Iyer was better than Pandya last year. Hardik Pandya. Venkatesh Iyer, we talked about it, is probably the luckiest Indian player of that we in our cricketing spell. Because the only reason he made to think about it, to crack India's international squad, you got to be the best of the best. Because they at any time can throw out 3 teams out there, easily. All right, but it was an issue where you had most of their all-rounders hurt. Jadeja was hurt. Ashwin, I forgot why they left Ashwin off. Axar Patel was hurt, and Hardik Pandya was hurt. So it was Venkatesh Iyer kind of lucked his way into that position. And honestly, it was one of those situations where I think you saw it a little bit with Gaikwad, Padikkal this year. Younger players, after a season or 2, management analytics gets enough data on you to say this is how you attack this guy. When you're a new player and they don't have film on you, they don't have analytics on you, they don't know how to attack you. And the more game film they get on you, the more tape they get on you, now you've got to be able to adjust. And to me, that's what makes a good player. Case in point, we saw Josh Butler have to adjust mid-season. He was destroying people early on in the opening partnership in the power play, and it's okay. We got to attack him differently. We're gonna stop trying to attack him with pace. We're gonna hit him with the in swinging. We're gonna, a couple times he did get out silly, like on a run out, which was ridiculous. But he had to make the adjustment and say, okay, I'm not gonna be so aggressive in the power play, and then I'm just gonna last. And he got his last 100. It was by lasting and not even firing off until I want to say it was like the 10th over when he really started going off, and he was playing more of the anchor. So you've got to be able to adjust as a player, and Venkatesh Iyer has not been able to do so. I think that we might have seen the end of Venkatesh Iyer for a long time, at least until, because listen, if Hardik Pandya isn't selected, I mean, there should be riots in the street. There should be riots in the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you even say?
Yeah.
What this guy's doing? Man.
No, that's exactly right, because you have one good season, but then international cricket, teams find you out and you got to adapt, and probably hasn't been able to adapt Aya, because he really had that breakout moment when the IPL resumed, didn't it, for KKR, and then got into the final. So he's sort of like a one-hit wonder, really.
That's it.
And he's got to learn from that and improve, and hopefully we'll see him back. But unfortunately, it just hasn't gone his way.
112. I had 120 up there. It was 102 earlier. So 112. And now they lose their 7th wicket. So they're in the 18th over right now. And guys, it's a matter of time. Like I said, if they get to 130, they are ridiculously lucky. I don't see that even being a possibility for them to get to 130, 140. I think you're right, Jack. It'll probably be about 120-ish. And that's such an easy score to chase down. But anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Trent Bolt, he hit a 6 the previous ball before he got out. And then he tried to hit another one and then got out.
I saw Mumbai defend 130 runs in the final before. Let's see how this match goes. That's insane.
Well,
Think about it. Like,
it has been done.
As a player, don't you go dejected? Like, we got to defend 130 in a final. Like,
yeah. To
your point, in Australia, when during the Ashes, England's going out there trying to, defend 140. How do I defend 140 in a test match? What are you doing to me? You know what I mean? Like, bowling's not the problem, gentlemen. You know what I mean? Come on, like, you got to give me something to work with. You got to give me something to work with.
It's demoralizing. It's not a great feeling.
That's the word I was looking for. It's demoralizing.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Come on, at least give us 150 or something. Not 120 or something.
Mumbai defended 128 and won by 1 run. That's insane. 128 runs. I guarantee you a lot of people lost money right now. Lost money that day, because there's no way, at least, I don't know how gambling works, and I know that gambling is illegal anyway, everywhere.
Yeah.
But like here in Vegas, you can bid like right now, you can say, okay, I want to take the other team because this team only put up 128. I want to go ahead and, at least recoup my money or whatever. So they call it in-game betting. So in the middle of the game, you can look at the score because it looks like it's going to be predictable and you can bid. And normally you have to double the odds now to try and get money back. So you could say, because, it's a foregone conclusion. Let's say 128 shouldn't be hard to defend. So you'd go, okay, yeah, I'm going to go the other way. Yeah, that day, I'm sure there were a lot of pissed people like, they defended 128. So you've lost money twice now at this point. Like, that's just insane. Yeah. Insane.
Well, they got to 120. A 6 there from McCoy.
Wow.
So I predicted 2 overs left.
And that's why I thought they would bring in McCoy before Trent Bolt, to be honest with you. Because McCoy can swing the bat a little bit. But
Trent Bolt can swing the bat as well. Didn't really matter, really, who you put in which order, really.
Well, I think that I haven't seen Trent Bolt as far as like swinging the bat as much. You have seen Obed McCoy do it a lot. Of course, I follow West Indies more than I do.
Yeah.
Trent Bolt is New Zealand, right? Yeah, New Zealand. Yeah. So, to your point, looking up Trent Bolt right now, he can swing the bat a little bit. It's not like he's Lord Siraj out there with the bat.
No, he's not.
Jack, did you ever, as an umpire, did you ever have to help out a bowler that's coming to the bat to the crease the bat? Like, no, son, you hold the bat the other way. It's the other. The handle goes the other way. You ever had
I'm a tail ender, Gabe, so we help. The tail enders union. We help each other out. It's not pleasant. I've been there, batting at number 11. It's not pleasant walking out to bat at number 11. People expect you to face one ball and get out.
That's hilarious.
It is tough to bat at number 11. If you batted at number 11, you know how I feel. It's a tough job for us, number 11s or tail enders, to get in there the low order. Well, if the top order did their job, we wouldn't be able, we wouldn't be in this position if you did your job.
Oh, you're sounding like Stuart Broad there. You're sounding like Stuart Broad
Yeah.
there.
I don't want to bat. I want
I
to sit
don't
on the
bet.
sidelines. Give me the ball. I'll do the role with the ball, but with the bat,
Oh,
not
that's
so much.
hilarious. And what's funny is even with the wicket taken, that was their best over in quite a while. They
Yeah.
got 16 runs off of that over. The sixes by McCoy and by Bolt. You know what's sad? I think that's the first time they've hit two sixes in any over in this entire match. Is that a
Mm,
shame? Holy, it's two tail enders that helped you get two sixes in an over. That is embarrassing.
yeah.
122 for 7 now, 122 for 7. It's interesting that they put Dayal in there. Normally, I always in the 19th over think you should bowl your best bowler. And that to me would be either Muhammad Shami or Loki Ferguson. So it looks like they're not going to give Shami or Ferguson uh, that extra, that full. One of those guys aren't going to get their full complements of overs. I think
Yeah.
maybe they go to Shami, and
Mm.
just because Loki Ferguson is often injured, maybe they're trying to protect him. What do you think, Jack?
Sorry, what was that, Gabe? Sorry, I zoned out a bit there.
Why do you think that they're not going to give either Loki Ferguson or Muhammad Shami the full complement of overs?
Oh, well, they've already bowled some other options already. So, um,
Right. But they're going with
that,
Dayal right now. They could have
yeah.
ended it with Ferguson in the at
Yeah, yeah,
19th
yeah.
and Shami in the 20th, or vice versa. Shami in the 19th, Ferguson in the 20th. I mean, those two overs from Casillas, which by the way got two wickets, didn't come until
Yeah.
obviously after the spinners were out. But do you think it's just maintenance, keep the guys fresh?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe Pandia thought, oh, well, you know, we're restricting them pretty well here. Maybe we don't need a bowl, Shammy or Ferguson now. We can bowl someone else and get an over or two out of them. And then for the last server, bring your best bowler back on to minimize the damage in the last server. So you're not chasing, 130 score or something like that. So probably that's the thinking behind why he's gone down this route. But anyway, he's the captain. He's making all the decisions. So
Yeah, who am I
yeah,
to say anything, because it was 3 runs off of that over by Dayal. So the young boy did his job, and even Dayal's
Hmm.
only going to end up with 3 overs, 3 for 18 with a wicket, great over there. We have discovered that's been one of the good things of the IPL this year. I can say adding the 2 extra teams might have hurt viewership a little bit because honestly, a lot of CSK fans tuned out when CSK was evident that they weren't going to get into the playoffs. Same thing for Mumbai fans. RCB fans barely got in there, snuck in at the end. It hurts that your legacy teams, your biggest teams with the biggest fan bases, really didn't do a
yeah,
lot this season other than RCB. But at the same time, because you've got these extra teams, we've discovered new players like Dayal. He's gotten a chance to go out there and perform. And emerging player, I'm very interested. Umar Malik, I think, still qualifies as emerging player, even though we've seen him last year, but he's uncapped and he is still relatively young. I think you got to be under a certain age, right? Under 25 or something like that to be emerging
yeah,
player.
something like that. Yep.
So, but we've seen such great performances out of guys that probably would have been sitting on the bench if we still only had the original 8 teams.
Yeah. Yep. And players getting opportunities from other teams as well that you haven't seen before. So that's one thing about the 10 teams this season is that more players are getting more opportunities.
Oh, Chatil, I hate you. CSK and Mumbai should play the wooden spoon final after this. It's so embarrassing. Could anybody had imagined that it would be CSK and Mumbai at in the bottom of the standings? That's
Yeah.
embarrassing. All right, that Simba Crazy. Thank you for the super chat. Says with all the left arm paces this season, you guys think Yash Dayal has been underrated? Yes, because he's been really good, and I don't I don't think he doesn't have a prayer to get emerging player. He just does it. You know what I mean? What's the batsman from Mumbai? He's also in the runnings for
Verma.
emerging player.
Verma.
Yeah. I mean,
Verma,
there's so many good guys, man.
Mm.
It's just brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dial's been better than Xiaomi in the depth. Yeah, no, for sure.
Oh.
Xiaomi's not the best. Agree with Gabe, first time. Thank you, That's Simba Crazy, so much for the super chat. Jay says, the first time you agree with me, I'm going to self high five myself for that. Oh, self high five there. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it.
Wow.
Viewership is temporary issue. League needs to grow and get balanced out. Legacy teams cannot dominate all the time. IPL needs to balance it out. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. I think that think about it, it's just more revenue, right?
Yeah.
It's more revenue, more games could be played, more homes are going to be viewing games. So it might be growing pains early on, but in the long run, it's going to benefit. Expansion teams are always good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. and people get sick of the same teams winning over again. You want someone else to win. So, yeah.
And as we speak, another one bites the dust. Burn, burn, burn. Another one bites the dust. Ryan Parag gets a 4 to backward point. Parag is a very interesting player, and I'll tell you, some people love him, some people hate him.
Yeah.
And he gets a 4 to backward point off of Shami, and then does exactly what people say he does. He throws away his wicket. That was a terrible shot.
No, he's not out, Gabe. McCoy got run out. He was at the strikers there. He went for 2, and
it was
they went
McCoy
to the
that got run
bowler's
out.
end. Yeah.
It was
so Parag's
okay,
he's still in there. It's just McCoy got run out.
Why run on that though? I get it.
Well, they wanted to get him back on strike. That's fine.
But McCoy's already hit a 6 here. McCoy can swing the bat. You just threw away a wicket. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But now Parag wanted 2 because he's, the experienced batsman in this case. You want to get him back on strike, but yeah.
That happened earlier this year. That was funny. That somebody was trying to keep the crease, and the batter was running. He's like, "No, go back! Like, why are you trying to run?" Did it happen?
Yeah.
Have you ever been hung out to dry? Because you're a tail ender, so obviously you wouldn't hang somebody else to dry. But have you ever been hung out to dry where you like, okay, this is where we go for 2, or there's a single there, and the batsman is like, "No, not doing it.
No, I haven't been in that situation, but I've said to the experienced batsman, whatever you do, we're running 2 because I'm not going on strike, and make sure we're running and calling concisely because I don't want to be run out and lose a wicket. So that's never happened to me, but a lot of batsmen do that. They say no and they barbecue their partner.
He said they barbecue their partner. And there goes the last wicket. Shami gets Ryan Parag, bowls him out, out. And man, that is it. 20 overs in the books, 130 for 9. Very close. Very close. I said they won't get more than 130. You said 120. So we are right there in par. And I know people are going to say, Gabe, it's been defended before. Okay. Let's play coach. If I'm a coach right now, in my mind, the issue has been the same issue over and over again for the Rajasthan Royals, right?
Yep.
Who's that 5th bowler? Now we know we're going to get a full complement of bowls out of Chahal. Chahal is, is he still purple cap winner at this point? I think he's holding it by just
he is. He's in the top 2. I know that. I'm not sure if he's in the lead. But...
Yeah, I want to say he's got it by 1. I may be wrong because he might have given it up after. Yeah, Hasaranga got the 1 wicket. He's tied with Hasaranga.
Yeah.
So he needs 1 wicket in order to do it. Hasaranga got 1 wicket in the last match. He was leading by 1, so now he's tied. So you're going to get a full complement of overs by Chahal, right? Let's just be coaches here, right? Let's try to put together a game plan.
Yeah.
I trust Chahal. I trust Obi McCoy.
Yeah.
Give him a full complement over. I trust Krishna and Bolt. That means you got to get a full complement of over by Ashwin. And Ashwin has not had the best IPL.
Yeah.
He's gotten pumped several times. If not, I mean, you've got 4 bowlers, basically. You've got Bolt, Krishna, Obik, McCoy,
Yep.
and Chahal. So you're trusting that you're going to get 4 overs without getting pumped from Robbie Ashwin? I don't see it. So what
Yeah.
do? You go to Parag, because Parag's technically an all-rounder, right? He bowls a little bit, but are you trusting him in a final? Same
Probably
story.
not.
They should have gone with another bowler, trusted that Joshua, Butler, Sanju Samson, Padicle, Hitmeyer, and Parag were enough. And instead of Ashwin, they should have gone with a full-time bowler that wasn't going to get pumped,
Yep.
that you trust, because he's just been bad. Is Kuldeep Yadav hurt? Because we haven't seen him bowl in a while, but he's been in and out of lineup. When he's bowled, he's been okay. They've got the rookie or uncapped player, I should say, and Kuldeep Sen. I know they've tried him this time this year, but they just don't have the bowling. They're gonna come up one bowler short.
Yeah.
I honestly think I would have gone with Jimmy Neesham. Go with the New Zealander. I would have gone with Jimmy Neesham. Jimmy Neesham, I mean, man, you're literally forcing yourself to go now in this final with Ashwin for 4, with Chahal for 4. So that's 8 overs of spin that you have to put in there. And I think Sherman Hitmeyer, somebody let me know in the chat, Sherman Hitmeyer, he's not really a quote unquote all-rounder, but I've seen him actually, bowl a few times and become a spinner. I mean, I think if he's a spinner, something to that effect. I mean, what do? Jack, you tell me. You're coaching this team. You've got the big seat. What is your plan?
Well, we just mulled over the options there. It's a tough one in terms of how they balance their attack. I think they need to attack in this power play. So bring your best bowlers on. So Bolt. Who else they got?
Krishna. At a power play, they're going to go with Krishna and Bolt.
Yeah, Krishna and Bolt. Your best bowlers, bowl them 2 overs max or something like that in the power play. And then if you get a few early wickets, then you can, keep them going if you can, because you want to keep attacking. Because they need wickets to win this match. That's bottom line. They need early wickets, and they need to win by taking wickets. So I would go with that at the start, and then judge it by how the game is, the situation of the match, when's the right time to bring in Chahal for his overs, maybe after the power play, maybe in the middle overs.
Immediately after the
power play, you bring in Chahal.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you can, sort of alternate in the middle overs. Okay, bring Ashwin in, and then Chahal, and then someone else. So I think, they gotta look to bowl their best bowlers at the start. Need wickets to win this match. So start off with Bolt and Krishna, and then pretty much gauge it how it goes throughout the whole innings after that, and then make some changes, because Sanju Samson's got a lot of calculations to do and a lot of things in his mind now as captain, because you got to think 3 overs ahead in T20 cricket. You can't just think this over. You got to think, okay, who I'm going to bowl this over, and then who I'm going to bowl that over, particular matchups and batsmen. So they've got Kumar Sangakkara as coach, so he's a calming influence, and he'll be talking through what we're going to be doing in terms of strategy and that to Samson. And the bowlers know what they need to do. But as you said, their bowling's a bit light. They could have gone in with an extra bowler or something, and less with the batting. But they've gone in with this lineup anyway, so they're backing this bowling attack to get the job done. Anything can happen in a final, so they need wickets, and see what happens in the next 20 overs if they can pull it off. But it's going to be tough.
So they're saying Hitmeyer 0 balls. I don't know where Hond is. I haven't seen him today. 0 balls ever bowled. So I was mistaken. I thought I'd seen him bowl before. So that means they're really stuck. Parag is going to have to be their 6th bowler.
Yeah.
Do you trust Ryan Parag? I mean, this is just bad. Here's the one thing. Here's the one caveat. And the Titans, by the way, have been doing this all season. They only bat 5 deep, 6 deep if you want to count Rashid Khan as an all-rounder.
Yeah.
But they put it out there. They trust that they can get it done with the likes of David Miller, of Saha, of course their captain Hardik Pandya, Matthew Wade, and Shubman Gill. After that, you got Tawadia and Rashid Khan, but they literally bat like 6 deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. They just
So
need to take wickets early, Rajasthan. If they do that, then they can expose their batting with the Titans, because they have lost wickets and they have left matches close in terms of chasing this IPL. So wickets are going to be the key. The power play is going to be important for both teams. You know, if Gujarat can get a partnership going with Wade and Gill, Saha and Gill, get a partnership going 50 plus, then they're on their way to winning this final. But if they lose like 2 or 3 or 4 wickets, and the stats say in T20 cricket, you lose more than 2 wickets in the power play, you're going to lose the match.
that's
What Rajasthan have to be thinking. We need wickets. We need to take our chances and catches and create those half chances like run outs and etc. like that. You know, you can't leave anything to chance out there in the next 20 overs. So it's going to be interesting to see how both teams go, but it's a final. It's a run chase. Funny things have happened. Pressure. Can the Titans cope with the pressure? This is where their mindset, mental side comes into play. Can they handle it? We'll find out in the next 20 overs.
So Saha went down early last time, and it was, I think David Miller was the one to help carry the batting. You know, again, their batting has always been relatively suspect because they're so confident in their bowling that they're like, look, our top 5 can get it done. And in the matches where the top 5 haven't gotten it done, that's why they love chasing. They know what their target is, so they come in with a plan. And the one time that it failed, guess what? Then they had somehow, some way, Rahul Tawadia with Rashid Khan put up 50 runs, which was insane to me. But they got it done. I thought that game was done. I said, there's no way. Rashid Khan, they put up 50 runs. So, I mean,
that was unbelievable. Yeah. But, Matthew Wade hasn't really done much this IPL. So he'll be hoping to get some runs today, hopefully.
Oh, boy. So, as I just tweeted, by the way, have you ever played the game Where's Waldo?
Well, I've gotten those books in the library where you just flick through them and find Wally. Yeah.
So we're gonna play Where's Han. I just tweeted at him because everybody's asking where's Han. He got kidnapped. It is weird that Han wouldn't be here. I'm pretty sure he's watching what do you call it? Top Gun. Nick and I went to go see it on Friday.
Oh yeah.
So he might be watching Top Gun. But it is weird that
it's a bit weird that he's not in the chat or anything, Han Solo.
My man Han. But Rajasthan Royals fans, hearts are broken. It's not over till it's over. You're right about that, guys. And honestly, it's gonna change a lot of teams' mentality going into next year if Rajasthan Royals lose and they went so bat heavy. And they still made it to the finals, by the way. So it's not like they've had a terrible season. But bowling has so far dominated in this IPL finals compared to batting. And if they're able to do it twice, the Titans are able to beat the Royals twice, you can see some bowlers going for a lot more money. Now, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, guys. We don't get a mini auction next year. So the teams are set. Mini auction is until the year after, correct? And then we get the mega auction 2 years after that. Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find that out. I don't think they'll do a mega auction again because I think this is the big one that they had, and they're not going to have it for a while, and they're not going to have it ever again, I don't think. Correct us in the chat. Let us know in the chat.
I think the mega auction is like every 4 years, isn't it?
But I've heard some people say that it may not happen again. I'm not sure about that. So people in the chat, let us know.
That would be dumb. That would be dumb. Think about the auction is probably one of the most unique things that the IPL has that no other sport I can think of has, especially no other big international sport. And it is so entertaining. Dude, the auction is so much fun. Just that would be why would they get rid of it?
Yeah.
I can see teams that are set and have good teams say, I don't want to do another auction. I like my team. But why? Why would you get they're saying there's small auctions.
Yeah.
Next year there's an auction as well. Okay, so there is an auction next year. There's mini auctions. They're saying trading is possible. Who do you go out and trade for? I mean, maybe guys that did not get used on other sides, excess, or guys that were bad this year that maybe you think just had a bad season. They're saying a smaller players can be dropped and then bought back by other teams. They're saying, okay, each year there's an auction in the end. Players can be bought and dropped. Okay, mini auction is this year. RCB might release 3 to 4. RCB has a good team, guys. They made it to the semifinals. All right, they won a game. They won the first playoff game. They knocked out LSG. Listen, CSK has issues. Mumbai. Did you hear Jafar Archer got hurt again?
Yep, I did. Yeah,
I said it, guys. I've seen so many arm injuries in baseball coming throughout the years, and you never want to hear an injury that starts in the shoulder and then goes to elbow. That's not good. That's not good. So, you know, you never wish injury on even on your nemesis, right? On an opposing player, because if you're an athlete, or if you've been an athlete, or if you're related to an athlete, like you see what it takes for those athletes to get back. You know, my son Trey spent his whole sophomore year in a walking boot. You know what I'm saying? Broke his foot like 3 games in. You know what I'm saying? Had to heal through that. J-Man, my son just lost, my oldest. He's graduating college this year. He lost his whole senior year. Torn MCL in his knee, ACL, done. So sometimes you don't walk back. You don't come back from those injuries, man. And I thought Mumbai was very bold to give this guy $1 million and bet he was going to be able to bounce back from this slew of injuries, back, shoulder, now elbow. But I don't know. I mean, do you retain him? I don't think I'd retain him.
No. Well, the latest injuries are back. It's a stress fracture in the back.
Right. It was it started off with back, then shoulder, then elbow, now back again. I just think that for a pace bowler, he's got too much wear and tear. And to compensate for other things, he's changing his delivery, and that's what ends up getting you hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, changing his action, and then your body's not used to that change in your action, and you get injuries. But fast bowling, it's always tough work. You always get injuries, and he's probably not going to play Test cricket again. If he's lucky enough, he's probably going to play limited over stuff, but even that's looking unlikely by the minute. So, he's you know, that spell he bowled to Steve Smith was pretty fiery at Lords. Unfortunately, we may not see that, which is a shame.
You may never see it again. Yeah, and I mean the guy was so talented, but injuries will derail you. Listen, we just talked about it. Hardik Pandya is a different player. Because the last 2 years, he's been so bad in the IPL. And, I mean, Hardik Pandya was just, this year, again, in my opinion, MVP. And that just says how bad, or it points out how an injury can derail your career. And Hardik Pandya is lucky to bounce back from the injury. Some players never do. Never do. So, you know, it's tough. Who's a best Australian player that you can think of that his injury was? I mean, his career was derailed by injury. But right away, I think about Pukolsky because of the concussions. Like this kid was a monster. But I mean, you know what I mean? It's at this point, is he ever going to be that guy again? Who can you think of, like a guy that you can see his career is just been ended short because of injuries?
There's been so many. I can't really name one off the top of my head, but in Australia, over the years.
I mean, Paddy Cummings almost didn't happen.
Paddy Cummings,
Paddy Cummings had bad
when he debuted at 17 in Test cricket. You know, the youngest Test player for Australia in a lot of years. He had a lot of injuries at the start of his career, and then he missed out for a lot of years. That was in 2011. And he came back in 2017 in India during that series. So you think about that's 6 years in the wilderness. And he played one-day cricket and T20 cricket for Australia in 2015, that period. And then he came back into Test cricket. So, but he was young. He was only 17. His body was still developing. So, sports science today, got him back on track. And he's fit and he's firing, and he's got a bit of a hip injury at the moment. So, but that's healing. So we need him for Sri Lanka. So, he's good. That's the only one I could think of.
I mean, Phil Hughes, he passed away.
That was tragic circumstance.
That was tragic. He passed away. That's even. Yeah. I mean, that's in and of itself. That's a tragic situation.
But he had a lot of potential.
But he had a lot of potential, right? Yeah. But we're talking about players that we see get injured, and then when they come back, they're just done. They're shells of themselves. They can't do it anymore. We never got to see Phil Hughes again, period. But we saw Pucovski come back multiple times. I think it was 2 or 3 different times from concussions, and he wasn't good. And then it just seems like once that concussion, the first one happened, they're just more apt than not that can continue to happen, man.
I think he's had 11. I think in his career. No, because he played AFL football as a kid as well, Gabe. In Australia, you get cricketers who've played both sports.
Oh, I did not know that.
AFL football. You and Nick have reacted to AFL football. It's like rugby on steroids, I call it. He played that as a junior, and he had a lot of concussions there. So most cricketers in Australia, they either have to choose one or the other. You're going to play cricket or football, and he chose cricket. But he had most of his concussions there, and then obviously in cricket, the short ball gets hit. He got hit again last summer, and the medical staff have got to have a tough conversation with him if he gets hit again. I hope he doesn't, but it's his health at the end of the day.
I think the one concussion, correct me if I'm wrong, happened like playing volleyball or something like that. It was recreational. He wasn't
in the
even
warm up, and someone kicked the ball into his head or something. Even that little knock, which is not minor. It's not like a cricket ball hit his head, but soccer ball, it's one little knock can just set him off. So no.
That is so sad.
Chahal, you got to take those.
Look at that. 1-0, 1-0 so far. 5 balls in, and I didn't think that this pitch looked overly difficult to score on. Did maybe we underestimate the pitch? Or are they just being cautious? Wow. Chahal drops a sitter, and that would have been such a huge wicket there. That would have been such a huge wicket there. If Shubman Gill goes off, it's because of Chahal.
Well, he just hit a boundary.
As I speak. That is, you can't in a championship game. No. You can't do that.
Catches win matches. I know it's a cliche, but it's true in cricket. Catches win matches. Simple as that.
And Chahal is such a veteran player. It's not like he's a young guy.
No. I don't think he's well renowned for his fielding, Chahal, but I think he's improved.
He's not well known.
Well, I don't think he is because, some are good in the field, some others aren't. You got to work on it, really. You got to love fielding. I love fielding. I like diving and sliding. I always have this saying, if your trousers ain't dirty and covered in grass stains, you're not diving enough in the field. I like a good dive in the field. And my teammates just look at me and say, why are you diving? You don't need to dive there. I was like, I'd like to dive. My knees get a bit sore, but, you got to commit yourself in the field.
Jack, what's crazy? Nick and I interviewed our first professional cricketer, Hayden Walsh Jr., the law firm, as we like to call him. And he's known for his fielding. He's a really good fielder. And he talked about that. He hates sitters. He'd rather go after the diving play or whatever, but that those sitters that are so high, you're just thinking, it gives you too much time to think, right? You're just thinking, please don't drop it. Like, it gets to you. You know what I mean, dude? Yeah, so it's interesting that Chahal drops that sitter, but I saw something I thought I'd never seen this year, and this is when I knew CSK was in trouble. Jadeja dropped multiple sitters in games, and I was like, it's just what a shot. What a shot there by Saha. And this might that sitter that was dropped might be the beginning of the end. But that's when I knew that the captaincy was getting to Jadeja, because
Yeah.
this is just, I mean, he was waiting on it. I've seen Jadeja make some of the most difficult catches. I've seen him take those sitters practically with his eyes closed. You know what I mean? And he
Yeah.
dropped it. And I was like,
Mm.
this, what's going on? What's going on? I mean, if I didn't know better, I would have accused him of match fixing. Wait, did I accuse him of match fixing? I don't think I disrespected Jadeja that way. But normally, that's the kind of thing I accuse guys of match fixing. Like, how much did you get dropped that you paid to drop that ball? But come on. I mean, it's. I think Hayden Walls Jr. put it the best. He said those sitters are the worst because you have too much time to think. And now you're thinking about not making the play, about dropping it. In baseball, I teach, or the Dominican at least, approach to batting is yes, yes, yes. Meaning, oh, there we go.
Yep. There's a
That's
wicket.
now Krishna gets Saha, balled out. Saha, a very dangerous man, scored big time several times, and that's one of those top 5 wickets that they need to take. Now that makes the drop by Chahal even worse, because you could be sitting at a situation that through 2 overs you've got the opening partnership gone in Shubman Gill and Saha. Oh, Chahal, I like you so much, but please don't let that be the difference, because if it is, I mean, people are going to lose. Could you imagine? We could be sitting right now through 2 overs, and you said it. You don't want to lose multiple overs in the power play, attack them in the power play. They could be gone both, Krishna and not Krishna, I'm sorry, both Saha and Shubman Gill right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Well, Matthew Wade's coming in next, and he hasn't had a big IPL. And he has talked about that retirement could be on the cards, Matthew Wade, after T20 World Cup in Australia, he said, in an article that I read today, I think. Talked about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Retirement. Now, here's the thing. I paid attention more to Australia's test team, obviously.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, everybody talked a lot about Matthew Wade, especially when Tim Payne was going poorly. And, they were like, oh, he's more limited overs player, whatever. But I didn't think Matthew Wade was that. How old is Matthew Wade? He's talking about retirement? Interesting.
He's 34, I think, 30. And he's like nearly in his mid-30s, he is. I don't know the exact
That's it, man.
But,
that's it.
But he's got a young family as well, he said. And, on the road, you want to spend time with your family. So, and he's done everything in the game. He's played Test cricket, he's played for Australia, and he's done everything, won a T20 World Cup. And he was important in that semi-final against Pakistan. Without him, we won't win that game. But the article's on cricket.com.au if you want to read it, Gabe.
Yeah, definitely. I'll have to check it out. He's 34 years old. I will definitely check it out. And let's see if Matthew Wade has the last hurrah here. I mean, this game to me is just got interesting. And wow, clean bowled out. Wow. What a ball there by Krishna. I lost it when CSK let him go on the auction, because I figured that's the reason that they didn't go after Josh Hazelwood, because they wanted Krishna.
Yeah.
And they let him go. And of course, Chahar getting hurt didn't help. The injury set in, but Dot City, there goes a dot ball.
Well, that's good over. 6 runs and a wicket.
My prediction on England versus New Zealand. You know what? I think I like England in that series. I do. I think England has a new attitude, and dude, I don't know, man. What do you think? Well, I'll tell you, I don't want to be influenced by your thoughts. So
okay,
let me. England's new coach is McCullum, and McCullum is a New Zealander, right? He's a ex-New Zealander. So I think that actually gives New England an advantage, right? They know how New Zealand likes to think, how they want to attack, how they want to play people. So you got Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad back. I just think that it's a new, what do you call it? A new era in English cricket. And for New Zealand, Kane Williamson, and I get it, T20 IPL is way different than Test, but Kane Williamson has just been atrocious. He's out of form right now. And we didn't get to see a lot of Devin Conway, but when we did, he wasn't good either. So some of their biggest names aren't in form right now. I think you got sometimes when you kind of get a clean slate and management's fired and everybody else comes in, you know what I mean? There's just more energy about the team. What are your thoughts? Obviously, you're way more informed than I am on this.
Well, I just did a preview of the Test series on the podcast, actually.
Did you? Oh, I have not checked that out. Like I said, I was at my son's graduation this weekend, and we got a lot of stuff going on.
Gabe. But I'll tell you what I said. I think New Zealand
will win. Do me a favor. I was gonna say, don't give us too much, and put it here in the. Oh, I have to do it because I forgot you can't put it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna link it here. It's on the YouTube channel link.
Yeah,
right?
It's on the YouTube channel. Yeah.
But give us just a preview. Give us a taste of what you said.
Well, I said New Zealand will win because I like New Zealand. Whenever Australia's not playing, I support New Zealand. And I think they'll win this Test series against England because even though England have Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum as a new captain and coach, England still have a lot of problems with their batting. Their bowling's not the problem, it's their batting. And New Zealand have a good batting lineup and a good bowling attack. So I think New Zealand are firm favourites to win that series against England. 3 Test matches, and I think they'll go back-to-back because they won the last series last year. And then they went on to win the WTC against India. So, but it hasn't been a very good WTC for New Zealand. It's been a bit up and down. So they'll be hoping to bounce back and get some wins and get some points in WTC. But yeah, I went for New Zealand just because England have problems with their batting. And
you're right. England will lose now because I mushed them. Listen. You guys better talk to Nick. Nick has been the mush of all mushes this year. The mush of all mush it. Yeah, Rajasthan putting up a fight, Renell. They did not come down. They did not lay down, and they went with Jack's with Jack's expert analysis, who said, "Listen, they've got 5 batsmen, legit. All right, of course Rashid Khan, but they only bat 5-6 deep. You got to throw everything you can at them in the power play. Try to take 1 or 2 wickets, and they almost had 2 wickets." So let's see what happens. Ooh, great ball there. Great ball there.
That's good.
And there, you guys kept mentioning Mumbai had defended 129 before. So it is possible, but you definitely need. I'm trying to see what the pitch is doing. It is kind of bouncy because look how much this bounced. And he was lucky he didn't get a bat on that or he would have been out. But do you think that this pitch is a low-scoring pitch? I was expecting 170. Pre-game talked about, when you 170.
It's usually a high-scoring ground, Ahmedabad, because I remember that T20 series against India and England early last year, the start of last year, and they got 200 and they were chasing down 200. But that was the dew factor. So I don't think there's any dew on the Ahmedabad ground, really, because they've been spraying the grounds with the anti-dew spray, which has made it a bit fairer for both teams, obviously, because the dew heavily favors the side batting.
To be fair, dew has not been that much of a factor this year. I was just thinking about that the other day. The last 2 seasons in IPL, you saw them every other ball. They're getting the towels out and drying up their hands and drying up the ball. You don't see that a lot. So that is great analysis there by you, Jack. And you know what? Chahal, your baby hands needed to grab it. Oh, man. Chahal's praying that they win because if it comes down to like 1 run and it was that 1 wicket, people are going to, wow, Sanju Samson just out of his reach. If he would have made that catch, that would have been the catch of the game. That would have been the catch of the game. Krishna, it was edge, but just out of the reach of Sanju Samson. I like Prish Krishna. I really do. Yep. See, he got bat on it there, and it almost was just off the fingertips.
Yeah.
There's extra bounce. It was a wide. It looked like
Yeah, it's wide.
he got a.
It's five.
It looked
Wide.
like on the way by he got the bat on it, so it would have been out unless I didn't see the bat on there. I thought he got the bat on there.
No, it missed the bat, just went past the bat and just kept going down that line for 5 wides to the boundary.
Ooh, eat that, cousin. Beat him up. Oh, off the hands. That hurts. I don't understand why more batsmen don't do that. Now, one of my West Indian players, it drives me crazy that somebody asked me about my Sinister Six, John Campbell. One of the ways to get him out is with those bouncers that way. And, when you get those bouncers in on him, the way that he tries to defend is so weird because he like jumps up and tries to get the bat on it. I guess because he doesn't want to get hit. And I get it. You know what I mean? You saw Wade shaking his hand off after that, so it caught him right on the hand. But it's just a bad way to defend those bouncers, man. I hate that technique when they like jump up and try to just like edge it down in the ground. It never works for us. It never works. Obviously, John Campbell, Minitium, you shut your mouth. You better. Oh, Minitium, you know better than saying that. Come on, the GOAT.
Oh dear.
Stop it. But I hate. Why do guys defend that way, Jack? It drives me crazy.
Yeah. Well, you're taught as a batsman to watch the ball. Don't take your eyes off the ball if it's a short ball because you're going to get hit. And keep your hands low and down and get them out of the way. So as you're sort of like swaying out of the way, you want to sort of lower your hands and bat so it doesn't catch the bat in the glove. Yes, just some short balls are different than others. They're not quite the same, and batsmen feel uncomfortable with the short ball and don't play it as well and don't defend as well. So, they need to work hard on the nets with their play of the short ball.
Right. And I mean, Minitium said it's probably just human instinct. I mean, what a bomb hit there by Matthew Wade. Looks like he took exception to getting hit on the hands, and he just hits a 6 to try to bring this to a respectable score. Because before that 6, they had what? 6 runs? I mean, 16 runs for one in 4 overs. That was a terrible score. And it could be worse because, again, they could be down 2 wickets instead of 1. But Matthew Wade with authority bangs that. Out for 6. And this game is still in the balance. Interesting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Because they haven't really gotten off to a flyer here, the Titans. Sort of similar to the Royals when they batted in their power play. So, yeah, it's important. This power play is important. They need another wicket or 2 here, the Royals, to really put the pressure on the Titans.
Definitely agree with you there. So 22 for 1 through 3 overs right now. We're in the 4th over, 2 balls left. Let's see what happens. Jack, did you like attacking batsmen with short balls?
Yeah, if you got pace and you got a short ball, a really good short ball, and you aim it at the helmet, like badge him, as we say in cricket, aim for the badge or the helmet. Right. Go for the short ball if they're uncomfortable.
You said you were like medium before, right?
I'm not that fast, Gabe. I'm not bowling bounces. I bowl medium pace. Seam up.
Ajat spins. Ajat's a spinner. And,
I think I said bowling with some of the videos he's posted on his channel.
He makes me laugh. He's like, "Oh, terrible game. I'm terrible." I was like, "Listen, you want to see terrible, man? Down best." No, I'm joking. Oh man. But it's always fun. You know what I mean? To see guys go out there and see what they can do. And again, we criticize. Oh, why didn't you take on that short ball? You stay in the net. You know what I mean? I remember watching. It was Piers Morgan and
Brett Lee.
Brett Lee video Nick and I reacted to. And Brett Lee, come on, Piers Morgan's a celebrity. Brett Lee was beating him up, bro. I was like, holy cow. He was like Piers Morgan. had welts on his arm, bro, from like, and I know that Brett Lee could probably have even thrown harder. That's quote unquote taking it easy. But was he really? Was he really taking it
No,
easy?
he wasn't. He wasn't holding back.
Like, is there any history behind that, or is it just like, look, I'm Brett Lee, so if you're gonna get in here, then you
was
better.
During England's miserable tour of 2013-14, Gabe, in the Ashes. They lost 5-0, and that's the last 5-0 victory in the Ashes. And all three of them in history are by Australia. Right. He was not happy about the England batsmen. So he said, I can take on, because Mitchell Johnson took 37 wickets at an average of 13 in that series, and he was bowling rapid pace. You should react to a video on him, because he was a good bowler, Mitch. He got 300 test wickets for Australia. And Piers Morgan said, well, I can do better than the England batsmen. So I'll face Brett Lee in the nets to show them a bit of ticker. That didn't end well. He got hit in the head. He got bruised, and Brett Lee was bowling 150 clicks. It was glorious to watch.
Yep, I remember watching this. Like, what just happened? Oh man! And let me tell you something. I'm not a big Piers Morgan fan, but look at that ball there by Bolt. Look at that ball. The bowling has really showed up today, and this surface is not. I thought we were going to see a high scoring affair. I said 170, 180.
Well, listen. This game has got interesting now, Gabe.
Oh, yeah. It absolutely has. And there goes.
Gone.
Oh, wow.
Mid-wicket.
There goes a wicket. Matthew Wade gone. And this game just got interesting. 23 for 2 in the power play. Bolt takes a wicket. And we always talk about it's an ominous sign when you lose 2 wickets in a power play, especially for this team who only bats 6 deep. At this point, who's going to last? You need Hardik Pandya to put a stand. I put myself in there right now if I'm Hardik Pandya. You need him out there to go.
He's coming in next, Gabe. So he's taking that responsibility now.
That's a cap. I love this guy. That's a captain. That's saying I read the what do you call it? I'm reading the tea leaves right now. This is not looking good. We could be down 3 wickets right now in the power play. I'm going in right now. That's what he's saying.
Well, they should have been 3 down if Shubman Gill wasn't dropped by Chahal. 3 for 23 is different than 2 for 23.
Oh, for sure, man.
But still, it's still game on now. It is game on now.
Insane. And I mean, you're right. I would not deviate from the strategy so far. We've seen exactly what you called for, Jack. Go with just Bolt and Krishna in the power play. Go with your Rockets, throw gas, and take those early wickets. They've got 93 balls to chase down 108 runs. But really, you've got 3 batters left after it's Hardik Pandya, David Miller, and then Tawadia. Then are you really going to count on Rashid Khan? Rashid Khan to do what he did? I get it. He's done it before. But if that's what you're counting on in a final, maybe
it's a different game from when he got those runs. It was a league game. This is a final, so it's much different. So he may not do it again. So.
Look. Told you, Gabe. It's never over to the last ball. Yes, so did Jack. He told me that. Game on, but I really don't like Parag. I mean, it was an easy catch, honestly, taken by Parag.
Yeah, it was. He chipped it straight to him.
Yeah, get Chahal. I mean, then again, Chahal just dropped the sitter. But give the credit to Bolt there. Look at me, yes, he said, "Damn baby heads by Chahal." 115. What? I'm shocked right now. I don't know what to tell you. You know what? I know what to tell you. Go back to Cricket Buzz, and I'm always blaming somebody else, by the way. They said that this is that this ground is, notorious for high scores, 170, 180. Where are those scores? That's not what this looks like. Maybe the bowling is just that good, but Ahmedabad, they said usually lends towards higher scores.
Yeah.
And I trust the commentators.
Yep. It usually does, but in these playoff games, it hasn't been that.
That is hilarious. 24 for 2. Gabe, you didn't saw the pitch report. I should have looked at the pitch report. Did they say it was going to be a low scoring game? I was just looking at Crick Buzz and looking at the previous scores on the grounds, and it wasn't 130. I'll tell you that, cousin. What was the last game here at Metabod? Matches, results. I'm trying to look that up real quick.
It was RCB and the Royals the other night, wasn't it? That was the last
RCB.
game.
Yep, RCB and the Royals, and 161 and 157, about 160, and that's that. Royals put up 161 in 18 overs. They still got 2 full overs to go. But I guess, I mean, different teams, different days, right?
Yeah, that's right. Different pitch as well. Conditions are different on the day. So, a lot of factors that are probably affecting the scores.
Oh, is that no, that's a wide.
No, that's a wide. He missed it.
That's a wide. He missed it. He didn't get the bat on it.
I don't think that should be called a wide. I don't think. No, it's a bit of the bowler.
Ooh, here goes the umpire.
It's the bowler in me, Gabe, because I don't like seeing wides being called like that, where it's not
especially
that far away. Yeah.
And if the batter can get a bat on it, it should not be automatically called a wide, right?
No, he didn't get a bat on it. But what I'm trying to say is I don't like wides being called down the leg side if it's close to the batsman by that much.
Yeah, if the batsman can get a bat on it, it shouldn't be called
exactly
a wide.
Right. Yeah. If it's wider down the leg side, then call it a wide. But in T20 cricket, one-day cricket, anything down the leg side's a wide, regardless of how far it is from the batsman. To me, it's not a wide. I wouldn't be calling it a wide. Because the batsman
that's why we're friends, Jack. That's why we're friends. See that? You hear from a umpire / bowler, guys, and cricket analyst. It shouldn't just be a wide automatically. Come on now. Make these guys swing the bat. Maybe the
ICC should have a look at that in their playing conditions. Well, they're changing the wide law anyway. But they're not going to change the automatic leg side. Down the leg side is always going to be a wide. So it's a batsman's game after all.
Yeah, it is a batsman's game. And they need to stop making the rules. That's why I love the ICC's rule that the IPL has already implemented of making the new batsman face the ball instead of. It's made such a difference, Jack. Such a difference.
Yeah, it has.
And I love it. I love that rule. And nope, just a single there. ICC should have consistency on all formats on the wide. Yeah. That is a great point there by Sup. Why shouldn't be there consistency on all? Thank you, Sup. You're right.
Well, there's never consistency. Never on wides.
Yeah, I agree. There should be consistency there. And now we got Chahal at strike. Like I said, immediately after the power play, you were going to see Chahal. And let's see if he can make up for that drop. So far, Chahal's in. He's 2 dot balls. And to me, this is going to be the game. Chahal doesn't have to he doesn't need a 3 or 4 wicket haul. But what he needs to be is economical. He needs to go at a run rate, I say under 7. You know what I mean? 6, 7, right there, about a ball and a runner ball, just like Rashid Khan did. And that's going to really dry up the scoring and put pressure on these batsmen. You know what I mean? It's you don't have to take a ton of runs, but Rashid Khan, 4 overs, 18 runs, 450 economy rate. That's what you need. Now he got a wicket. Even if Chahal doesn't get a wicket, Chahal just can't get pumped. He can't give up. He can't go at 10 and over. Give up 40 runs. That's not going to work.
Right.
Man, was I wrong. I thought that this pitch was going to, just like the other night, like I said, 160s, 170s. Not even close. Parag better than ABD. I didn't even get the response to this. And Sonny has said, come on, Major Merc. Even Parag doesn't believe that.
Yeah.
Bro, ABD is about to jump in the chat like, seriously, man? Come on, man. It's a South African legend.
Yeah, he
ABD.
is.
Bro, I remember watching ABD play and in the IPL. And I was the first time I learned who ABD was. RCB was down by 56, 57 runs or something crazy like that. And
Yeah.
I'm like, they're done. They're done. Man, ABD put that up in a power play with an over to go. It was like 19th over. He had put up 55 runs. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, oh, it was brutal.
He was one of a kind, AB de Villiers.
Oh, beautiful sweep there. Beautiful sweep there by Shubman Gill. And that's the boundary, and that's what you don't need. That's what now they're busting out those sweeps. You can miss it, you can get bowled out that way, or but that's what you have to do in order to attack these spinners. You saw how they were conceding. You didn't see them to take those kind of shots on on Rashid Khan, really.
Yeah.
And I think that's the best way to attack spinners. Even though Jack, I absolutely hate the reverse sweep and the sweep shots. I think they're too dangerous. I think they're too dangerous.
Yeah. Well, batsmen play them, and Glenn Maxwell plays the reverse sweep quite well. That switcher that he plays, but
Oh, he loves doing it, man.
yeah, he's pretty good at it. Yeah, but that's just something that's come into the game, and batsmen are sweeping more, playing reverses and laps and getting runs for it. So it's good to see that innovation.
Power play in the books now, guys. 6 overs in the books. I thought we were out of power play, but that was actually the last over of the power play. 31 for 2. So the run rate is really behind here. We're talking about really behind. And RCB fans have placed voodoo on Chahal. That's hilarious. That's why he's dropping balls. But this is a low total. We got out of not we, but Rajasthan Royals got out of the power play. It was what 45, right? They had lost 1 wicket at 45.
44, yep, somewhere in there. Yep.
And right now it's 31 for 2. But we'll see what happens. They still have Hardik Pandya out there who just as we speak gets a single. Shubman Gill, this is going to be the important partnership in my mind, because if either of these guys falls, if Pandya falls or Shubman Gill fall, I just don't see David Miller and Tawadia being able to put up, a century together to try to, bring this thing home. It's not going to happen. You can't ask those guys. That's a tall task for anybody, especially when you're facing another over from Trent Bolt, 2 more from Krishna, Obin McCoy right now. You can't get to that 5th bowler. That's going to be the name of this game. You cannot get to that 5th bowler. Or do you think you do introduce Ashwin here in the middle overs? Look at Chahal with that drop. Oh, Chahal. They just keep showing it and showing it.
Yeah, that's what they do. And if you drop the catch, you don't want to look on the big screen because I've already witnessed it. Just stop showing it on the screen. You just want to hide yourself in the field, but you can't hide. You just want to hide and curl up into a ball after you drop the catch like
that. Have you ever dropped the catch that easy?
Well, no. I did miss a catch that was in the sun. I didn't really drop it, but I didn't really see it. It was in the sun. So, no, not really.
You can pick it up. Got you.
I took a really good catch at mid-wicket in the game once. A really good catch. Timed the leap well. Everyone got around me and said, well, that was a pretty good catch. I was like, yeah. You walk in with the bowler and you leap, and that was a good catch.
Was it? So you were you at deep mid-wicket or at mid-wicket?
At short mid-wicket. Short
mid-wicket? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it came fast, and I just timed the leap well and just stuck. And I was like, oh, I'm happy with that. I think I took 8 catches in that season, and I didn't drop one in the whole season.
8 catches?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Something like that.
Nice. And that's going to be a single. Ryan Parag might be the greatest fielder I have ever seen. Shatil, are you related to Ryan Parag? What, are you kidding me? Might be the greatest fielder you ever seen? Stop it. I mean, forget about guys like John T. Rhodes and Nicholas Perron and guys like you got Indian Jadeja, excuse me, he's better than Jadeja. Come on, Chatil. I think Chatil is actually related to Ryan Parag.
Yeah.
Oh man, I think Chatil is related to Ryan Parag, guys. Or that might be Ryan Parag's what do you call it? Burner account. I tried to get them as soon as they came on, guys. Let's see. Hopefully that worked out. All right, here goes Chahal again. Yep, he's better than Jadeja. Oh, come on. Chat, help me out. I wish I had the ability to do YouTube at the same time so I could put up the poll, but since we're doing it through a StreamYard, we can't put up the poll. There's no way you really believe that Ryan Parag is better than Jadeja. Stop it. Listen, Ryan Parag doesn't believe that. He's like, come on.
No, I think Jadeja's better than Parag.
Easy.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to do that, Renil. I know Nick was trying to do it the other day. What's up, kiddo? Can you hook me up? Yeah.
What's up, Dad?
Right there, wherever. What's up, guys?
You want the McDonald's one or mine?
Yours. Parag over any other legend. That's hilarious, Major Merc. Parag has outfield Jadeja. Yeah, well, Jadeja, this tournament is... Guys, what happened to Jadeja? What happened to Jadeja? That's a good question. Magic.
Yeah.
I think Jadeja might ask to be released. I heard, and I didn't expect this, I heard he was very upset that they dropped him from captaincy. I thought it was like a mutual thing, but I heard he was upset that they dropped him from captaincy. And then if you notice, shortly after that, here comes the fictitious phantom injury, and then Jadeja didn't play anymore. So, I mean, he might ask to get dropped. I mean, you know, it's embarrassing for a player to lose the captaincy in the first year after, 5-6 games. You know what? That's another thing. They released Reina after fallout with management. You know, Suresh Reina, up in the air. Is that going to be taken? No, Hitmeyer drops it. Oh, Hitmeyer drops it. And listen, is that Shubman Gill that got dropped again?
Well, yes, it was Shubman Gill. Let's see.
Shubman Gill is kissing babies. Shubman Gill is honestly. Shubman Gill is I don't know. He's kissing babies. He's doing all the right things. He's going to church. He's paying his tithes twice in a final, and he's dropped. Hitmeyer should have caught that.
And it's off Chahal as well. And Chahal was bowling to him.
Yeah, Chahal. What a bad day for Chahal.
Oh,
he drops the catch and then has one of his catches dropped.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't make it up.
No.
So imagine the first pick actually for. Let's go back to this. So this Reina was released after the retention. I was actually shocked that he wasn't picked up in the IPL this year. Whatever. Guys, in the chat, let me know while Jack answers the question. Do you think, Jack, that that Jadeja should be released? Do you think that, I mean, after you took away the captaincy, you can't give it back to him now, right? You gave it to Dhoni. You took it away from Dhoni. Stepped down. You took it away from. You gave it to Jadeja. Took it away from him to give it back to Dhoni. I mean, there's got to be, and if the rumors are true, I mean, dude, I think there's no way you bring him back. What do you think?
Well, maybe, he wants to stay or leave, but, things in terms of the planning for next season and the years ahead, maybe he wants to go somewhere else and have another challenge. Yeah, I don't know how many years he's been at CSK, but you just want a new start and a new challenge. And maybe Jadeja, that could benefit him. A new start, fresh start, different team. Maybe that could be the option for him next season, and we may see him back to his best, because this season, they made a mistake. Dhoni made a mistake in giving him the captaincy, because just because he's your best player doesn't mean he's going to be a good captain. And it turned out that way. So, they could have gave it to somewhere else. But I think, if he's thinking about, just I want to leave and start a new start and go and do my own thing and start my new journey with another club, if he wants to do that, that's up to him. So we have to see what happens next year.
That is very... Wow. I thought that was going to go for a 6, but Hardik pumps that for a boundary off of Krishna. And, Hardik is playing very responsibly. It looks like he's just sitting back and letting Shubman Gill be the aggressor. And Shubman Gill is rewarding him through some miracle, some luck. Been dropped twice already in this game. And I think Hardik has made up his mind. I got to be here till the end. Right now, we're 8 overs, only 43 runs. And that's after a boundary right now. It was 39 just a moment ago, guys. So Krishna back in the attack. And you're right, Jack. They're not messing around. They're throwing all the fire right now, trying to break up this partnership. And I think it's the right move. I agree with you. We still have not seen Ashwin. They should probably think about getting an over of Ashwin in there, just in case it does get deep into the death and you need to at least go with Bolt, or you got to save the 1 over from Bolt for the death.
Yeah.
And you got to save 1 from Krishna at least for the death.
Yeah.
Obed McCoy should get 1 to 2 in the death. So, I mean, pretty soon you're going to have to introduce Ashwin. You don't got a choice. You don't got a choice.
Yeah.
Or would you just keep rolling the dice that you're going to keep taking wickets? And I mean, the required run rate 7. Right now, the current run rate is only 5, right? 4.98. So they're way behind on pace. Do you keep oh, there goes an edge for a 4. Almost taken, but Shubman Gill gets that away for a 4. Now he's 19 on 23, high score for the game, and the over is over. The over is over. The through 9 overs, 48 for 2. Still way behind. Oh, what do you do, Jack? What do you do before they announce it? Do you bring in Ashwin right now?
Well, you have to look at the options, because you don't want to waste Bolt and Krishna. They've already bowled a couple of overs. You want to save them to the death at this stage. They've already got 2 wickets. They should have had 4, really, because they dropped a couple of catches.
2 drops, right?
So that would have made a difference if they had 4. Then they could, do something else. But I think, I would save them, and I think I will go to someone else. But they need wickets. The only way the Royals are going to win this game is, I don't think they can contain them, because I think if the Titans get a partnership going here, then they can just pick off the runs, because it's quite a big ground. You can run a lot of 2s and the odd 3 here. So you need to take wickets, and that's the only way they're going to win this final and get back into this match. So, it'd be interesting, but I think they'll save their main bowlers, their strike bowlers, and I think they'll go to someone else, maybe an Ashwin, just to get overs out of him, because they need to get overs out of that other bowling option, because after that they haven't got much to play with in terms of bowling. So I think that's what they'll do. But I'm not out there making the decisions. Andrew Sampson is. Be interesting to see how he goes about it in this next phase of the match.
I think you have to introduce Ashwin. You need to burn 2 overs from Ashwin here. Mix it up. So you just went pace. I would go with Ashwin right now, because I mean, you could go with Chahal, but at some point you got to put Ashwin in there, and you don't want to go back-to-back spinners. So I would go Ashwin, Obed McCoy, Chahal, Obed, Ashwin. At least 2 overs out of Ashwin. That's how I would plan it out. but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Be interesting. But
on the chat, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are midway through the game, well, almost midway through the games. Let us know what you guys think. Yep, Jack, if you need to rest, let us know at any time. We are halfway through the guy. I appreciate you hanging out with me here today. Ozjad obviously had some plans, and again, Nick Sunday church plans, so he wasn't going to be here. But thank you for joining me for this IPL final. But as soon as you need some rest, my friend, just let us know, and we'll bid you adieu. We'll bid you adieu. You've got
why not? We'll stay for the full match. Why not? It's cricket. Why not?
He said, "Why not? It's cricket." No, they went back to Chahal. That just tells you how much they don't trust Ashwin.
Yeah.
Well, this was. I'm sorry to cut you off, Jack.
Yeah.
This has been the same issue for them the entire season, though. Management should have put together a better. They've been short a bowler all season long. This team has been short a bowler all season long, and it's killed them on several occasions. And it's going to be sad if it comes back to do it again. And my question is, like, I get it. At the auction, guys got burned. But in season, why didn't, and this is where I not attack, but question Sanju Samson. I get it. He's not the only one on the selection committee, but he should have been telling them midway through the season, listen, we got to find another arm. We got to find another bowler. You know, we've got to play around with some of these other guys. I know they tried Sen there for a second. But my fifth bowler can't be Ashwin. They don't trust him. They don't trust him. And rightfully so. He's not taking wickets. He's getting pumped. You know, Ashwin's never been the best in T20. He's better in Test, obviously. Akshar Patel is much better in T20. But dude, this is they should have tried other guys. And I get it. You can't go with Jimmy Neesham because he's international, and then you got to sit down Sherman Hitmeyer. And you need Hitmeyer's bat. Kuldeep Yadav, you know, same thing, man. The guy gets a few good matches and then gets pumped. I think if I were, you know, Rajasthan Royals, I'm hoping somebody gets dropped in the season and I go after another arm, another pacer. Up in the air. Oh, that was a scoop shot. So smart. They're going to get 2 off of this at least. Dangerous shot there. But when they get it, it looks so good. And Shubman Gill now just looks so comfortable out there. He may be finding a groove.
Yeah. Sonny S., I appreciate your kind words there. Thank you for the kind words.
Oh, which words? Let me find that. Sonny S.
He said, I've become one of the most important guys on this channel, and I love it. No better person to go for a marathon with other than Jack. Yeah, appreciate it.
Absolutely. We got mad love for Jack. Jack put in that all-nighter with me during the auction, man. And he is an important friend of the channel. We love Jack.
Oh, it was actually with Nick, actually. I didn't stream with you on that Thursday. It was with Nick.
No, with Nick. With Nick. You started with Nick. I should say you put in the all-nighter for me, I should say. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been a big part of the channel, and we appreciate it. Yes, I mentioned this earlier, Krishna. USA by 100 runs smacked Scotland yesterday. And you know what's funny? I posted something on Twitter about it, and somebody was like, "Oh, it's Scotland." Like, okay, it's something for us. Come on, don't take it away. It's just like Ireland when we beat Ireland. Okay, it's Ireland. They were like one of the bottom full member, full member teams or whatever. It's still a full member team. I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You know, when we're beating like Canada or like Argentina, whatever, those teams are right. But if we're beating legit teams in Scotland, and I even account Oman as a legit team, then yes, I'm going to celebrate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kuldeep Sen. Am I saying it right? Is it Sen or Sen? Up in the air, and wow. Good fielding there. I thought that was going to go for a boundary, but they hold that to only 2. I thought it was going to be a boundary. He would have been lucky to even get to that. Yeah, West Indies lost to Ireland. Exactly, guys. I mean, come on. Dude, every time I go on Twitter and like I celebrate USA cricket, beating like an international team, somebody undoubtedly comes back and say, "Oh, beat a real team. We can only play the guys on our schedule, okay?" And listen, I'm not coming and saying that we're gonna come and dominate and we're gonna bolt to the top. We're not gonna beat England or the West Indies or Australia or India, New Zealand. But come on, give us a little bit of love, just a little bit of love. Listen. A little bit. That's all we ask for.
I remember the USA versed Australia in a Champions Trophy match in 2004, Gabe, and the highlights were on YouTube. Someone posted the highlights, and that wasn't pleasant. They got bowled out for double digits in that game, and Australia won that game easily. But that was back in 2004. Times have changed.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we got a ways to go, but there goes a boundary by Hardik. There goes a boundary by Hardik. And this is honestly, this guy here, I think Obi McCoy has shown something this season. And this is why I am very excited for West Indies versus India. I mean, I think that, especially because technically, even though it's USA, West Indies plays a lot of games here in Florida, so they're used to the terrain. And I think it'll be advantage, at least home field, a slight home field advantage for the West Indies. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And listen, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So, like, I'm just excited to see my West Indies and India, go toe to toe. And Nick and I just, bro, we can't wait. We can't wait.
No, that should be exciting. Your first international series. How exciting is that?
Jack, I already told the wife, if the West Indies win, she needs to get my bail money ready because I'm streaking. I'm running on the field. I'm running on the field.
Streakers are quite rare these days, but you should look up that video with Andrew Simons decking the streaker. It was hilarious.
I did see that one. Yeah,
you did.
Andrew Simons is a big boy. Yeah, they showed it the other day when the streaker came out. He body checked him.
Yeah, just went bang straight into him, and he landed on flat on his back.
Look at that! I told you. He said, "No, Gabe, stop it, mush." Listen, why not us? Why can't we? Yes, we can go and beat India. Absolutely, bring it. And technically, West Indies will be home. You got to believe.
Yep.
Oh, that should have been a dot ball. Missed field there. That should have been a dot ball.
Well, they need wickets here, the Royals.
Yeah, for sure. We're going down a day early, Renil. So we'll be down there a day early. Hopefully, we can meet up with some players. You know what I mean? Last time, we got pretty good access to checking the nets or whatnot. But because of COVID, there was still like some restrictions. So hopefully we won't have that garbage when we go down there. But we're super, super excited about it. And again, Gabe was preparing apology letters to Campbell when the West Indies last played India. Oh, reloaded. That's hilarious. Listen, I don't think, like I said, anything can happen. And I think that just in general, talking to Nate from USA Cricket, so many people are going to be paying attention because, again, the T24 World Cup is here in the United States. So we're going to start seeing a lot more international teams over here. And we are just so excited, man. We're so excited. Look at Cecile. Cecile says Gabe is lucky he isn't going to Jamaica. No Gabe zone there. Listen. I don't think all Jamaicans mad at me because of John Campbell. Maybe a few, but not all Jamaicans are mad at me. I'm just saying. I'll buy him a ginger beer. We're good. But, it is what it is.
I read somewhere that one of the baseball stadiums or something going to be one of the venues for the T20 World Cup in 2024, I think. I was reading something on that in ESPN Cricket Info. I don't know where it was, but they talked about it.
Yeah, it's I can't remember. What's that stadium? It is because it rains a lot in Florida, right? So that's one of the things they were trying to Tampa Stadium has a dome. So they talk about trying to play there to try to not get, so rain won't be an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get, well, last time they weren't letting us do it because of COVID, but hopefully we can get autographs and, small little, interviews, whatever, pictures with them. Like I said, we're super excited about it. But, that's a good question, Jack. How, because I asked, because there's a lot of rainouts, especially in English cricket, right?
Yeah.
Our very first test match, 3-hour rain delay, man.
Yeah,
And people were clowning me. They were like, now you're a real cricket fan because you know the pain. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
you know the pain of sitting through a rain delay.
Mm.
But people said that a lot of reason is that they don't play in closed stadium is because it'll affect the track of the ball, the flight of the ball. So will a dome, do you think that that'll hurt cricket coming here in the T20 World Cup if they do play in a dome? Will it change the flight of the ball? Will it lead to more or less sixes? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't think it will.
And gone. And gone. Look at that six. Hardik Pandya. Hardik Pandya dispatches Ashwin for a six, and this is why they didn't trust Ashwin. I told you, the weak link on the team. This is how long they waited to not put Ashwin in, and he's given up runs on every single ball so far. Single, 4, 6. He's given up 12 runs in 4 balls, and he might be the detriment of this team. He might be the detriment of this team. Both batsmen are settled in, and I get it. They wanted to stay completely away from him, but what do? You got to have somebody else bowl. Maybe you go to Ryan Parag. I mean, maybe you can't do much worse, but you can't give Pandya 4 overs bowling like this. Not like this. Not like this.
Going back to your question, Gabe, about the roof. Here in Australia, in Melbourne, we play Big Bash games and some international matches back in the day, early 2000s. Australia played some, and even in the late 90s as well, played some games under a roof in a dome. And really, the only thing is that the ball, if someone hits a big six, the ball is probably going to hit the roof, which happens in the Big Bash games, and then it's a dead ball, doesn't count. Or playing conditions say, oh, if it hits the roof, it's 6. It depends how they go about that. But I don't think it'll make any difference at all. I don't think you'll get any dew or anything like that. If it's a stadium that has a roof that opens, then that could be the difference. This stadium in Melbourne and Docklands has a roof that opens, so you can play games with a roof open or shut, and it does make a difference. So I don't know if this stadium in the States, does it have a retractable roof or it's just a dome?
Not the one in Tampa, and people hate it because there's also these catwalks up there. You talked about it. So a lot of times a ball that would be a home run hits one of those catwalks or one of those things, and it's just a dead ball. So you don't get any runs for that or anything. And that's like, what do you like? So to hit a home run there, you have to hit it flat, and it's got to be more of a line drive. But when you hit those monster sixes, you're probably going to hit the roof or a catwalk, or you have a good chance of hitting one. And at least in baseball, they call that a dead ball, which is no runs, nothing, basically a do-over. Oh, terrible fielding. It could have been a single there, but he's unable to stop it. Just gets past. Wow, they went the bolt. They
did. Well, they've got to get wickets.
Bolt needs to break up this partnership, and this is brutal, though. I mean, I get it. Maybe you don't even make it to the death. I mean, you got in the 13th over, you let Gooderaj climb back in this game in those last 2 overs. 15 runs off of Ashwin. Comes in and immediately puts them back in the game. And to go to Trent Bolt now, I think that, is it the right move? I can't tell you that it is. I can't say that it isn't.
I would have saved Bolt, but I can understand why they brought him back, because they want to get that wicket. They want to break this partnership because they need wickets, as simple as that. That's the only way the Royals are going to win. They can't contain them. Otherwise, the Titans are just going to steamroll them and just, win this match easily.
Titans are set right now with both Hardik Pandya and Shubman Gill. Pandya, to your credit, to his credit, we talked about it. Wickets fell early, and he said, "No more of this." Comes in, puts himself in there. He's at a 114 strike rate, 31 runs on 27 balls. Realized we don't have to put up a huge total. We just have to practically play at a run a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think when he came in, they needed 108 off of 90 balls or something like that, 93 balls.
Yeah. And now
it was just like, settle down, guys. He brought that calmness to them. And now
it's 48 off 44 now. So it's getting tight.
Ooh. What do you think right there? That was high. I know that Bolt wanted it, but that was high. I wouldn't waste a review. Would you waste a review?
No.
You're the
You
umpire.
got to take the emotion
high, right?
out of that. You think I'll review it, but no, it's high. So yeah, don't waste a review on that. You've only got 2, and they could be crucial. Just in case
they could be crucial.
You get a call that doesn't go your way, a decision.
Shubman Gill only had 100 strike rate. Been dropped twice. Chahal's drop probably the biggest because it happened early in the game. And man, that is such a huge drop that I can't emphasize how exactly how bad it was for them.
Yeah. He's been criticized as well, Shubman Gill, for his batting in this IPL. That he's batting.
He hasn't been the best. He hasn't been the best.
No. Batting too slow and not really getting on with it. But he's doing his role here. That's the main thing. They don't need to do anything rash. You've got this under control. 47 to 42 should be manageable. If they have a collapse.
It should be manageable, but is it is the question. It should be manageable, but is
anything could happen. Manaf asked me a question here. Are you surprised that Wade has managed to fraud his way into a full IPL season?
Wow.
I don't know.
Fraud his way. I like that. What do you think? I'll let you answer.
I don't know. Well, they picked him up, and Matthew Wade's been quite good in T20 cricket for Australia for a little period. He's been a good player. He hasn't had a great IPL this season, so they picked him based on what he's done before for Australia, and he was pretty good in the T20 World Cup last year, and we needed him in that game against Pakistan in the semi-final because without him we would have won. Yes, just hasn't been a great season from him, and he hasn't really contributed the way he would like. But they picked him anyway, so that's up to the management of the Titans. Okay, we'll pick him up in the auction and we'll give him a go.
And that's one of those things that just drives you crazy. You're like, oh, gosh. Look at that. What a smart way. Don't let Chahal. Chahal is probably the last of the Mohicans, so to speak, right? And it is so smart what they're doing. Don't give up your wicket to Chahal.
Yep.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's smart batting. That's what it is. It's smart batting. Whereas other batsmen can just play reckless shots, and I hate that. Oh, he's gone. What a catch. I'm sorry, Gabe. I went a bit early there, but
wow.
What a catch. That is
You're
Chahal.
a little bit ahead of me. You're a little bit ahead of me because now I'm watching it, and wow. Let me
catch and slip. That's a good ball. That's a big wicket.
And who puts a slip there? Wow. Is that right? That's Jaiswal that made the catch, but Chahal gets Hardik Pandya, and in a T20 match, it's not often you see slips employed.
No, you don't. But they need to put a slip in there. If they didn't have a slip in there, it would have been probably a couple of runs or maybe 4.
It would have been 4. It's happened a few times where they edged it out. Great catch there by Jaiswal. And this game just got interesting again. Guys, this has been such a great match. There goes Chahal for the purple cap. And this has been such a great match because it's a low scoring match. So every run, every six, every wicket matters. Exactly. This is why low scoring matches can be just as good. Let me update the score. Right. 86 for 3. And it just got interesting. Yeah, it just got interesting. Just when you felt it was over, because remember, the new rules say that the new guy needs to face the opening. The new batsman got to face the ball. And
well, that's only for catchers, Gabe. When you get out bowled anyway, the new batsman has to face anyway. If you get out bowled,
true. But that's what I'm saying is,
moving
forward, we already know they only bat literally 5 deep, maybe 6 if you count Rashid Khan. So that could be dangerous. A couple of balls there successively.
Well, it's made it exciting, that's for sure.
Oh,
it's had the twists and turns, and that's what cricket's about. It's unpredictable.
What do you do here? What do you do here? I think I go for it. You already lost Chahal. You after this over, you've already lost Bolt. I think you go for it now, and you got to go with Obed McCoy. Go with Obed McCoy. Get him his third over. I do not go back to Robbie Ashwin. I just don't.
No.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would go all-out attack now. You've gone 3 down for 80 odd. You've got to pick up wickets. You've got to keep attacking. You can't just defend and, go down that route conservatively. You've got to attack. So, I mean, go and bring your best bowler on, obviously. That's what they should do, the Royals, because the wickets are going to be key for them. If they can get wickets, bowl them out, or try and get as many wickets as they can, and hope the Titans have a collapse, then they're going to win this game. So
I mean, and when people are saying, you got to understand, it's only 3 wickets down, but right now you've got Shubman Gill and David Miller on strike. After that, it's Rahul Tewatia. So really, these next 3 batsmen, that's it. Rashid Khan, if you're expecting Rashid Khan to put up, 20 runs, 30 runs, you're, in a final, you're mistaken. All right. So it's literally, you want to depress the scoring, but you've got to keep taking wickets. And I right now would absolutely bring in my attack, guys. I'm bringing in Obed McCoy because he has the over. Then I'm bringing in Krishna. And I probably bring in Parag at some point. I know people are saying I'm crazy, but you just can't go back to Robbie Ashwin. You can't.
Yeah.
Not until these monsters and even Rashid Khan. I think Rashid Khan would pump Ashwin, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he probably will. So, they've
36 balls left, 42 runs.
Yeah, they've gone with McCoy. So that's a good
McCoy.
Move.
Ashwin to Miller. Ashwin is great versus left-handers. I don't think that they think so, because they did not. Scotland 150 for 3 and 30 overs versus USA right now. Come on, USA. How many overs? 30 overs or 20 overs to go in that game? Okay. I mean, Ashwin is good versus left-handers. Does David Miller have the strike?
Yeah.
Or is it, I guess that's how little confidence they have. David Miller has the strike, and they still decided not to go with Ashwin. And I can't blame him.
No.
He's just looked bad.
Yeah. It's been good with the bat, but not good with the ball in this IPL, I don't think. Ashwin.
Look at Renils. He's like, not looking good. McCoy's there while Miller's up there. They just don't trust Ashwin. And Ashwin does have experience. I get it, but he's much better of a test player, and he's just had a bad season. Sometimes you gotta read the game, read the writing on the wall, as they say. What's interesting is that Shubman Gill, who should have been gone twice, should have been dispatched twice, is just up there and looks very relaxed. That's going to be at least a single. They get 1 or 2 on that. Nope. They took 2. So they're running on everything. Look at that. Edged. It was just too far away. They need 3 wickets. That they do. Ooh. Dot City.
Yep. It's pressure starting to build a little bit here. It's good. These dot balls are crucial.
Miller's not good against spin. Well, I mean, Miller might get his chance because I'm telling you, I'm counting overs in my head right now. It's either not Miller, Ashwin, or it's gonna be. They don't have the overs. It's either gonna be Ashwin, bowling, or Ryan Parag.
Yeah,
which is crazy to think. Ah, there goes a boundary.
Well, I don't think Butler could have done anything to stop that because that was going straight to the boundary. He wasn't going to cut that off. And he just conceded and let that go into the rope. 4.
Yeah, it kind of died a little bit, but I think it was out of his. He took a. No, it was too quick. He couldn't cut the angle off. I think you're right. Wow, this game it's on pins and needles right now. You're 1 wicket away from this game turning on its head, and yet somehow, the anxiety levels are up there. You're just like,
yeah, that's right. Everyone's tense out there.
Yes.
This is where you're going to have a clear mind and just have a composed mind and just think it rationally. Just think it out rationally. Just take your time. No need to rush.
Last ball of the over. Such an important ball here for Obed McCoy. Obed McCoy needs to, honestly, he needs to keep this to a dot or 1 run, 2 runs. Cannot give up a boundary here. Let's see what he does. Shubman Gill. I mean, Shubman Gill is gonna determine this game, in my opinion, and punches it away for just a single. Just a single. So Shubman Gill will retain the strike, which means, knowing that, do you bring in Ashwin now? Probably not.
Interesting.
You're gonna have to, though. You're gonna have to at some point.
Yeah, you're gonna have to bowl him because he's one of the experienced bowlers. You got no one else. So
yeah, you got 5 overs left, and Krishna got 1 over. Obed McCoy has 1 over. So somehow
we're going back to Ashwin. He's bowling this over now. So
this is nailed. Oh my gosh, guys, this is it. This is the game. You're gonna have to go with Ashwin. That's insane, and it's been the story of Rajasthan season. That 5th bowler has been killing them.
Yeah. Everyone's nervous.
2 runs off that first ball. Oh boy. I mean, he can't get pumped. He can't give up another 15 run over, basically. Oh, this game is over. So far 2 runs. If he gives up anything under 8, he does okay, in my opinion. There goes. I mean, he really needs to get a wicket. So now Shubman Gill takes a single, and Ashwin has what he wants. he's got David Miller on strike, who struggles against left-handed spin. Let's see if this is the game. Can he take David Miller's wicket, or at least keep him on strike and just get dots?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I know. It's like, dude, I'm breathing heavy. I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Up in the air. Is that a 6? Gone.
It's gone.
Wow.
It's over
Ashwin
now.
pumped.
Well, this is the thing.
Wow.
You had to bowl him.
You got to bowl him.
You got to bowl him.
Dude, he is a detriment to this team.
Now it's pretty much a runner ball now. Without 6, that's just released the pressure and
that's released the pressure, yeah. And I mean, it is. Ashwin looks like he has no confidence, man. Single there. Look this up. He says, "Don't play with Miller. Let's go, Titans." And at this point, I mean, you need less than a run of ball.
Yeah.
You need less than a run of ball. You're at what? 26 off of 20. I mean, 24 needed off of 26 balls.
Yep. Yeah. Don't need to do anything rash here. The Titans.
Nothing rash.
In the bag. Just work it for singles, and that's what they're doing. That's all you need to do. You've got this game in the bag.
That 6 was so huge there by David Miller.
Yeah,
it was so huge. And, I'm thinking to myself, David Miller could get stuck on strike there and maybe possibly give up a 6. Nope.
Yeah.
The worst possible thing that can happen. He gets pumped for 6. And Miller gets a single on the last ball of the over. Ashwin once again pumped for 12 runs. 2 overs. Ashwin's given up 27 runs in a final. And I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say he may have single-handedly ended the Rajasthan Royals season at this point. Who do you go to? I go to Krishna. I go to Krishna now.
Yeah.
Pray Krishna gets me a wicket. Obit McCoy. Ashwin doesn't see another over.
No.
Why bother? I mean, unless I have no one else to go to.
And no one else, then he's the last resort. So.
Then, yeah. But the next 2 overs should be Krishna and Obit McCoy. And just pray that you can take those wickets. And that'll be interesting, right? If you get to, let's say, no, because you can't even do that. Because Ashwin wouldn't be able to bowl. How many overs are left? You need 4 overs. So you have to put a bowl Ashwin, because you could go Krishna. Has that ever happened? Like if he went Krishna and then Obit McCoy, and all he has left is Ashwin. Ashwin can't bowl back-to-back overs, so he would have to bring in like Ryan Parag or somebody like that, right?
Yeah.
I think I'd bring in Ryan Parag regardless. Oh, man, no, because that guy could lose it just in 1 over. This is brutal, man. This is brutal.
It is. Well, this is the problem. They should have gone in with extra bowling, I think, because that's been their problem all season. So this has come back to bite them in the final.
In the finals, been the problems. Somebody says, "Get the ball to Butler. Let Butler bowl."
I don't think he'll be bowling.
Oh
I think he'll be conceding a lot of runs. I think the game will be over if he bowls.
Krishna only has 1 over left. Obey. Yeah, but so does both of them. Krishna and McCoy both only have 1 over. So regardless, you got to go to one of those guys.
Well, it doesn't matter which order you bowl them at. They're going to bowl the last couple of 4 overs anyway. Well, a couple of them. So. And then you have to go back to Ashwin or Parag.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. It's an exciting final, but it's like nail biting. And at the same time, it's frustrating because you see like, all right, there's not much that you can do if you're Sanju Samson. You can't really blame him. You know what I mean? The plan has gone down. There's the drops that killed him earlier. The Chahal drop was huge. Should have had Shubman Gill gone. I said Shubman Gill is going to come back and bite you in the butt. He's been dropped twice. And dude, it's been just a disaster of trying to find that fifth bowler for the Royals.
Mm.
And I mean, I don't know how much he fought. Sanju Samson fought for that fifth bowler. You know what I mean? But it ain't looking good.
But they're going back to Krishna now.
Krishna.
So, yeah.
There you go. Dot City. There's a dot ball. Yeah, because Krishna has a chance of taking a wicket, and then maybe you can get some guys stuck on strike, get a 2-wicket haul in this over.
Yeah.
Gabe, please mush to Gujarat Titans. I'm not the mush. Nick is mush now, people. Come on. Next ball here by Krishna. And saved. Could have been a boundary, but looks like they're only going to get 2 runs off of that. Nice effort there by Obed McCoy.
Yeah, he's done well there. Yeah. Never know.
Umpire greater than Ashwin. I don't understand that, Major Merc. Help me out. How
Maybe
is
the umpire's better than Ashwin, maybe?
Oh, the umpire. Oh, at bowling, that's hilarious.
Hmm.
Look at Renil already asking for a super over. Super over!
Well, we haven't had one, haven't we, in this IPL? It's a bit...
I don't remember there being a super over in the IPL. Let us know in the chat. Ooh, great ball there by Krishna. Just missed. Just missed. And Miller just missed that ball. If he nicks that, that's a wicket. But ooh, another dot there. So far through 3 balls, he's only conceded 2 runs. And this is what you're not getting out of Ashwin. He's not giving you the dots. They're scoring literally on every single ball. Up in the air. And wow. That's the game. Up in the air to fine leg. Did not hang up long enough. That is fine leg back there, right? I think that's fine leg. I'm working on that.
Yeah. It's fine leg.
Up in the air to fine leg. And whenever you see a guy take a shot like this, you think, oh, edged off the top of the bat. That's bad. Yeah. Nope. Nobody was back there. Up in the air to fine leg. And it goes for 4. And then the very next ball by Krishna is a wide.
Well,
that's it. And I get it. He's got to try something. He's got to try something because he knows, I'm in here because I need to take a wicket. Yeah. 15 runs needed off 20 balls. If I don't take a wicket, you know what I mean? No matter what the score is after that. So far, I've only conceded 6 runs. Well, 7 if you count that wide. But you need the wicket. Yeah. So I might bowl another wide. See if I could get him reaching. What do you think?
Yeah, you could, but I think Rajasthan will be thinking, we've got 15 runs to play with, so we don't want to be bowling wides and no balls. I think we want to be saving every run. But
Butler just said something to him, so
yeah. I don't think it matters anyway because he's just hit another boundary.
You're ahead of me. Yeah. David Miller, there it is. And another boundary to third man out there. So for one to fine leg, the other one to third man. And David Miller, the Rajasthan Royal Killer. Oh, man. Yeah. It's about over. It's about over. Last ball of the over. Krishna needs a wicket in the worst way. And nope. Gonna be at least a single. Nope, they actually get 2 on that. They get 2 on that, and guys, it's it. I mean, what do you do now? You can't go to Ashwin. He's not defending 9 runs. He's conceding
Nah.
it's 2 runs every single over. He's conceding balls. He's not taking wickets. I
Yeah.
think go to Obed McCoy and say, can we get a 3-wicket haul in this over? I mean, it's wishful thinking. It's wishful thinking
Yeah.
at this point. But what else can you do?
Well, they've gone back to Ashwin.
Did they go back to
Yeah, they
Ashwin?
went back to Ashwin.
I
It's
feel
over
like
with
I'm
this
taking
over.
crazy pills. Really?
Yeah, they've gone back to him.
Why? I can't get. I know. Okay. I mean, I get it. It probably wouldn't make a difference had they taken a wicket
No.
there. They might have done something different. But come
Yeah.
on, really? It's I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. It's like conceding the game at this point.
Yeah, I think so. Knowing that, okay, it's going to be a bit of a stretch defending 9 off 18 balls. So we might as well just get it done. We're not going to win this one. So
He goes for
that's
a
what
reverse
I'm
sweep,
thinking.
goes for a dot there. Shubman Gill goes for a reverse sweep, just a little dot there. And I mean, guys, if you are a fan of the Titans, congratulations to you guys. It's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say. But I think the fat lady sung when Ashwin got pumped for 15 in his first over. But man, I think it's been a great IPL, man, and I think that it's good for the league. I'm very happy, honestly, so happy for Hardik Pandya, guys. I mean, we crushed Hardik Pandya on the channel for 2 years because he was so bad. And people said, Gabe, Nick, you guys don't understand. This guy is a phenom. He's just out of form. He's hurt. And you guys are right. He's out of form, hurt, but now he is healthy again, and it's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, yep, it is. He's done pretty well. Captain well.
Boomer, super chat. Boomer says, sucks to lose, but we got to the finals for Shane Warren. It does. It does suck to lose, and man. Look at Renil, Mumbai, KKR, take notes. Take notes. Wow, 450 plus runs for Hardik Pandya. Yeah, I'm interested to see if he's going to win MVP. I think he should. I honestly think he should. Definitely comeback player of the year. Been a great season. Been a great season. And man, Rajasthan Royals fans, I know it's a heartbreaker. I know it is this is Parag coming up 7 for 7. I didn't see that. That would have been hilarious. Man, Chatil is the biggest Ryan Parag fan ever. I love it. Oh.
Yeah, it's been a long season. This IPL, it's been a long one.
It has. It has been a long season.
When we started,
look at Renil. Renil says it's been a horrible season, Gabe. Horrible. You know why? Well, I mean, listen. Am I happy as a fan of CSK that we finished at the bottom of the standings? No. But I mean, honestly, it is what it is. Oh, for Pete's sakes, 4 runs needed off 12 balls, going to Shubman Gill on strike. It's probably going to end like on a 6 or something on a boundary. 5 runs off that over.
Yeah.
He said it usually does.
It usually does. We usually finish it off in a 6 or something like that.
Oh, man.
I won't be surprised if he does. Might as well.
Might as well.
Oh, and as soon as I say that, he hits a 6. As soon as I say that, he hooks it for 6.
Oh,
and the
man.
Titans, the new team on the block, have won the IPL. Congratulations. Round of applause.
Congratulations, Titan fans. Congratulations, Titans fans. Wow. Inaugural season. They deserve to win. I love Butler. I don't think he should be MVP. Butler has the orange cap already. give the MVP to the person who just took a expansion team, not just to the playoffs, but to the championship. I mean, come on. Mira says, I thought Gujarat would get the wooden spoon. Not just you, Mira. A lot of people thought they would get the wooden spoon. We thought they'd be in contention for the wooden spoon. A lot of experts said that, and Gujarat said, yeah, not on our watch. Hardik Pandya proved that he is the most valuable player, in my opinion, and it's a good team. This is a good team. Still a little bit scary how they go about business because they only bat 5 deep. I think that's one thing they want to kind of address next year because, you know, you lose a couple wickets early, you're in trouble. But I think that Hardik is confident enough that he can come in and stop the bleeding whenever it happens and say, hey, no worries. You know what I mean? For the most part, we can chase down any score. So Jay, hometown, congratulations, Jay, hometown hero. Yep, Pandya led from the front. You gotta love it. A lot of people thought LSG would win this season. A lot. I had them in there, and just didn't happen. I mean, they made it to the playoffs. LSG made it to the playoffs. I thought they'd be there. They got there. RCB got that right. They got there. I'm shocked that the Titans made it in, and that just shows I still have a lot more to learn. We at Crickets for Americans have a lot more to learn about cricket, and I think that the Titans understand that even though quote unquote T20 is a batsman's game, it's still a bowler's game, and you need those bowlers because we see what happens. What's been the issue with the Royals this season? Even though they got the best, they got the orange cap winner. They got Butler, who's the second leading all-time scorer in the IPL in a single season, only following Virat Kohli. 4 centuries for him this year in Butler. I think if you count half centuries, it's 7 or 8. I mean, he had some monster performances, guys. But you have to take wickets. And you can't have a guy in there that's not taking wickets and are just conceding runs. You know, Chahal wins the purple cap, but Chahal has also been expensive this year, right? And he's given up, I mean, on several occasions, 40+ runs. And they just, I think they were all season long. They were just a bowler short. They were a bowler short. Too many international players between Butler and Hitmeyer, Obed McCoy. Like they really, in my opinion, they really needed to be able to go with what's the New Zealander that they have? Help me out. That's in the I don't think he even got a chance to play.
Daryl Mitchell.
No, not Darren Mitchell. It's a bowler they have. Jimmy Neesham.
Neesham, yeah, sorry, yep.
They should have gone with Jimmy Neesham, but if you go with Jimmy Neesham, then you probably have to pull Sherman Hitmeyer out, right? And that was part of the issue. Owen Morgan for captain. Come on. But no, the Royals are just struggling with not having that fifth bowler, and they need to address that for next season. Owen Morgan's a great captain, but he's just not a good batsman, and batsmen need to lead. Captains need to lead, like you saw today when the wheels were falling off for the Titans. Hardik Pandya went and led from the front. Came in the power play, actually. In the power play, he had to come in and got himself settled down, and no more wickets fell after he came in, and that's just impressive. Let's see. MVP, Butler, 375, Russell, 281, Livingstone, 265 runs. I don't think that's right. And listen, I'm a huge Andre Russell fan, but MVP, and the same thing happens, by the way, here in the States. His team didn't get to the playoffs. He did not get to it's not most valuable player on a team. It's most valuable player in the league. If I could not get my team to the playoffs, how am I the most valuable player in the league? I don't think that's right, but we'll see. We'll see how do you think? Do you think MVP should be an individual award just on a team performance, or should it be for the entire league? What are your thoughts on that, Jack? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm in the minority here.
Maybe it should be for the entire league. You know, someone who's actually contributed to wins and success and being the valuable player for their team in this whole season. I don't think you should just do it based on points and how many runs you scored and that. I think that's what they're doing in this IPL with the points, and that's how they're doing it. Like sort of fantasy, really, in a way. Just do it by
Right.
votes or something. You know, like cast a vote. I'll give you a certain amount of votes, and
here's the problem why. So those people that are gonna say something, I mean, I hear this arguments all the time because then guys can just go up stat padding. And you see it. Guys could play, if you're a batsman, you could just play at a slow run rate and stat pad so that you can try to get your, you could get a 5-wicket haul in a game that doesn't matter, or you can get yourself 50 runs or 60 runs, 100 runs in a game that doesn't matter at 100 strike rate or even under 100 strike rate. That doesn't help your team. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. It says Gabe Archer won MVP in your first season. Rajasthan Royal didn't make it to the playoffs that season, and I agree. I love Archer, but I said he's the most valuable player on that team because I remember he had the most wickets in the power play that year. Archer was a monster his first year that we started watching the IPL, but his team didn't win a championship. Didn't even get to the playoffs. Come on, I could see it. Fine, give it to Butler. His team made it all the way to the finals, right? He can't do everything by himself. But guys that didn't even get their teams to the finals in Andre Russell and in I forgot who they said was third in the standings, they should not be up. That doesn't make any sense to me.
yeah. Maybe it's just based on how many runs and the impact they had in the game. That's how they judge the award. I think it'd be interesting to see how they judge the award in terms of the okay, if you get a certain amount of runs, you get a certain amount of points or whatever like that. So maybe they need to change it for next season. I don't know. But that's how they do it in the IPL. But yeah, congratulations to the Titans on
Inaugural
winning this
season.
IPL.
Inaugural season for the Titans expansion team, and they win a championship. So happy for Hardik Pandya. Hardik, who's been injured for the last few years, comes back and shows his value. And I think that this is just solidified his spot on the Indian international team. Not to mention, I'm sorry, Iyer has been dreadful. Venkatesh Iyer has been dreadful. So, he's back where he belongs, and eventually, as the old adage say, the cream will rise to the top. You know what I'm saying? And he showed who he was in Hardik Pandya this season. So good on you, Hardik Pandya. All the Hardik Pandya fans out there. If I'm Mumbai Indians right now, I'm sick to my stomach. I am sick to my stomach because they had Hardik Pandya for 2 years. Well, they've had him for a few years.
Yeah.
Let him go in the mega auction. Who was the worst in your opinion from the auction? Let us know in the chat, guys. Who do you guys think was the worst non-retention in the mega auction, where teams got to be sick to their stomach they let guys go? I know RCB is sick that they let Chahal go because he's a purple cap winner. I mean, yeah, he's a purple cap winner, right? So they got to be sick to their stomach they let him go. Let us know in the chat. Who was the worst retention player where teams have to absolutely be sick to their stomach? I mean, if you really think about it, Mumbai Indians took some hits, bro. Quinton de Kock was the third leading scorer in the orange cap winner. That's a former Mumbai Indian. I mean, of course, they lose Trent Bolt. Trent Bolt is I think he's top 10 in bowling. So they lost Trent Bolt. Man, the Mumbai Indians have to be absolutely sick to their stomach. They lose Hardik Pandya. Was there another team other than the Mumbai Indians that got decimated as much as the Mumbai Indians did in this mega auction? I can't name it. Let us know in the chat. Rashid Khan, Holder. Yeah. SRH letting go of yeah. But I gotta say that hurt too. SRH did let go of those. That's got to be brutal. SRH did let go of both. And Warner. SRH lost Warner. I forgot about. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Oh man. DC needed Rabada. They struggled a lot without him. Yep. Without Rabada, DC lost a lot, and Mumbai retained Pollard over Hardik. Yeah. And I feel like the age is starting to catch up with Pollard as well. Because I think about it, it's a mega auction, right? So you just need your team for your next 4 years or whatever. Hardik is still relatively a young guy. So, oh, man. Yeah, Rashid Khan was a big loss. Oh, man. So right now, I'm just waiting. Jack, again, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Make sure you guys check out Jack and the WWE podcast. I will once again link his recent or most recent podcast. Well, actually, there's a second most recent podcast, which was his predictions on New Zealand versus England. And, Nick and I will be trying to stream some of those matches as well now that we're out of normal school, even though we're teaching summer school, but we got a little bit more time on our hands. And do I think Pollard is done with the IPL? Well, Pollard just retired from international cricket. So I'm not sure he's got too much to go. Let's see. Yep, there it is. Bolt is a big whiff, not retaining him. But yeah, go ahead and check out Jack, and I put the link there in the description box. If you're not already subscribed to him, go ahead and subscribe. Did you know Rajasthan Royal bidding for Miller till they lost a bid? The Gujarat up to 3 cores, and he delivers the killer blow. I did not know that. I mean, there's so many. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The auction is amazing. So if you go back and think about it, we lost this guy for, whatever it might have been, a couple of lock, that might have been a difference between you having a David Miller or not. And I know CSK is sick to their stomach. They let go of some of the guys they did. So it's just brutal. And, Ishan Kishan, who hasn't had the best season, that was their big retention, a lot of money. So he better show something next year. The Royals shouldn't have go. Livingston would have been that guy, because Livingston would have been the guy that could have been that 5th bowler for them and could have produced with the bat. That is such a great analysis there, Boomer.
Yeah, because he's a good bowler as well, Livingston, obviously.
Yeah, Livingston took plenty of wickets, and if you replace Livingston with Ashwin, I think you still would have had the issue of your international players, right? You would have only been able to play Butler, Hitmeyer, Loki Ferguson, and then Livingston would have been your 4th. But man, that is so interesting. Gill by Shubman Gill. Yep. I was like, you guys let go of Shubman Gill. That's brutal. Yep, Gill played well as an opener, had a couple rough games, but yeah, there's a lot of narratives. And to me, narratives are a big part of cricket in general, of all sports, and you got to have a good story, right? You got to have that narrative to sell it to the fans, and I think that to me, the best narrative is drop from the international team, right? Hardik Pandya, struggling with injuries for 2 years, not retained by Mumbai and not protected, and comes back and wins the championship. That's a narrative. Good for him.
Yeah, it is. And to lead the inaugural team to an IPL title in the first season is pretty good.
Oh, this is classic. Lucknow signing Mark Wood knowing he would get hurt. It's hard not to sign Mark Wood because you know his pace. But yes, Mark Wood is always hurt. Everybody knows it. So that is a tough one.
I think someone said he's like glass or something. Jofra Archer's like glass and Mark Wood's like glass. They just shatter.
They just shatter. I think the very first year, we watched the IPL. 2 players went down, and everybody said, "Yep, that's them." And it was Mark Wood went down. I think
Yeah.
he was with SRH at the time, and then Mitchell Marsh went down. And it's like, for love for Pete. And since I've been watching cricket, those guys are always hurt. Mitchell Marsh is always hurt, man. I
It's
love
not
Mitchell,
uncommon with Mitchell Marsh. His brother
and I
Sean
love him.
always got injured as well. So it runs in the family. They always get injured. You always get hamstring injuries. It just
Really,
runs in the family. Yeah.
I didn't know about his brother, but I mean, Mitchell Marsh arguably is one of the reasons why Australia won the cup. Right? He had such a great performance, and but how often does he play? You know what I mean? Because he's always
Yeah.
hurt. He's always hurt, man. I mean, he's a talent, but you know why Australia will stay with him until he says his body can't handle anymore. Because you have him the ability to go out there and give you 50 runs, 100 runs with the bat. I mean, he can also take wickets. Mitchell Marsh is a fabulous player. He just can't stay healthy, man.
Yeah. That's right.
Can't stay healthy. And I think that's why Australia is kind of moving towards Cam Green. What do you think about Cam Green? While we're waiting here for them to announce, do you think he'll eventually supplant Mitchell Marsh and as like the main all-rounder on the team?
I think he has in the test side.
On the test side for sure, but I'm talking about all 3 facets.
Well, he played in Pakistan in the ODIs and T20s and did okay, Cameron Green. Yeah. He's a young guy. He's in his early 20s. So I think Australia will really want him in the test side because he offers that balance with the quicks and Nathan Lyon. And with Mitchell Marsh, he's been a bit inconsistent. He's been tried at test level, hasn't really performed. He's more suited to ODIs and T20s. So Cameron Green's the youth. At the end of the day, you've got to invest in the youth. So I think Australia will do that. With Mitchell Marsh, he's got experience and he's been there and done it. So, Mitchell Marsh still has a role to play in this Australian team in the T20 side and one-day side. But I think Cameron Green, in the years to come, will go across all 3 formats and be our main all-rounder for the side.
Boomer, the funny thing is that Cameron Green, when he first got called up by Australia, was a better bowler. He couldn't get runs, but he was taking wickets. And then he focused on his batting and then struggled taking wickets. So I think it's a balance as an all-rounder, but he has the potential to take wickets. I mean, the guy's a monster. What is he, like 6'7"? I mean, he's huge. So that height advantage just gives him such a huge plane, and that leverage he gets on the ball. I mean, he's going to be really good. I love Cam Green, man. I get it. He hasn't been the most consistent, but I do like Cam Green.
Yeah. He's good. Had a good Ashes. Had a tough series against India when he first came in. Didn't take any wickets and scored a 50 in Sydney. But in the Ashes, and even in Pakistan, you could see the confidence in him, which is good. Right. And he's going to be a main asset for Australia. And in Sri Lanka, which is next month, because Australia play there, 3 T20s, 5 ODIs, and 2 Test matches. I don't know why it's 2 Test matches. It should be 3. There's no point in playing 2. You want 3. But it's the way the schedule is. And then obviously the home summer is going to have a big impact as well. And your West Indies come out to Australia this year, Gabe. So that's for 2 Test matches.
I've seen that, dude. Yeah, West Indies has a nightmare of a schedule. Have you seen the West Indies schedule? Bro, we got to play Australia. In Australia, we got to play India. I get it, it's in the USA, but we still got to play India. Can we get some powder puffs? I think we get New Zealand again. I'm like, for Pete's sakes, what I mean? Like, schedule makers, come on.
Yeah,
it's a long. The West Indies has a gauntlet of a schedule ahead of them, bro. And I mean, it's like,
yeah. Well, I saw Australia's schedule for the next couple of years, and it's pretty packed. Obviously, Ashes are next year as well in England. And we've got a 50-over World Cup in India. So it's a lot of cricket on for Australia. And we've got a tour of South Africa as well, because of that tour got cancelled a couple of years ago because of all this. So we've got to go back there before the 50-over World Cup in August. So it's a lot of cricket on. So it's a packed schedule.
It is. We get West Indies get the Netherlands. We should be okay there. 3 ODIs. Then we have Pakistan. Oh man, in Pakistan. Ugh. Not happy about that. Bangladesh. In Bangladesh. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Dude.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take Scotland. I mean, it's and
It's
then how
rough.
come yeah, it's rough. And I'm trying to see how come they don't have the India game on here, which is in August, because it jumps right from July to October on the one schedule I'm looking at. For some reason, they don't show. Let's see. That's interesting. Quick Buzz doesn't have all of them because it was already announced, so I'm not sure why that wouldn't be on there. That's not the full schedule that they have up on Quick Buzz for whatever reason. But yeah, the West Indies has a tough schedule ahead of them. And have they? Nope, they still haven't announced it. Man, they're taking their time.
Well, they're setting up and doing all that stuff. Renell asked me a question. Chris Green would have been good in the IPL. What do you think, Jack? Or no? Yeah, Chris Green's he's a good player. He's done well in the Big Bash, done well in the Caribbean Premier League. I'm not surprised that I'm quite surprised that no one's picked him up in this IPL. Maybe they're not interested. Maybe they don't rate him. I don't know. But he's definitely one to look out for. You know, could play for Australia one day. But he's done pretty well for the Sydney Thunder and the Big Bash, and he's done pretty well in other leagues he's played.
Chris Green. Interesting. I will say that. Here we go. Hardik Pandya is walking up. And you know what I never realized? And I guess because whenever I saw him play, he was on the on Mumbai Indians. And, you know, over there, you've got Pollard, who's a monster. Everybody looks small in front of Pollard. But Hardik is a big boy. Hardik is a big boy. Look at his arms, dude. He looks small when you're looking at him next to Pollard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's yoked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Chris Lynn. Australia tour is next. India is coming to USA. I think, yeah, India is coming to USA to play the West Indies. But like I said, Quick Buzz doesn't have the entire schedule up there for some reason. It's weird. And then in between, do we have, is it Big Bash or no? That won't be what, like October or something. Big Bash?
Well, Big Bash is not until December, January time.
I thought it was October.
No, it's not October. You must be thinking about the women's Big Bash. That starts in October.
Oh no, CPL.
CPL.
Caribbean.
I think you're
will be
talking
like
about,
at the end of the summer.
Starts in October or something.
By the way, Jameson, I'm just trying to read here. Oh gosh, they're taking forever. Jack, again, man. Anytime you want to cut out, feel free to.
Okay, I'm sticking to the end. I might as well. Why not? We'll do the marathon. That's been fun.
I know it definitely has. So what do you have while we're waiting? What do you have coming up, man? Tell us what we can expect from you on the channel.
Well, we've got hopefully we've secured a guest. One of two guests on the podcast. The other one I haven't heard back from.
Nice.
And he is a person who's had a very good impact in cricket. He's played first-class cricket before. Not going to reveal too much. That's going to be happening towards the back end of June on the 23rd. I'm going to be speaking to him. And I've been reading his book in preparation for our chat. And he's written a book about cricket, and he offers some great advice. So I would suggest to anyone, if you're an up-and-coming cricketer and you're serious about, you know, a professional career or something, watch that episode. You will learn a lot from this guy. And he's done other things in other sports as well. Not only cricket, but other sports as well. Not going to reveal too much, but
I was going to say, nice teaser there, Jack, because I thought you were going to reveal it and say, make sure you buy this book. I was like, well, you tell us what book, we'll know who it is.
You know who it is then, but I started reading his book in preparation for our chat, and some good stuff in there. So you know, if you want to watch that, stay tuned. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast. Click the bell to get notifications so you don't miss out. So that's happening in June. And then hopefully we can get the other guests that we've had lined up and speak to other person who's done wonderful things in cricket as well. So it's exciting. The podcast is charting well around the world. You know, we're in the top 100 and stuff like that, and in the charts in all countries. So that's been pretty good. So yeah, couldn't be happier.
Keep them up there, guys. Keep them up there. Suman, sorry you didn't see your comment. Says Gabe. Fun fact: now Hardik Pandya has won more IPL, winning 5 titles than MSD and Raina, and many players who are playing for the first season, only behind Rohit Sharma, shares it with Rayudu and Pollard. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Like I said, listen, and I that's okay. I'm gonna get crushed on my Hardik. Not hate, because I didn't hate Hardik, but I did. I crushed him the first 2 years because he was not playing well and he was injured. And that just, if you go back and look at Hardik Pandya the last 2 years in the IPL, you can't tell me that, you know, you guys, people would say, oh, he's just out of form. For me, out of form is 6 games. Out of form is half a season. Out of form might be even a season. Out of form isn't 2 years. The guy was out of form for 2 whole years. Now, I get it. Some injuries take a long time to come back from. But that, a lot of people kept their faith in him. And they've been rewarded for keeping that faith. Let me ask you a question. There's teams that won't give a player 2 years. Guess what? Mumbai Indians didn't give him 2 years because they could have retained him over Pollard and looked and said, you know what? This guy may not be coming back. We're going to keep him. Because if they believed in him, they should have dropped Pollard. They could have got Pollard back cheaper in the auction. Pollard's older. You know, you discovered Hardik Pandya, for the love of Pete. Why not keep him? You don't believe in him. All right? So I'm not the only one that gave up on him. His own franchise gave up on him. That's just me trying to defend myself here. But look, Boomer says, I didn't hate him, but I did. He was just bad for 2 years. And no one's happier to be wrong than me, because I like to see those redemption stories, those comeback players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good for him. A lot of players don't come back. Listen, I hope I'm wrong about Jafar Archer. I hope that he gets healthy and I hope he gets healthy and he's able to be the guy that I saw bowl my very first cricket match against my West Indies, taking wickets out there. We'll see what happens. My very first test match, I should say. I hope he's the guy that was MVP in the IPL, took the most wickets in the power play. But can I say that for sure? Not after 3 consecutive injuries, you know, back, shoulder, elbow. That's tough.
Yeah.
Look at Jay calling me out. I'm not wrong. What, did he get bored? Is that why he stopped bowling in the middle of the season for like a 3-game spell there? Matter of fact, we got some time because they're taking forever. I'm going to go ahead and look up the Hardik Pandya. And wow, you know what's crazy? Hardik Pandya ends up with 4th in the orange cap with 487 runs. So he's 4th in the orange cap. And then I think he's like, where is he in the purple cap? He's top 20 for sure. Let's see. Did he fall out of the top 20? I'm trying to find out where he finished. Yeah, he did. Now that's Krunal Pandya that ended up getting 10 wickets. Where's Hardik? 8 wickets. So he dropped all the way to, wow, 40th. So let me look at how many games did he bowl. Hardik Pandya played in 15 games, guys, and bowled 10 of them. Played in 15 games and bowled 10 of them. And there was a spell, because he started bowling literally from the very first game. And then there was a stretch where he didn't bowl like 3 games in a row. So I think that's when he was trying to hide that injury. You know what I mean? Gabe, Mumbai couldn't keep him. GT paid him $2 million. Baby and Mumbai couldn't pay that much because funds restrained. Because they went with other players. They went with Ishan Kishan over him, right? They paid Ishan Kishan $2 million. Who was more valuable this year, Ishan Kishan or Hardik Pandya? And I think the biggest thing is Hardik Pandya is your guy. He's your forever player, all right? He didn't come to your team from another team. You discovered him. You know what I'm saying? You got this no-name player, and you let him go? Wow, Renil, you were right. You were right. I remember watching Jofra Archer, and I got mad, Jack, because he's a West Indian. He's from the West Indies. But just like other players, England poached away from other places, like Owen Morgan, who's not Irish. An Englishman. He's an Irishman. I was mad. I'm like, yo, we need him. You guys can have Chris Jordan. But come on. Give us our Archer. And Renil said he's not going to last. The way he bowls, he's going to get hurt a lot. He's already hurt a lot. And she was right. And it sucks, man, because you don't want to see a player go down to injury, but it is what it is. Do you know any of your mates personally, since you've played that? And normally it's the quicks, right? The fast bowlers that have been able to come back from those injuries, or once those injuries set in, is it just pretty much done for them?
Since I've been playing for this club that I play for in Australia, not really. We don't have too many injuries like that. It's the level of cricket we play is not as high level quality than the professionals, but it's still a good standard, and a lot of the guys work hard. There have been some niggles in that, but not too severe niggles to take him out for a season or two. But because we play at a different level, so the intensity is not as high, and the expectations are not as high as well. So that has something to do with it. But not to my knowledge. I don't haven't really experienced that with any of my teammates, or I haven't really asked them. I just do my own thing, really.
Jay says Hardik captain better than Surayas and Pant. Let me say it. Let me tell you something. I don't know, and this is going to be controversial, but I don't care. I don't think Pant's a very good captain. And I think that DC made a mistake by letting go of Surayas Iyer. I think Surayas Iyer is a way better captain than Rishabh Pant. And in my opinion, Rishabh Pant has failed. You know what I mean? You go from going to the finals and going to the playoffs, 2 consecutive years, and now didn't even qualify this year. And I mean, he's made some bad choices, throws away his wicket. And I love Rishabh Pant, but he doesn't have the temperament to be captain, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? You got to be like you saw today, Hardik Pandya, even keel, right? Your hands got to be nice and steady if you're a captain. You don't got that with Pant. It's all jittery. No. It's all, too much energy, too much emotion. And somebody said at the beginning of the broadcast when I came on, they're like, the only player that looks calm and like he's enjoying himself is Hardik Pandya. Everybody else was nervous. Everybody else was just, and Hardik Pandya's like, listen, man, I've been here 4 times with Mumbai, cousin. You know what I mean? I'm good. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You see that hand? Steady as a rock, brother. I'm not worrying about it at all. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but that's right. He's young as well, Rishabh Pant. He's going to have that exuberance of youth. He's always going to be a bit reckless. I thought, that situation with the no ball, he could have handled that a bit better. Just shows he's
better.
A bit better. Well,
Jack, he shouldn't have done what he done. I was gonna say, if you were the umpire, you are an umpire. But if you were the umpire of that game and a player shows you up like that, how would you have reacted? I mean, you probably would have fined the guy.
Well, he did get fined at the end because he breached the code of conduct of the IPL. And saying to the assistant coach, but I would have kept calm and said, okay, I understand your problems and concerns. We'll talk about it, when you calm down a bit, because he's still emotional. And, they think he's a future leader of India, maybe, or has the leadership potential, but
that's why
he hasn't really quite delivered.
That's why I said it's going to be controversial because he's being groomed as such. But he's
Mm.
being groomed as such based on his performance. And individual performances are very different than captaining the team. Look at Jadeja. Till this year, everybody thought Jadeja was, it was a foregone conclusion he was going to be the captain of CSK. One season, and the guy absolutely crushed. Forget about Jadeja. Let's talk about other greats, Indian players. From Gavaskar, right? Sil Gavaskar crumbled under the pressure. He himself admits it. He hated it. Other guys that have been great great players, they get that captaincy, and Sachin struggled with the captaincy.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, even in the end, Kohli, the pressure of captaincy. And think about it. All those guys, in my opinion, have better temperament than Rishabh Pant. Could you imagine Rishabh Pant facing the kind of scrutiny that Virat Kohli faced today in this day and age? Stop it. Stop. That guy's ready for that kind of pressure? Not even a little bit. Not even enough. And listen, we love Rishabh Pant. Nick loves him. Nick called him being, the replacement for Dhoni when we first started our channel, and people lost their mind. Are you crazy? Well, he did become the replacement for Dhoni on the international squad. Does it mean he's going to be the greatest captain? No. Does it mean? But the guy can play. There's a difference between playing and then being a leader of men. And as a captain, you're a leader of men out there, man. And listen, Tim Payne, say what you want. He might have not been the greatest player in Australia, but he led that team during a very dark and difficult time for Australia. Yes. You cannot just throw that away willy-nilly. You know what I'm saying? And how many guys would you want on the helm captaining that team to face that kind of adversity? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's not too many guys I know of. So that's what I mean. And, a lot of people are going to disagree with me. Like I told you, the minute I said I knew people were going to be on me, but it's all good. Pant, to me, especially what he showed this season, he doesn't have the temperament to be captain. Not right now. Not right now. Maybe he'll grow into it because he is young, but not right now.
No.
It's just, can you imagine if he had done something like that on the international stage? You do that in Australia, in, England and wherever, you know what I mean? Like, people would lose their minds.
Yeah, they would.
I still never saw that. He refused to leave. He's like, no, get back out here. Like, what? He's calling people back on the field. That was...
You usually see that in baseball or something with the manager walking out and and so and getting ejected out of the game or something by the ump. But in cricket, it's very rare that you see that. But it shouldn't have happened. He should have handled it a bit better. It just shows his youth and inexperience as a leader, really. And it was pretty poor on Delhi's point of view anyway. And pretty much that cost Delhi the game because they were distracted and Rajasthan were able to win. So it wasn't handled well for a part.
To be fair, let chat, everybody, he was right. I'm not saying he was wrong. He was right. It was a bad call. But sometimes because you're right, you can still be wrong. The way he handled it, to Jack's point, it was distracting for the team, took away momentum from the team, and instead of winning the game, you end up losing the game. And you know what I'm saying? Like that is what I say when you got to be able to lead men. You know what I mean? You can see they were emotional, their heads weren't in it, and you've got to be able to lead a team. I don't see Hardik Pandya going out there and doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't see a Rohit Sharma going out and doing that. Like, they understand it's bigger.
Yeah, he's got Ricky Ponting as a coach. He was a great Australian captain. The guy behind me on the poster. He's a good leader. So he'll be, if he's talking to Ricky Ponting about leadership and captaincy, then he can learn a lot from him. But, he's young. They do see a lot in him, potentially. He's got all the skills, but it's just his mindset lets us down. He plays rash. Yeah.
You talked about that earlier.
You got to read the game situation. How many centuries he's got in Test cricket now? A handful. He would have had like double digits, like 10 or so now, if he didn't throw those innings away.
Innings away, and he I don't even have a problem with how he plays, because he's fearless, right? And that's
Yeah.
what's made him a legend, where he is fearless. And you got to have those guys. It's if he's going to be that guy, then you cannot count on him to be your captain, because your whole team can't play that well, like that
Yeah.
way. Like you saw, for instance, Jaiswal early in this game, and you and I were talking about it. He's playing very reckless. He hits a six, and then he gets himself out right away, right?
Yeah.
And Shubman Gill was also playing reckless. He could have gotten himself out twice. He did get himself out. He just happened to get dropped by Chahal and then later on by, I think, Hitmeyer. But Hardik Pandya comes in and says, none of this. Let me settle this team down. And that's what a captain does. He steps in, he bats himself, and I'm going to go a step further. Kane Williamson got criticized for batting himself. I think it was 7 or 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In one of those matches. I think Kane Williamson knew, hey, I'm out of form. I'm not helping this team. Let somebody else go in there. And I even remember saying to myself, how do you do this? But this is actually what I asked of Owen Morgan, right? Owen Morgan, drop yourself. KKR's, you're killing them. You're not giving them anything. And you know what? Hats off to not Owen Morgan, Kane Williamson, for understanding I'm hurting this team and my form is bad right now. So
he has done that for England, Gabe. Oh, Morgan. He has dropped himself from time to time for England. Yeah, he has. Yeah.
That just makes me like Owen Morgan even more, which is crazy because the hardest thing to do is your pride, to swallow that pride.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and
but he has done it before for England. He said, I just dropped myself for this game because I'm not playing well, or we need to try a different player out, because he's not going to play on forever. Owen Morgan, this is probably the last hurrah for him, but he has dropped himself from time to time for England in ODIs and T20s.
That's crazy. Like, I'll be honest, I'm asking for that, but if the shoe was on the other foot and I'm the player, I'd have to be dropped. I don't think I'd drop myself, especially as captain. I don't think I could do it. You know what I mean? Like, you want to do it, but you want to think, oh yes, I do it for the greater good. I do it for the team. But how many people would actually do that? Swallow their pride and say, I'm hurting this team. So good for him. Wow. To drop yourself in the IPL is one thing, but to drop yourself international, that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think he's done it like a handful of times. So when the team requires it and you want to have different players and try them.
So they've announced the Fair Play Award already, and the Fair Play Award goes to, is it Rajasthan? No.
I think it is Rajasthan, I think. I saw them leaning the table or something. Could be wrong there.
And man, I'm telling you, it's it looks like it's going to be Fair Play will be Rajasthan Royals, 170 points, just ahead of the Titans. Interesting. CSK finishes at 3rd for 160. We already know who the orange cap is. Butler, 863 runs. Congratulations, Josh Butler. And Chahal, by 1 wicket, wins the purple cap. So really, we're just waiting for MVP. And is it going to be... Yeah, look, Hardik Pandya vaulted to number 2 at 284, but it looks like it's going to be Josh Butler at 387. Now, interesting enough, Hardik Pandya only played 15 matches. So he also missed a couple of matches in the middle there. I must have missed that because they made it all the way to the playoff. Well, no. They got to sit one match, right? Because they won the opening qualifier. So Rajasthan had to play an extra match. So he only missed one match, right?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? He missed one match. That's interesting. He must have been hurt or something.
I can't recall him not missing a game in this IPL.
But it says 15 matches. There's 14 in the regular season, plus the qualifier he played, plus this match, the championship. So he should be at 16 matches. For whatever reason, he's not.
He must have missed the game then.
Yeah, so he must have missed the game with a niggle or something.
Yeah.
Again, little injuries we talked about.
That's the way it goes.
Oh boy. Come on. Yeah, this is very interesting season for the IPL. And I think my biggest question is just what are teams gonna do now? Because some teams just look as bad as they do for next year as they do now. I'm sure players will be dropped here and there. So there'll be some stuff going on in the auction. I can't see what Rajasthan has to understand they need another arm. So that should be their main focus. Drop Ashwin and go get themselves another arm, preferably an Indian arm. That way they don't have to worry too much about who they can or cannot play. I mean, they probably can go with Nisham, and then if they go with Nisham as the all-rounder, maybe get an Indian quick or something. They need something different.
Yeah. They do need another option. It got sort of found out in the final today, and they had to go back to Ashwin, and then he conceded runs, and then that was it. They had a chance of putting the Titans under pressure, but as soon as Ashwin came in, leaked runs and the 2 overs he bowled, and all hell broke loose. So
yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that they got found out a few games ago. Really, it's been about that 5th bowler. It has the entire season, and that's why I also think it was a poor decision by Sanju Samson to bat first instead of chase. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Establish the total and then try to chase because the Royals have that issue with the 5th bowler, so defending a total was going to be difficult. And B, the Titans love chasing. They've only lost one time when they were chasing. I mean, it was just a poor decision.
Yeah, it was. Oh, well, you learn from your experiences, and they'll learn from this and hopefully be back again. But you never know in the IPL. You may be out of the playoffs, and the other teams may have learned from this season. So yeah, but they played well, and unfortunately, it wasn't to be today. But the Titans, they were able to execute.
Oh boy! Congrats there, Barath. Congrats there, Barath. Yeah, I got to check to see who finished top.
I know where I finished.
Where'd you finish? Where'd you finish?
I think I finished in 63rd or 64th or something in the league.
I was top 10 for a minute there, and then the wheels fell off for me. And I don't think I finished top 20. Let me see where I finished. I finished, top 20, 19th. Not my best finish. My best finish was 15th, 15th or 14th.
Yeah.
But did Nick beat me is the question. Did Nick beat me? I beat Nick by 79 points. Yes. Oh, yes.
That's a win.
Oh, I'm getting Nick a Dodgers hat. Oh, hold that, cousin. Oh, hold that. He's going to have to be, Nick will have to wear his Dodgers hat. You know what? The dinner is not even though we are going to dinner, Nick just had his birthday, so I was supposed to take him out for his birthday on Saturday, but we weren't able to do so because I had Trayvon's graduation. So I'm probably gonna take him tomorrow out to this. There's an Indian restaurant not too far from here. We're gonna go to. We've been to Mount Everest, but the one I think it's called Marrakesh. He wants to go to. But I'm gonna make him wear that Dodgers hat. Oh, I'm so excited for it. A boring end to a boring IPL season. Says Beckborough. If you are a fan of Rajasthan, I get it. A lot of people aren't happy, but that's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes. And I think that ultimately it's going to create new fans. You've created a whole new city, right, out there in Garage. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but that are now fans. So that's good because you want to grow the game. You cannot just have the
Yep.
same teams win over and over again. That's not good for the game.
No.
With that being said, I know that there's fans that aren't happy, and I mean, I get that. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
You don't want that, but it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, maybe people would have thought, well, it's a bit longer this IPL this season, so and more games, more 2 extra teams. I can understand that as well. If you think it was a bit boring, you don't have to watch the IPL. It's your choice. No one's forcing you to do it. But if you love cricket, then yeah, there's a bit of cricket on. But in saying that, we get some international cricket and some exciting test matches coming up as well. So can't wait
definitely.
for that. And during the IPL, you don't have international cricket. So
exactly. That's
good to see teams playing again.
Yeah, and I'm excited for my West Indies. I'm looking forward to the West Indies establishing themselves, following USA cricket as well. Excited for USA cricket. And again, Nick and I will be watching my West Indies. I say our because like it's my own, but West Indies versus India in August. But how about you, Jack? Are you planning to attend any live games anytime soon?
Yeah, well, the summer's not until later on in the year, so I'll make a call then. Because the summer starts in October here in Australia. October, November, December, January, February, March. That's the summer here in Australia. So currently we're in autumn, getting into winter, so it's a bit cold. So yeah, I'll see where we go and that maybe. Or I prefer to watch it at home. I've already been to 2 international matches, a couple of ODIs. That was Australia and South Africa and Australia and India at the Adelaide Oval in the same season, 2018-19. And obviously, Kohli in that match scored a century, and I saw him bat live. I saw Dhoni bat live with him as well. And obviously,
so
Australia
cool.
won that game against South Africa, but lost against India. So that's my experience of international cricket. But hopefully one day I'll go watch a test match and see Australia do well and win a test match. But looking forward to this summer. That's for sure. It's going to be a crucial summer for Australia. In terms of WTC, we're on the top. So hopefully we can stay there.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything. I mean, necessarily knocking Australia out, but we'll see. They're still talking about the game right now. Liam Livingston, I didn't realize he had the longest 6 there for the season. Obviously, Butler has most 6s. I was wrong about that. I thought that would be Johnny Bairstow. Butler leads in 5 of the 6 categories. He has most runs, batting categories, most runs, most 6s, most 4s, and most centuries. The only one he didn't have was the longest 6. That is crazy. That just tells you how good of an offensive year he had.
Yeah.
Come on. And let us they are taking forever, Jack.
Yeah. How many awards have we got?
I know, right? They are drawing it out. Well, I think if because I looked on the IPL website and I'm not sure if this is official already because they have like the stats, and when you go on there you can see like MVP, and it says that Butler has 387 points, so he should win MVP. So I'm assuming that's how it goes. Fair play, obviously, it says Rajasthan Royals. Batting is going to be Josh Butler again. What a season. And Chahal, but unfortunately did not get the championship. And then we already know who won the wooden spoon. We already know who won the wooden spoon. Oh,
Yeah.
take that, Nick. Take that, Nick.
Yeah, it
They
wasn't
said like
won by
20
5
sponsor awards. That's hilarious. Yeah, 117 meter six. That is huge.
Yeah, he can hit a long
That
ball,
is
Livingston.
a very long ball. If Stokes Curran don't play next season, which good all-rounder should Mumbai Indians target? Ooh. It depends who gets released, man. It depends who gets released and who comes and plays. Boomer says, can I just say that Butler's record this season just shows how great Kohli was that year? He scored 973 runs. Hopefully we can see that Kohli in the World Cup. Yeah. I mean, now to think about it, just to see how good Butler has been this year, and then I can't imagine what Kohli was like. You know what I mean, dude? I mean, 4 centuries in a season, 4 centuries in the same season. I think 7 50s and centuries combined, I think it was. And here is the award for, who is that? Punch? Super striker of the match. There we go. But thank you for that super chat, Boomer. And yeah, you know what I mean? You hope that we get to see that Kohli again. We might get a glimpse of him here and there, but for an entire season to maintain that, I just don't. I mean, the odds are against it, right? As you get older, you don't get better. At least in American sports, right? Your golden years are about 27 to 32. You know what I mean? You got a 5-year stretch where you're gonna do. Here goes Hardik Pandya, and he got the game changer, Dream 11. Yep, he did, because when he came in, he settled things down. He want DK to win some sort of award this season. Yeah, I mean, DK should win an award, maybe comeback player of the year. I still think that goes for Hardik Pandya, because remember, he came back from a huge injury. Huge injury. Which award is this? Jaiswal, is that emerging player? No. Oh no, this is still like the in-game awards. Unacademy Kraken 6. I think emerging player will probably be Umar Malik. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's coming as who's out there in flip flops? Is that Trent Bolt?
I don't know. Actually, I cannot watch the presentation because my stream just ended abruptly. So I can't watch the presentation. So I'm going off your feedback, Gabe.
Yeah, right now Trent Bolt just wins the. I think that was. It wasn't Unacademy Kraken 6. I think it was Pandya back on stage for. Great. Pandya back on stage. And come on. So finals player. That's what he got. Finals player. So far, orange cap, Josh Butler. Purple cap, we know, of course, Jahal. Player of the final, Hardik Pandya. Good for him. Good for him. And there's a couple more awards that we're interested in. As they start with the awards right now, I think those are the right decisions. I think those are the right decisions. Gabe should have streamed when Ranveer was performing on stage. Also, maybe we can make the reaction video later. You know what? Maybe if we don't get claimed on it. Choke moment of the season. Odin Smith trying to run out, instead giving an extra run. That's hilarious. Yeah, 8 awards so far. There should be a Hootie Award for Siraj. Oh, man. Hootie Award for Siraj. There's been a couple guys that got Hootie this year. The Unacademy Hootie Award goes to... Pick a player.
Jeez, how many awards do we have?
I know, bro. They're brutal.
Well, I suppose you got to get the sponsors across.
Got to get the sponsors in there, right?
Yeah.
Make those guys happy.
Just present the trophy and, let's kick off the celebrations.
I know, right? Get on with it. Get on with it. Come on, get on with it. Those sponsors need that recognition, boy. Oh, boy. Someone find Gavaskar. You guys are out of control. Puñeta moment goes. Oh, you guys are out of control. Eat Crow Award for calling. The Eat Crow Award for calling. Award for Gabe for calling Hardik injury hider. Hey, man, he was hiding injury. Most Ducks Award. Who got the most ducks this year? That's a good question.
I don't think they have an award for that.
There should be. Most Ducks Award. Probably that I can remember. It's got to be somebody on KKR, because KKR can't figure out how to get an opener. They just can't. You know what I mean? It's just brutal. They don't understand what an opener means. Opener? Huh? What's that? Honestly.
Well, I think Boomer said Virat Kohli. Well, he had a few ducks this season.
He did have a few ducks this season, but I don't think it was Virat Kohli.
No.
I don't think it was Virat Kohli. That's funny.
Someone said KL Rahul, maybe. Rohit Sharma.
KL Rahul, they have like 3 or 4. He'd have a good game, then a duck. He had a couple. That's a good... That'll take some research. Maybe we'll give out our CSK awards. Our CFA awards there. And one of them will be most hooties or biggest hootie. And the other one will be the biggest duck. Duck hunter. That's a good question. Jeez Louise. And what's sad is, and I know that there's money that goes along with that award, but they always announce that that award, the what do you call it? The Fair Play Award. I was like, really? Now this is the first time I can remember in recent memory that the Fair Play Award went to the team that actually won the championship. But I don't think anybody cares about that. Come on.
Yeah, well, it's a big part of the game, really, the spirit of cricket, really. at the end of the day. So I think it works with the umpires that from each match cast votes and see if they play within the spirit, and that's how it gets tallied up in the IPL.
Okay, I mean, I get that, but oh man, Scotland is handing it to USA. 49th over, 2 balls left, and they are 296 for 7. USA is going to have a huge mountain to climb. It can be done,
Yes,
but it can be done, but it's definitely going to be a task. It is definitely going to be a task. Let's see. Come on. Come on. Dude, they seriously love taking forever, don't they?
Yeah. Let's get on with it. Get it done. Present the trophy. Present the check or whatever, and
get it done.
Got to have the speeches, I suppose, and say a few words, the captains, and then present the trophy to Harder Pandya and let the Gujarat Titans party long into the night. Because they'll be doing that. Whenever you win a World Cup or something like that, in any sport, you party long into the night, and then the next day they're wearing all sunglasses and, feeling a bit rocky.
Oh, aren't we? You know that DK, it's funny, somebody was talking about wanting DK to win a award. DK actually got reprimanded for breaching the code of conduct.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, like, I don't know what he did, but there's an article, I gotta follow up on it. On let me see. World Challenger been reprimanded for code of conduct in the eliminator match. What is Article 2.3?
Well,
it was a level 1 offense. Article 2.3 code of conduct.
Well, he probably breached that point of the article. So like swearing or something like that. I haven't got the IPL code of conduct in front of me, but
I thought it would be the same for everyone.
Yeah. So maybe
Are you serious? Swearing? Are you kidding me? Jeez.
Yeah, well, if it's audible, like I remember Travis Head in the Ashes, over the stump mics, he played a shot and then he said a few words, and the match referee fined him for that audible obscenity. He breached the code of conduct. So, yeah, little things like that. Or maybe he was just, showing, dissent towards an umpire's decision or something. I don't know. So that's interesting. That's the first time I've heard about it.
Yeah, I was just looking it up.
Yeah, okay. Barath Barry says, he sweared on the stump mic while batting after missing to hit the ball after he's right. Yeah, so, you pick up on those things as a match referee and you get fined. Because people can hear it at home as well, the broadcast, so you don't really want to...
What is this check for? Power Player of the Season, Josh Butler. Man,
how many awards do we have? Seriously.
I mean, at least they're giving out checks with all the awards, right?
Just give everyone a check. It's like
give everybody a check.
You're all winners.
You're all winner. You're all winners. What do they call that? Participation awards? Yeah. Technically, if you play in the IPL, you're all winners because everybody's getting a check.
Yeah, pretty much. You're getting a bonus, that's for sure.
Let's see. You can. Oh man.
Yeah, appreciate that comment, Renell. I'm battling at this end, but I'm determined to stick it through and to the end.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Battling through, waiting for that trophy presentation before we call it a due. Again, if you guys haven't already done so, go ahead and check out Jack at the Dibbly Dobbly Podcast. Go ahead and like and subscribe, and check out his most recent, the actually most recent podcast was with Justin Langer. I saw the art there, the artwork for the thumbnail. But
that was about coaching. Do we need a coach in cricket?
Yeah, do we need a coach in cricket? Exactly. But the one prior to that, and thank you, Renell, for putting it up there. Very interesting. He's given us his thoughts on England versus New Zealand. Butler might need to charter a plane to take all those awards. Butler made himself some money in the IPL. Oh, daddy.
Well, he's won a lot, that's for sure. A lot of awards.
Ooh. Yep.
He's gonna need
Butler getting the bag, baby.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
His back's gonna hurt. His back's gonna hurt. He's carrying that bag. There goes the purple cap for Chahal. Finally, they're giving him the official purple cap, even though we all know he had it already. Got himself the 1 wicket. Now that would have been interesting. How would it have gone if he ended up tied? Let us know in the chat. If they had tied, would they have been just cold purple cap winners?
Well, they could have done it like average or economy rate or something like that. Or who took the most
wickets
in the match?
Han in the chat. There he is. Han, we were worried about you earlier. We put out an APB for you. Like, where's Waldo? Where's Han? Where's Han? Josh Butler with another check. Man, listen, I'm about to hit Josh Butler up on Twitter for a loan. Hey, Josh, can I get a loan?
Well, he had a good season, you know. Of course, he's going to take out the most, you know, all the batting awards. You know, he's pretty much topped the list.
Every award is divided in team, I guess. Do they really divide their money amongst the players?
Could be. Don't know.
They could. I mean, why? I mean, honestly, when you make that kind of money, it doesn't really matter. Oh, Han said, I injured myself laughing at Liverpool being losers that they are last night. Oh, man. Real Madrid laid it into him. Whole lot, cousin. And is that Open McCoy here with a surprise award? What they give him? Catch of the season, Open McCoy? Oh, no, that's really? Evan Lewis accepting it for him. Yep, that catch ended KKR's season. Evan Lewis.
Yeah, that was a pretty good catch.
Oh, my. One-handed.
Yeah.
Bro, they were Evan Lewis. That was it. That was the end of KKR's season. Oh, there goes Han. That's why we missed him. He's like, Karan should get a check for 20 cents because that's what he's worth this season. Oh, Han. Oh, Han. Who? Me right now? I kidnapped him? Easy there. We need Han. Yeah, Evan Lewis got the bag today. 21 awards now. We're keeping track. I'm glad Chatil's keeping track of how many awards. 22. Is that Josh Butler again? You know what? I'm about to do a 23andMe to see if I'm related to Josh Butler. And yep, MVP Josh Butler. I still think it should have gone to Hardick, but to your point, I think it just goes on points and what they do over the course of the season. Yeah. He had such a great offensive season, but and he did take his team to the playoffs. I get it. But just winning that championship is so valuable. Because think about it, man. How many, that IPL, there's teams that have been playing the IPL that have never won a championship. You know what I mean? To take your team on the first season and get one, that's impressive, man. Oh, Perron's my man. You know we just got to mess with him. Oh, wow. Oh, Han. He says, the Titans have more IPL titles than Kohli and Chris Vail combined. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. Josh Butler had an unbelievable offensive season. So did Kohli. Kohli had one of the seasons, so far the greatest IPL season of all time. Josh Butler couldn't even break that record. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't even break that record. But to win a championship is huge. So I'm just so excited for what Hardik Pandya did this year. I think he should have won MVP.
Yep.
It's always weird when MVP's on the on the losing team, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing with Man of the Match awards. They usually give it to the winning team instead of the losing team.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Mm.
You got to give it to him. I've seen the Man of the Match be on the losing team, though. And you're like, really? But if they put together unbelievable, you got a 5-wicket haul. Come on. Oh, Nick asked if we're still streaming. You know it. We're going through the awards right now. Josh Butler just got his MVP. The universe both. You know what? You know what, Barack? I'll allow it. Nick in the chat. Yeah, he is. I'll allow it only for this season. The universe Joss. We're going to call him the universe Joss. But that's it. That ends next season. After that, we're back to the universe boss. Come on now. Petition to ban SRH from the IPL. Wow. Tell us how you really feel, Boomer. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I know, Renil. I know. But he was a universe Joss this year, so we'll give it to him just for this year. Then next year it goes right back to the universe boss. Yes, Nick did call it mid-season. He talked about how this team remind him of, was it SRH that won that one year that had all the bowling? And I think he mentioned it. And it was a team very similar to this team. And yeah, that was very impressive. Next season, 94 matches, 16 matches per team. Ooh, yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. Maybe CSK can climb out of the basement.
We should have had a precursor to this final. We should have had the wooden spoon battle or something, you know. Bit of
Oh, that's just it. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. CFA won't let you down. We'll be handing out our wooden spoon award. Like, take this, bottom feeders. That's why they call it the wooden spoon, because they're bottom feeders. So sad. You watch your mouth, Han. 16 losses. How dare you? Let's go. Next season. We'll hit back normal. CSK Fortress. Chipo. What award was that? Gabe, who gets the Buckner Worst Umpire Award? Oh man, the guy that blew that call that Pant lost his mind against. Who was that umpire? That's a good question. We're gonna call it the Buckner Award. The Butler Award. Would be hilarious if they get a wooden spoon award named under a furniture company. Oh my gosh. The IKEA wooden spoon award. Do you guys have IKEA in Australia?
Yeah, we have IKEA. Yep.
Dude, I hate IKEA. I hate IKEA. Their furniture looks so cool. And then you go to the store and you pick up a box and it's in 80,000 pieces. And they don't even give you instructions, just stupid pictures. So it's like a pictorial representation of what it's supposed to look like. Like, what is it, Lego blocks or something? Oh, I hate IKEA. Yeah. Now I realize that the reason they sell their furniture a little cheaper is because they're making you do all the manual labor. Not anymore. Gabe hates IKEA is literally dressed in their colors. Hey, these are CSK colors. IKEA stole those colors. How dare you? IKEA's been around for a long time. Who gets the John Campbell Blasphemer Award? Oh, that's got to go to Jadeja. That's got to go to Jadeja for destroying CSK after a championship season. Jadeja gets the Blasphemer Award. Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Come on. Cameraman should get. Wow. Nicholas, how dare you? I don't know if you get this one. The cameraman should get the Jeffrey
Yeah.
Epstein Award. The cameraman can be creepy from time to time. He's up in the stands. Oh, Nick, in rare form. I hope Robbie gets the shot like a lame horse award. You leave Robbie alone. Gabe, who gets the Gautam Drop Catch Award? Oh, there's been so many. Oh, there's been so many. We like to call that the How Dare You Heathen Award. The How Dare You Heathen Award goes to who had the worst drop. I mean, there was a drop here in the final that was brutal, but the worst drop had to be, I mean, pick one. Any sitter that Jadeja, with his safe and reliable hands, dropped this year had to been like, how dare you, heathen? Come on. They're like another check. They're just throwing out money for no reason.
Well, I guess they can because it's the IPL. They got loads of money to spend. Give out.
Yeah, they've got loads of money to spend. That's hilarious. They could spend it all. Bro, 80,000 awards. How dare they? That is, I mean, you know, what's funny is that when you go online and stuff like that and you check out the IPL, they do have a category that says wooden spoon. So they show you like who's finished. So the wooden spoon is a thing. So I'm just curious why they would never mention. You mentioned the Fair Play Award. Why not embrace it and be like, and the wooden spoon goes to? Could you imagine the owners of the team? They would be livid. And I know that they know that they're the wooden spoon or whatever, but if they actually made it an award, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Jadeja, yeah, Jadeja missed 4 catches exactly, Baraf. Come on now. Come on. We need a check for the most drop catches award. They get that check, Renil. We just don't hear about it. All right. It's called just under the table. All right. We call that the Soprano Award. Looks like Jadeja is a big award winner of the year for CFA awards. How dare you heathen award for Jadeja? Yeah. Jadeja is poor man's Ben Stokes. Listen. Don't go that far. Don't go that far. Easy there, Han. Easy. Did I see the 6 that Livingston hit the other day at Old Trafford? I did not.
I did. He was pretty big.
Check for the most dots of the year. You would think it would go to a bowler, but no. Pivot particle.
Well,
that's not a good thing.
No, it's not. His innings sort of slowed down Rajasthan in this final, and he should have retired out.
I mean, I think they retired out. Karaul misses out on the orange cap after 2 years. Yep. Oh, you're correct. Jadeja is a poor man's Gautam. Oh, that's mean. That's mean-spirited now. Who bowled the most maidens? I could check that for you. That City award goes to Rashid Khan. Oh, I'm sure about that. Kohli with the most dots. Wow, you guys are going out of control in the chat. That is hilarious. That City. Let's see who ends up with the most dots this year. Most dots go to Prish Krishna. Okay. Krishna, 200 dots.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. A lot of dot balls. Oh, daddy. You know who doesn't have the most dots awards? Let's see. Roman Powell has 0 dot balls. Dice Wall, I didn't even know he bowled. Daryl Mitchell, Katish Ron, well, these are all rounders. See, actual bowler that wow. NCN had a horrible season. I mean, Venkatesh Iyer is an all-rounder, only 3 dot balls. NCN only played 1 game, but had 4 dot balls. So no, let's see a guy that played a lot of games, but was terrible. Let's make 12 games. Ian Livingston, 38 dot balls in 12 games. 7 wickets. Obed McCoy, 48. Yeah, 200 dot balls is a lot. Holy cow. Ooh, the Jordan line goes to, man, the Jordan line is about to be renamed as the Saraj line. What, are you kidding me? Just saying. Saraj. Most 6 award goes to Lord Saraj. That is hilarious. Lord Siraj. Come on. Liam Livingston is a better sprinter than most specialist spinners. Any new additions to the Sinister Six? I'm not gonna lie, Jadeja is on the cusp. I have to get together with the council, you know, see who we're gonna vote in. You know, right now we've only got the president of the Sinister Six Award present, but yeah, you know, I'll have to discuss it with Gabe and then discuss it with Dr. Blasphemer and then discuss it with Mr. Lara. And we'll get together and decide if anybody's in or out of the Sinister Six Award. But that'll be coming soon. That'll be coming soon. I mean, of course, Nick, as the president of the Sinister Six Award, gets a vote himself, you know, who he wants to join him up there in infamy. But I don't know, man. I'm telling you, it's Jadeja's so close, so close. It's angering, honestly.
Surely we must be towards the presentation of the trophy.
Oh, they're brutal. And they're taking so long that ESPN just turned to another game. Are you kidding me?
That's what happened to my stream. It just ended after the match finished. So I'm not watching the presentation, so I have nothing at all to go off.
Yeah, let me see if they have another one, but they just took it off and they went to somebody else. I don't think ESPN realized it was going to go this long. Are you serious?
This presentation has been longer than the IPL season itself.
Oh, man. Well, they say they got the trophy. I guess they got the trophy. We didn't get to see it. You got to be kidding me. Guys, thank you so much. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Before we leave, go ahead and check out the Dibbly Dobbly podcast. I'll go ahead and link it one more time in the chat. Jack, any final thoughts on this IPL season and what you're looking forward to? Now, you already told us you've got a special guest coming on soon, so don't tell us that. But what series are you looking forward to, my friend?
Well, this IPL season's been a long one, hasn't it? It's been a marathon, 10 teams, 2 extra games. But yeah, it's been a great IPL as always. Congratulations to the Titans winning the inaugural championship for them, and commemorations to the Rajasthan Royals. Wasn't their night today, but oh well, next year. Better luck next year. So yeah, but you know, I'm looking forward to international cricket. Australia playing Sri Lanka next month. Hopefully we can do well there and some more cricket. But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope everyone's enjoyed today. Yeah, it's been a marathon, you know. So yeah, but I hope everyone's enjoyed it, and I hope we entertain you in some shape or form today.
Jack, I want to thank you so much for coming on with us. We really appreciate it. Guys, don't forget, I already put it in the channel. So did Renil. Check him out. WW Podcast. If you haven't already done so, please leave him a like and subscribe. He has good content over there. And as you can see, he's more in the spirit of cricket, not like us crazy Americans who lose their minds. You'll get some sound analysis over there. But again, guys, it was a fun season as usual. Nick and I, unfortunately, our teams did poorly this year in CSK and KKR and Mumbai. I mean, RCB at least made it to the playoffs and won a playoff game. I think that's the first time RCB's ever even won a playoff game, if I'm not mistaken. So, Nick, you're almost getting there, RCB fans. You're almost getting there. But it was an interesting season. Long. We discovered a lot of new players. Umar Malik, I'm so excited to see him come up. Hopefully, he gets Emerging Player of the Year. I'm excited to see these guys play on the international stage, and I cannot wait for the next IPL season. Congratulations, Titan fans. So you guys already know the deal. Until next time, same bat time, same bat channel. Peace.